Section 1 of Atlantic Narratives Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. For those readers who have from early childhood been taught that the best things are the old things, it is oftentimes difficult to revert in imagination to the times when such classics as Paradise Lost, Pilgrim's Progress, and Robinson Crusoe, new and unread, were just beginning to make their first tentative steps in the march toward the unknown and unseen goal of enduring fame. Yet the intrinsic literary worth of these classics was obviously just as firm in those far-off days of their initial appearance as in these present days of their acquired renown. But in these present days, with the improved printing presses moving at high speed and pouring forth everywhere their improvident and unsifted store, the best is too liable to be lost within the swift current of a vast and turbid abundance. It is therefore worthwhile for us, for those of us who have an abiding love of literature, to endeavor to rescue and place in more permanent form the choicest bits of this modern efflux of writing, and make it easily available for a more leisurely and intelligent perusal. With this thought in mind, I have for several months been reading widely in the files of the Atlantic Monthly, with the idea of republishing the best of the recent stories in book form. A partial result of my labors is seen in Atlantic Narratives, first series, published by the Atlantic Monthly Press in March of the current year. In selecting the 23 stories for that volume, I had the college student and the mature reader more definitely in mind. Some of these stories, accordingly, were perhaps a trifle too subtle and analytical for the younger student, though it is interesting to note that the volume immediately found an interested audience, not only among college students and the reading public, but also within the classrooms of some of our best schools and academies. Several of the more prominent English teachers, however, expressed a wish for a group of narratives simpler, more direct, and filled with incidents of a commoner and more elemental experience, such as would make an immediate appeal to a younger class of readers. I have accordingly made the selections for this second volume of Atlantic Narratives with this particular request in mind. At the same time that I have discarded the subtler and more analytical themes, I have held rigorously to the demand for genuine literary excellence and artistic technique. Discriminating critics will agree that for a writer to limit himself to the narrower confines of the simple and the commonplace and the elemental may, in particular cases, demand even a finer grace and a higher technique. The stories here gathered together, while possessing the attributes and range which the English teachers have suggested, are widely varying in appeal and in centres of interest. Miss Mary Antin's story, The Lie, for example, reveals in significant portrayal a unique attitude of mind among the patriotic foreigners. Miss Elizabeth Ashe, Miss Kathleen Norris, and S.H. Kemper have in their several manners pleasantly revealed their appreciation of the humorous. Mrs. Comer and Miss Eastman and Mr. Meredith Nicholson have lent a note of idealism. Mr. Joseph Husband and Mr. E. Morley have contributed true accounts of their personal experiences, and the remaining writers on the list have, in their various individual ways, found still other moods and themes appropriate to their individualities. The net result is a literary variety that merges appropriately, I trust, into a unit of genuine and abiding worth. For helpful aid in the preparation of this volume, I am indebted to many English teachers, more particularly to Miss Anna Shaughnessy of the England Department in the Newton High School. Houghton Mifflin Company has generously granted me permission to use Mr. Husband's The Story of a Coal Mine. Mr. George B. Ives, expert critic and proofreader of the Atlantic Monthly staff, has read and revised the proofs. Most of all, however, I am indebted to Mr. Ellery Sedgwick, editor of the Atlantic Monthly, whose friendly counsel and literary acumen have been of constant service. C.S.T. Boston, Mass., July 1918. End of introduction. Section 2 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lie by Mary Antin. Part 1. The first thing about his American teachers that struck David Rudinsky was the fact that they were women, and the second was that they did not get angry if somebody asked questions. This phenomena subverted his previous experience. When he went to Heder, Hebrew school in Russia, his teachers were always men, and they did not like to be interrupted with questions that were not in the lesson. Everything was different in America, and David liked the difference. The American teachers, on their part, also made comparisons. They said David was not like other children. It was not merely that his mind worked like lightning. Those neglected Russian waifs were almost always quick to learn, perhaps because they had to make up for lost time. The quality of his interests, more than the rapidity of his progress, excited comment. Miss Ralston, David's teacher in the 6th grade, which he reached in his 2nd year at school, said of him that he never let go of a lesson till he had got the soul of the matter. "I don't think grammar is grammar to him," she said, "or fractions mere arithmetic. I'm not satisfied with the way I teach these things since I've had David. I feel that if he were on the platform instead of me, geography and grammar would be spliced to the core of the universe." One difficulty David's teachers encountered, and that was his extreme reserve. In private conversation it was hard to get anything out of him except "Yes, ma'am," and "No, ma'am," or "I don't understand, please." In the classroom he did not seem to be aware of the existence of anybody besides teacher and himself. He asked questions as fast as he could formulate them, and teacher had to exercise much tact in order to satisfy him without slighting the rest of her pupils. To advances of a personal sort he did not respond, as if friendship were not among the things he hungered for. It was Miss Ralston who found the way to David's heart. Perhaps she was interested in such things. They sometimes are in the public schools. After the Christmas holidays, the children were given as a subject for composition, "How I Spent the Vacation." David wrote in a froth of enthusiasm about whole days spent in the public library. He covered 12 pages with an account of the books he had read. The list included many juvenile classics in American history and biography, and from his comments it was plain that the little alien worshipped the heroes of war. When Miss Ralston had read David's composition, she knew what to do. She was one of those persons who always know what to do and do it. She asked David to stay after school and read to him from a blue book with gilt lettering, Paul Revere's Ride and Independence Bell. That hour neither of them ever forgot. To David it seemed as if all the heroes he had dreamed of crowded around him, so real did his teacher's reading make them. He heard the clash of swords and the flapping of banners in the wind. On the blackboard behind Miss Ralston, troops of faces appeared and vanished, like the shadows that run across a hillside when clouds are moving in the sky. As for Miss Ralston, she said afterward that she was the first person who had ever seen the real David Rudinsky. That was a curious statement to make, considering that his mother and father, and sundry other persons in the two hemispheres, had had some acquaintance with David previous to the reading of Paul Revere's Ride. However, Miss Ralston had a way of saying curious things. There were many readings out of school hours after that memorable beginning. Miss Ralston did not seem to realize that the school board did not pay her for those extra hours that she spent on David. David did not know that she was paid at all. He thought teacher was born on purpose to read and tell him things and answer his questions, just as his mother existed to cook his favorite soup and patch his trousers. So he brought his pet book from the library, and when the last pupil was gone, he took it from his desk and laid it on Miss Ralston's without a word, and Miss Ralston read, and they were both happy. When a little Jewish boy from Russia goes to school in America, all sorts of things are likely to happen that the school board does not provide for. It might be amusing to figure out the reasons. David's reserve slowly melted in the glowing intimacy of these happy half-hours. Still, he seldom made any comment on the reading at the time. He basked mutely in the warmth of his teacher's sympathy. But what he did not say orally, he was very likely to say on paper. That also was one of Miss Ralston's discoveries. When she gave out the theme, "What I Mean to Do When I Grow Up," David wrote that he was going to be an American citizen, and always vote for honest candidates, and belong to a society for arresting illegal voters. You see, David was only a greenhorn, and an excitable one. He thought it a very great matter to be a citizen, perhaps because such a thing was not allowed in the country he came from. Miss Ralston probably knew how it was with him, or she guessed. She was great at guessing, as all her children knew. At any rate, she did not smile as she read David's patriotic ambitions. She put his paper aside until their next quiet hour, and then she used it so as to get a great deal out of him that he would not have had the courage to tell if he had not believed that it was an exercise in composition. This Miss Ralston was a crafty person. She learned from David about a Jewish restaurant where his father sometimes took him, a place where a group of ardent young Russians discussed politics over their inexpensive dinner. She heard about a mass meeting of Russian Jews to celebrate the death of Alexander III, because he was a cruel tyrant and was very bad to Jewish people. She even tracked some astonishing phrases in David's vocabulary to their origin in the Sunday orations he heard on the Common in his father's company. Impressed by these and other signs of paternal interest in her pupil's education, Miss Ralston was not unprepared for the visit which David's father paid her soon after these revelations. It was a very cold day, and Mr. R.O.T.C shivered in his thin, shabby overcoat, but his face glowed with inner warmth as he discovered David's undersized figure in one of the front seats. "I don't know how to say it what I feel to see my boy sitting and learning like this," he said, with a vibration in his voice that told more than his words. "Do you know, ma'am, if I didn't have to make a living, I'd stay here all day and see my David get educated. I'm 40 years old, and I've had much in my life, but it's worth nothing so much as this. The day I brought my children to school, it was the best day in my life. Perhaps you won't believe me, ma'am, but when I hear that David is a good boy and learns good in school, I wouldn't change places with Vanderbilt, the millionaire." He looked at Miss Ralston with the eyes of David listening to Paul Revere's ride. "What do you think, ma'am?" he asked as he got up to leave. "My David will be a good American, no?" "He ought to be," said Miss Ralston warmly, "with such a father." Mr. R.O.T.C did not try to hide his gratification. "I am a citizen," he said, unconsciously straightening. "I took out citizen papers as soon as I came to America 4 years ago." So they came to the middle of February, when preparations for Washington's birthday were well along. One day the class was singing "America," when Miss Ralston noticed that David stopped and stared absently at the blackboard in front of him. He did not wake out of his reverie till the singing was over, and then he raised his hand. "Teacher," he asked, when he had permission to speak, "what does it mean, 'Land where my fathers died'?" Miss Ralston explained, wondering how many of her pupils cared to analyze the familiar words as David did. A few days later, the national hymn was sung again. Miss Ralston watched David. His lips formed the words, "Land where my fathers died," and then they stopped, set in the pout of childish trouble. His eyes fixed themselves on the teacher's, but her smile of encouragement failed to dispel his evident perplexity. Anxious to help him over his unaccountable difficulty, Miss Ralston detained him after school. "David," she asked him when they were alone, "do you understand America now?" "Yes, ma'am." "Do you understand 'Land where my fathers died'?" "Yes, ma'am." "You didn't sing with the others?" "No, ma'am." Miss Ralston thought of a question that would rouse him. "Don't you like America, David?" The boy almost jumped in his place. "Oh yes, ma'am, I do. I like America. It's fine." He pressed his fist nervously to his mouth, a trick he had when excited. "Tell me, David, why you don't sing it?" David's eyes fixed themselves in a look of hopeless longing. He answered in a whisper, his pale face slowly reddening. "My fathers didn't die here. How can I sing such a lie?" Miss Ralston's impulse was to hug the child, but she was afraid of startling him. The attention she had lavished on the boy was rewarded at this moment, when her understanding of his nature inspired the answer to his troubled question. She saw how his mind worked. She realized, what a less sympathetic witness might have failed to realize, that behind the moral scruple expressed in his words there was a sense of irreparable loss derived from the knowledge that he had no share in the national past. The other children could shout the American hymn in all the pride of proprietorship, but to him the words did not apply. It was a flaw in his citizenship which he was so jealous to establish. The teacher's words were the very essence of tact and sympathy. In her voice were mingled the yearning of a mother and the faith of a comrade. "David Rudinsky, you have as much right to those words as I or anybody else in America. Your ancestors did not die in our battlefields, but they would have if they'd had a chance. You used to spend all your time reading the Hebrew books in Russia. Don't you know how your people, your ancestors perhaps, fought the Roman tyrants? Don't you remember the Maccabean brothers and Bar Kochba? And, oh, you know about them more than I. I'm ashamed to tell you that I haven't read much Jewish history, but I'm sure if we begin to look it up, we'll find that people of your race, people like your father, David, took part in the fight for freedom wherever they were allowed. And even in this country. David, I'm going to find out for you how many Jews there were in the armies of the Revolution. We don't think about it here, you see, because we don't ask what a man's religion is as long as he is brave and good." David's eyes slowly lost their look of distress as his teacher talked. His tense little face, upturned to hers, reminded her of a withered blossom that revives in the rain. She went on with increasing earnestness, herself interested in the discoveries she was making in her need. "I tell you the truth, David, I never thought of these things before, but I do believe that the Pilgrim Fathers didn't all come here before the Revolution. Isn't your father just like them? Think of it, dear, how he left his home and came to a strange land where he couldn't even speak the language. That was a great trouble, you know, something like the fear of the Indians in the old days. And wasn't he looking for the very same things? He wanted freedom for himself and his family, and a chance for his children to grow up wise and brave. You know your father cares more for such things than he does for money or anything. It's the same story over again. Every ship that brings your people from Russia and other countries where they are ill-treated is a Mayflower. If I were a Jewish child like you, I would sing America louder than anybody else." David's adoring eyes gave her the thanks which his tongue would not venture to utter. Never since that moment, soon after his arrival from Russia, when his father showed him his citizen papers, saying, "Look, my son, this makes you an American," had he felt so secure in his place in the world. Miss Ralston studied his face in silence while she gathered up some papers on her desk, preparatory to leaving. In the back of her mind she asked herself, to how many of the native children in her class the 4th of July meant anything besides firecrackers. "Get your things, David," she said presently, as she locked her desk. "It's time we were going. Think if we should get locked up in the building." David smiled absently. In his ears ran the familiar line, "Land where my fathers died, my fathers died, fathers died." "It's something like the Psalms," he said suddenly, himself surprised at the discovery. "What is like the Psalms, dear?" He hesitated. Now that he had to explain, he was not sure any more. Miss Ralston helped him out. "You mean America sounds like the Psalms to you?" David nodded. His teacher beamed her understanding. How did she guess wherein the similarity lay? David had in mind such moments as this when he said of Miss Ralston, "Teacher talks with her eyes." Miss Ralston went to get her coat and hat from the closet. "Get your things, David," she repeated. "The janitor will come to chase us out in a minute." He was struggling with the torn lining of a coat sleeve in the children's dressing room when he heard Miss Ralston exclaim, "Oh, David, I had almost forgotten. You must try this on. This is what you're going to wear when you speak the dialogue with Annie and Raymond. We used it in a play a few years ago. I thought it would do for you." She held up a blue and buff jacket with tarnished epaulets. David hurried to put it on. He was to take the part of George Washington in the dialogue. At sight of the costume, his heart started off on a gallop. Alas for his gallant aspirations! Nothing of David was visible outside the jacket except two big eyes above and two blunt boot toes below. The collar reached to his ears, the cuffs dangled below his knees. He resembled a scarecrow on the cornfield more than the father of his country. Miss Ralston suppressed her desire to laugh. "It's a little big, isn't it?" she said cheerily, holding up the shoulders of the heroic garment. "I wonder how we can make it fit. Don't you think your mother would know how to take up the sleeves and do something to the back?" She turned the boy around, more hopeless than she would let him see. Miss Ralston understood more about little boys' hearts than about their coats. "How old are you, David?" she asked, absently wondering, for the 100th time, at his diminutive stature. "I thought the boy for whom this was made was about your age." David's face showed that he felt reproved. "I'm 12, he said apologetically. Miss Ralston reproached herself for her tactlessness and proceeded to make amends. 12, she repeated, patting the blue shoulders. "You speak the lines like a much older boy. I'm sure your mother can make the coat fit. And I'll bring the wig, a powdered wig. And the sword, David. You'll look just like George Washington." Her gay voice echoed in the empty room. Her friendly eyes challenged his. She expected to see him kindle, as he did so readily in these days of patriotic excitement. But David failed to respond. He remained motionless in his place, his eyes blank and staring. Miss Ralston had the feeling that behind his dead front his soul was running away from her. This is just what was happening. David was running away from her and from himself and from the image of George Washington conjured up by the scene with the military coat. Somewhere in the jungle of his consciousness a monster was stirring, and his soul fled in terror of its clutch. What was it? What was it that came tearing through the wilderness of his memory of two worlds? In vain he tried not to understand. The ghosts of forgotten impressions cackled in the wake of the pursuing monster, the breath of whose nostrils spread an odor of evil sophistries grafted on his boyish thoughts in a chimerical past. His mind reeled in a whirlwind of recollection. Miss Ralston could not have understood some of the things David reviewed, even if he had tried to tell her. In that other life of his, in Russia, had been monstrous things, things that seemed unbelievable to David himself after his short experience of America. He had suffered many wrongs, yes, even as a little boy, but he was not thinking of past grievances as he stood before Miss Ralston, seeing her as one sees a light through a fog. He was thinking of things harder to forget than injuries received from others. It was a sudden sense of his own sins that frightened David, and of one sin in particular, the origin of which was buried somewhere in the slime of the evil past. David was caught in the meshes of a complex inheritance. Contradictory impulses tore at his heart. Fearfully he dived to the bottom of his consciousness and brought up a bitter conviction. David Rudinsky, who called himself an American, who worshipped the names of the heroes, suddenly knew that he had sinned against his best friend, sinned even as he was planning to impersonate George Washington, the pattern of honor. His white forehead glistened with the sweat of anguish. His eyes sickened. Miss Ralston caught him as he wavered and put him in the nearest seat. "Why, David, what's the matter? Are you ill? Let me take this off. It's so heavy. There, that's better. Just rest your head on me, so." This roused him. He wriggled away from her support and put out a hand to keep her off. "Why, David, what is the matter? Your hands are so cold." David's head felt heavy and wobbly, but he stood up and began to put on his coat again, which he had pulled off in order to try on the uniform. To Miss Ralston's anxious questions he answered not a syllable, neither did he look at her once. His teacher, thoroughly alarmed, hurried to put on her street things, intending to take him home. They walked in silence through the empty corridors, down the stairs, and across the schoolyard. The teacher noticed with relief that the boy grew steadier with every step. She smiled at him encouragingly when he opened the gate for her, as she had taught him, but he did not meet her look. At the corner, where they usually parted, David paused, steeling himself to take his teacher's hand, but to his surprise she kept right on, taking his crossing. It was now that he spoke, and Miss Ralston was astonished at the alarm in his voice. "Miss Ralston, where are you going? You don't go this way." "I'm going to see you home, David," she replied firmly. "I can't let you go alone, like this." "Oh, teacher, don't, please don't. I'm all right. I'm not sick. It's not far. Don't, Miss Ralston, please." In the February dusk, Miss Ralston saw the tears rise to his eyes. Whatever was wrong with him, it was plain that her presence only made him suffer the more. Accordingly, she yielded to his entreaty. "I hope you'll be all right, David," she said in a tone she might have used to a full-grown man. "Goodbye." And she turned the corner. Part 2. All the way home Miss Ralston debated the wisdom of allowing him to go alone, but as she recalled his look and his entreating voice, she felt anew the compulsion that had made her yield. She attributed his sudden breakdown entirely to overwrought nerves, and remorsefully resolved not to subject him in the future to the strain of extra hours after school. Her misgivings were revived the next morning when David failed to appear with the ringing of the first gong, as was his habit. But before the children had taken their seats, David's younger brother, Benny, brought her news of the missing boy. "David's sick in bed," he announced in accents of extreme importance. "He didn't come home till awful late last night, and he was so frozen his teeth knocked together. My mother says he burned like a fire all night, and she had to take little Harry in her bed with her and Papa, so's David could sleep all alone. We all went downstairs in our bare feet this morning, and dressed ourselves in the kitchen, so David could sleep." "What is the matter with him? Did you have the doctor?" "No, ma'am, not yet. The dispensary don't open till 9 o'clock." Miss Ralston begged him to report again in the afternoon, which he did, standing before her, cap in hand, his sense of importance still dominating over brotherly concern. "He's sick all right," Benny reported. "He don't eat at all, just drinks and drinks. My mother says he cried the whole morning when he woke up and found out he'd missed school. My mother says he tried to get up and dress himself, but he couldn't anyhow, too sick." "Did you have the doctor?" interrupted Miss Ralston, suppressing her impatience. "No, ma'am, not yet. My father went to the dispensary, but the doctor said he can't come till noon, but he didn't. Then I went to the dispensary dinner time, but the doctor didn't yet come when we went back to school. My mother says you can die 10 times before the dispensary doctor comes." "What does your mother think it is?" "Oh, she says it's a bad cold, but David isn't strong, you know, so she's scared. I guess if it gets worse I'll have to stay home from school to run for the medicines." "I hope not, Benny. Now you'd better run along or you'll be late." "Yes, ma'am. Goodbye." "Will you come again in the morning and tell me about your brother?" "Yes, ma'am. Goodbye." "Teacher." "Yes, Benny?" "Do you think you can do something? Something about his record? David feels dreadful because he's broke his record. He never missed school before, you know. It's too bad to see him cry. He's always so quiet, you know, kind of like grown people. He don't fight or tease or anything. Do you think you can, teacher?" Miss Ralston was touched by this tribute to her pupil, but she could not promise to mend the broken record. "Tell David not to worry. He has the best record in the school for attendance and everything. Tell him I said he must hurry and get well, as we must rehearse our pieces for Washington's birthday." The next morning Benny reeled off a longer story than ever. He described the doctor's visit in great detail, and Miss Ralston was relieved to gather that David's ailment was nothing worse than grippe, unless, as the doctor warned, his run-down condition caused complications. He would be in bed a week or more in any case. "And he ought to sleep most of the time, the doctor said." "I guess the doctor don't know our David," Benny scoffed. "He never wants at all to go to sleep. He reads and reads when everybody goes to bed. One time he was reading all night, and the lamp went out, and he was afraid to go downstairs for oil because he'd wake somebody, so he lighted matches and read little bits. There was a heap of burned matches in the morning." "Dear me!" exclaimed Mrs. Ralston. "He ought not to do that. Your father ought not. Does your father allow him to stay up nights?" "Sure. My father's proud because he's going to be a great man, a doctor maybe." He shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "What may not a David become?" "David is funny, don't you think, teacher?" the boy went on. "He asks such funny questions. What do you think he said to the doctor?" "I can't imagine." "Well, he pulled him by the sleeve when he took out the thing he puts in your mouth, and said, kind of hoarse, 'Doctor, did you ever tell a lie?' Wasn't that funny?" Miss Ralston did not answer. She was thinking that David must have been turning over some problem in his mind to say so much to a stranger. "Did you give him my message?" she asked finally. "Yes'm. I told him about rehearsing his piece for Washington's birthday." Benny paused. "Well?" "He acted so funny he turned over to the wall and cried without any noise." "The poor boy. He'll be dreadfully disappointed not to take his part in the exercises." Benny shook his head. "That isn't for what he cries," he said oracularly. Miss Ralston's attentive silence invited further revelations. "He's worrying about something," Benny brought out, rolling his head ominously. "Why? How do you know?" "The doctor said so. He told my father downstairs. He said, 'Make him tell if you can. It may help to pull him off. No, pull him up.' That's what the doctor said." Miss Ralston's thoughts flew back to her last interview with David 2 days before, when he had broken down so suddenly. Was there a mystery there? She was certain the boy was overwrought and physically run down. Apparently also he had been exposed to the weather during the evening when he was taken ill. Benny's chatter indicated that David had wandered in the streets for hours. These things would account for the grip and for the abnormal fever of which Benny boasted. But what was David worrying about? She resolved to go and see the boy in a day or two, when he was reported to be more comfortable. On his next visit, Benny brought a message from the patient himself. "He said to give you this, teacher," handing Miss Ralston a journal. "It's yours. It has the pieces in it for Washington's birthday. He said you might need it, and the doctor didn't say when he could go again to school." Miss Ralston laid the journal carelessly on a pile of other papers. Benny balanced himself on one foot, looking as if his mission were not yet ended. "Well, Benny?" Miss Ralston encouraged him. She was beginning to understand his mysterious airs. "David was awful careful about that book," the messenger said impressively. "He said over and over not to lose it, and not to give it to nobody, only you." Part 3. It was not till the end of the day that Miss Ralston took up the journal Benny had brought. She turned the leaves absently, thinking of David. He would be so disappointed to miss the exercises. And to whom should she give the part of George Washington in the dialogue? She found the piece in the journal, a scrap of paper marked in the place, a folded paper, folded several times. Miss Ralston opened out the paper and found some writing. "Dear Teacher, Miss Ralston, I can't be George Washington any more because I have lied to you. I must not tell you about what, because you would blame somebody who didn't do wrong. Your friend, David Rudinsky." Again and again Miss Ralston read the note, unable to understand it. David, her David, whose soul was a mirror for every noble idea, had lied to her. What could he mean? What had impelled him? Somebody who didn't do wrong. So it was not David alone. There was some complication with another person. She studied the note word for word, and her eyes slowly filled with tears. If the boy had really lied, if the whole thing were not a chimera of his fevered nights, then what must he have suffered of remorse and shame? Her heart went out to him even while her brain was busy with the mystery. She made a swift resolution. She would go to David at once. She was sure he would tell her more than he had written, and it would relieve his mind. She did not dread the possible disclosures. Her knowledge of the boy made her certain that she would find nothing ignoble at the bottom of this mystery. He was only a child, after all, an overwrought, sensitive child. No doubt he exaggerated his sin, if sin there were. It was her duty to go and put him at rest. She knew that David's father kept a candy shop in the basement of his tenement, and she had no trouble in finding the place. Half the children in the neighborhood escorted her to the door, attracted by the phenomenon of a teacher loose on their streets. The tinkle of the shop bell brought Mr. Rudinsky from the little kitchen in the rear. "Well, well," he exclaimed, shaking her hands heartily. "This is a great honor, a great honor." He sounded the initial H. "I wish I had a palace for you to come in, ma'am. I don't think there was such company in this house since it was built." His tone was one of genuine gratification. Ushering her into the kitchen, he set a chair for her, and himself sat down at a respectful distance. "I'm sorry," he began with a wave of his hand around the room. "Such company ought not to sit in the kitchen, but you see—" He was interrupted by Benny, who had clattered in at the visitor's heels, panting for recognition. "Never mind, teacher," the youngster spoke up. "We've got a parlor upstairs with a mantelpiece and everything, but David sleeps up there. The doctor says it's the most air, and you dasn't wake him up till he wakes himself." Benny's father frowned, but the visitor smiled a cordial smile. "I like a friendly kitchen like this," she said quietly. "My mother did not keep any help when I was a little girl, and I was a great deal in the kitchen." Her host showed his appreciation of her tact by dropping the subject. "I'm sure you came about David," he said. "I did. How is he?" "Pretty sick, ma'am. The doctor says it's not the sickness so much, but David is so weak and small. He says David studies too much altogether. Maybe he's right. What do you think, ma'am?" Miss Ralston answered remorsefully, "I agree with the doctor. I think we are all to blame. We push him too much when we ought to hold him back." Here Benny made another raid on the conversation. "He's going to be a great man, a doctor maybe. My mother says—" Mr. Rudinsky did not let him finish. He thought it time to ensure the peace of so important an interview. "Benny," he said, "you will go mind the store, and keep the kitchen door shut." Benny's discomfiture was evident in his face. He obeyed, but not without a murmur. "Let us make a covenant to take better care of David in the future." Miss Ralston was speaking when Mrs. Rudinsky appeared in the doorway. She was flushed from the exertions of a hasty toilette for which she had fled upstairs at the approach of company. She came forward timidly, holding out a hand on which the scrubbing brush and the paring knife had left their respective marks. "How do you do, ma'am?" she said cordially, but shyly. "I'm glad to see you. I wish I can speak English better. I'd like to say how proud I am to see David's teacher in my house." "Why, you speak wonderfully," Miss Ralston exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. "I don't understand how you pick up the language in such a short time. I couldn't learn Russian so fast, I'm sure." "My husband makes us speak English all the time," Mrs. Rudinsky replied. "From the first day he said to speak English. He scolds the children if he hears they speak Jewish." "Sure," put in her husband. "I don't want my family to be greenhorns." Miss Ralston turned a glowing face to him. "Mr. Rudinsky, I think you've done wonders for your family. If all immigrants were like you, we wouldn't need any restriction laws." She threw all possible emphasis into her cordial voice. "Why, you're a better American than some natives I know." Mrs. Rudinsky sent her husband a look of loving pride. "He wants to be a Yankee," she said. Her husband took up the cue in earnest. "Yes, ma'am," he said. "That's my ambition. When I was a young man in the old country, I wanted to be a scholar. But a Jew has no chance in the old country. Perhaps you know how it is. It wasn't the Hebrew books I wanted. I wanted to learn what the rest of the world learned. But a poor Jew had no chance in Russia. When I got to America, it was too late for me to go to school. It took all my time and strength to make a living. I've never been much good in business, ma'am. And when I got my family over, I saw that it was the children who would go to school for me. I'm glad to be a plain citizen if my children will be educated Americans. People with eyes and hands like Mr. Rudinsky's can say a great deal in a few words. Miss Ralston felt as if she had known him all his life, and followed his strivings in two worlds. "I'm glad to know you, Mr. Rudinsky," she said in a low voice. "I wish more of my pupils had fathers like David's." Her host changed the subject very neatly. "And I wish the school children had more teachers like you. David likes you so much." "Oh, he liked you," the wife confirmed. "Please stay till he wakes up. He'll be so sorry to miss your visit." While his wife moved quietly around the stove, making tea, Mr. Rudinsky entertained their guest with anecdotes of David's Hebrew school days, and of his vain efforts to get at secular books. "He was just like me," he said. "He wanted to learn everything. I couldn't afford a private teacher, and they wouldn't take him in the public school. He learned Russian all alone, and if he got a book from somewhere, a history or anything, he wouldn't eat or drink till he read it all." Mr. Rudinsky often glanced at David's teacher to see how her husband's stories were impressing her. She was too shy with her English to say more than was required of her as hostess, but her face, aglow with motherly pride, showed how she participated in her husband's enthusiasm. "You see yourself, ma'am, what he is," said David's father. "But what could I make of him in Russia? I was happy when he got here, only it was a little late. I wish he started in school younger." "He has time enough," said Miss Ralston. "He'll get through grammar school before he's 14. He's 12 now, isn't he?" "Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. He's really 14 now, but I made him out younger on purpose." Miss Ralston looked puzzled. Mr. Rudinsky explained. "You see, ma'am, he was 12 years old when he came, and I wanted he should go to school as long as possible, so when I made his school certificate, I said he was only 10. I have 7 children, and David is the oldest one, and I was afraid he'd have to go to work if business was bad or if I was sick. The state is a good father to the children in America, if the real fathers don't mix in. Why should my David lose his chance to get educated and be somebody because I am a poor businessman and have too many children? So I made out that he had to go to school 2 years more." He narrated his anecdote in the same simple manner in which he had told a dozen others. He seemed pleased to rehearse the little plot whereby he had ensured his boy's education. As Miss Ralston did not make any comment immediately, he went on, as if sure of his sympathy. "I told you I got my citizen papers right away when I came to America. I worked hard before I could bring my family. It took me 4 years to save the money, and they found a very poor home when they got here, but they were citizens right away. But it wouldn't do them much good if they didn't get educated. I found out all about the compulsory education, and I said to myself that's the policeman that will keep me from robbing my David if I fail in business." He did not overestimate his visitor's sympathy. Miss Ralston followed his story with quick appreciation of his ideals and motives, but in her ingenuous American mind one fact separated itself from the others, namely that Mr. Rudinsky had falsified his boy's age, and had recorded the falsehood in a public document. Her recognition of the fact carried with it no criticism. She realized that Mr. Rudinsky's conscience was the product of an environment vastly different from hers. It was merely that to her mind the element of deceit was something to be accounted for, be it ever so charitably, whereas in Mr. Rudinsky's mind it evidently had no existence at all. "So David is really 14 years old?" she repeated incredulously. "Why, he seems too little even for 12. Does he know? Of course he would know. I wonder that he consented." She broke off, struck by a sudden thought. consented to tell a lie she had meant to say, but the unspoken words diverted her mind from the conversation. It came upon her in a flash that she had found the key to David's mystery. His note was in her pocket-book, but she knew every word of it, and now everything was plain to her. The lie was this lie about his age, and the person he wanted to shield was his father, and for that he was suffering so. She began to ask questions eagerly. "Has David said anything about a little trouble he had in school the day he became ill?" Both parents showed concern. "Trouble? What trouble?" "Oh, it was hardly trouble. At least, I couldn't tell myself." "David is so hard to understand sometimes," his father said. "Oh, I don't think so," the teacher cried. "Not when you make friends with him. He doesn't say much, it's true, but his heart is like a crystal." "He's too still," the mother insisted, shaking her head. "All the time he's sick. He don't say anything, only when we ask him something. The doctor thinks he's worrying about something, but he don't tell." The mother sighed, but Miss Ralston cut short her reflections. Mr. Rudinsky, she began earnestly, "I can tell you what David's troubled about." And she told them the story of her last talk with David, and finally read them his note. "And this lie," she ended, "you know what it is, don't you? You've just told me yourself, Mr. Rudinsky." She looked pleadingly at him, longing to have him understand David's mind as she understood it, but Mr. Rudinsky was very slow to grasp the point. "You mean about the certificate? Because I made out that he was younger." Miss Ralston nodded. "You know David has such a sense of honor," she explained, speaking slowly, embarrassed by the effort of following Mr. Rudinsky's train of thought and her own at the same time. "You know how he questions everything. Sooner or later he makes everything clear to himself, and something must have started him thinking of this old matter lately. Why, of course, I remember I asked him his age that day when he tried on the costume, and he answered as usual, and then I suppose he suddenly realized what he was saying. I don't believe he ever thought about it since you arranged it so, and now all of a sudden—" She did not finish because she saw that her listeners did not follow her. Both their faces expressed pain and perplexity. After a long silence, David's father spoke. "And what do you think, ma'am?" Miss Ralston was touched by the undertone of submission in his voice. Her swift sympathy had taken her far into his thoughts. She recognized in his story one of those ethical paradoxes which the helpless Jews of the Pale, in their search for a weapon that their oppressors could not confiscate, have evolved in their self-defense. She knew that to many honest Jewish minds a lie was not a lie when told to an official, and she divined that no ghost of a scruple had disturbed Mr. Rudinsky in his sense of triumph over circumstances when he invented the lie that was to ensure the education of his gifted child. With David, of course, the same philosophy had been valid. His father's plan for the protection of his future, hinging on a too familiar sophistry, had dropped innocuously into his consciousness, until in a moment of spiritual sensitiveness it took on the visage of sin. "And what do you think, ma'am?" David's father did not have to wait a moment for her answer, so readily did her insight come to his defense. In a few eager sentences she made him feel that she understood perfectly, and understood David perfectly. "I respect you the more for that lie, Mr. Rudinsky. It was a noble lie." There was the least tremor in her voice. "And I love David for the way he sees it." Mr. Rudinsky got up and paced slowly across the room. Then he stopped before Miss Ralston. "You are very kind to talk like that, Miss Ralston," he said with peculiar dignity. "You see the whole thing. In the old country we had to do such things so many times that we got used to them. Here we don't have to." His voice took on a musing quality. "But we don't see it right away when we get here. I meant nothing, only just to keep my boy in school. It was not to cheat anybody. The state is willing to educate the children. I said to myself I will tie my own hands so that I can't pull my child after me if I drown. I did want my David should have the best chance in America." Miss Ralston was thrilled by the suppressed passion in his voice. She held out her hand to him, saying again in the low tones that come from the heart, "I am glad to know you, Mr. Rudinsky." There was unconscious chivalry in Mr. Rudinsky's next words. Stepping to his wife's side, he laid a gentle hand on her shoulder and said quietly, "My wife has been my helper in everything." Miss Ralston, as we know, was given to seeing things. She saw now, not a poor immigrant couple in the first stage of American respectability, which was all there was in the room to see, but a phantom procession of men with the faces of prophets, muffled in striped praying shawls, and women radiant in the light of many candles, and youths and maidens with smouldering depths in their eyes, and silent children who pushed away joyous things for dreams don't use up much time. Mr. Rudinsky was not aware that there had been a pause before he spoke again. "You understand so well, Miss Ralston. But David—" He hesitated a moment, then finished quickly. "How can he respect me if he feels like that?" His wife spoke tremulously from her corner. "That's what I think." "Oh, don't think that!" Miss Ralston cried. "He does respect you. He understands. Don't you see what he says? I can't tell you because you would blame somebody who didn't do wrong. He doesn't blame you. He only blames himself. He's afraid to tell me because he thinks I can't understand." The teacher laughed a happy little laugh. In her eagerness to comfort David's parents, she said just the right things, and every word summed up an instantaneous discovery. One of her useful gifts was the ability to find out truths just when she desperately needed them. There are people like that, and some of them are school teachers hired by the year. When David's father cried, "How can he respect me?" Miss Ralston's heart was frightened while it beat one beat. Only one. Then she knew all David's thoughts between the terrible, "I have lied," and the generous, "But my father did no wrong." She guessed what the struggle had cost to reconcile the contradictions. She imagined his bewilderment as he tried to rule himself by his new-found standards, while seeking excuses for his father in the one he cast away from him as unworthy of an American. Problems like David's are not very common, but then Miss Ralston was good at guessing. "Don't worry, Mr. Rudinsky," she said, looking out of her glad eyes. "And you, Mrs. Rudinsky, don't think for a moment that David doesn't understand. He's had a bad time, the poor boy, but I know. Oh, I must speak to him. Will he wake soon, do you think?" Mr. Rudinsky left the room without a word. "It's all right," said David's mother, in reply to an anxious look from Miss Ralston. "He sleeps already the whole afternoon." It had grown almost dark while they talked. Mrs. Rudinsky now lighted the lamps, apologizing to her guest for not having done so sooner, and then she released Benny from his prolonged attendance in the store. Benny came into the kitchen chewing his reward, some very gummy confection. He was obliged to look the pent-up things he wanted to say until such time as he could clear his clogged talking gear. "Teacher," he began, before he had finished swallowing, "for what did you say—" "Benny," his mother reproved him, "you must shame yourself to listen by the door." "Well, there wasn't any trade, Ma," he defended himself. "Only Bessie Katz, and she brought back the peppermints she bought this morning to change them for taffy. But I didn't because they were all dirty, and one was broken—" Benny never had a chance to bring his speeches to a voluntary stop. Somebody always interrupted. This time it was his father, who came down the stairs, looking so grave that even Benny was impressed. "He's awake," said Mr. Rudinsky. "I lighted the lamp. Will you please come up, ma'am?" He showed her to the room where David lay, and closed the door on them both. It was not he, but Miss Ralston, the American teacher, that his boy needed. He went softly down to the kitchen, where his wife smiled at him through unnecessary tears. Miss Ralston never forgot the next hour, and David never forgot. The woman always remembered how the boy's eyes burned through the dusk of the shadowed corner where he lay. The boy remembered how his teacher's voice palpitated in his heart, how her cool hands rested on his, how the lamplight made a halo out of her hair. To each of them the dim room with its scant furnishings became a spiritual rendezvous. What did the woman say that drew the sting of remorse from the child's heart without robbing him of the bloom of his idealism? What did she tell him that transmuted the offense of ages into the marrow and blood of persecuted virtue? How did she weld in the boy's consciousness the scraps of his mixed inheritance, so that he saw his whole experience as an unbroken thing at last? There was nobody to report how it was done. The woman did not know, nor the child. It was a secret born of the boy's need and the woman's longing to serve him, just as in nature every want creates its satisfaction. When she was ready to leave him, Miss Ralston knelt for a moment at David's bedside, and once more took his small hot hands in hers. "And I have made a discovery, David," she said, smiling in a way of her own. "Talking with your parents downstairs, I saw why it was that the Russian Jews are so soon at home here in our dear country. In the hearts of men like your father, dear, is the true America." End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Mary Antin, ever since The Promised Land first appeared in the Atlantic Monthly, has come to mark the highest standard of literary excellence and political idealism possible for the best and most gifted of our foreigners to attain. Born in Russia, educated in Boston and New York, her influence has been widely exerted by her books and by her public addresses. One of the chief points of interest in Mary Antin's story lies in the conflict of ideas about truth. David had learned that in America a good patriotic citizen should learn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The demand for this strictness, he came to learn, was more particularly severe when assertions were recorded in writing on public documents. The little boy understood equally well that the training which his father had received in Russia made it seem right in certain cases to swear falsely and deceive the government. David therefore saw the tragical significance of his father's false record on the American public school document. In David's conception, Mr. Rudinsky had done no wrong in telling the lie. Yet that lie nevertheless stood out as a bold contrast to George Washington's idea of truth. How could the little boy be loyal to both ideas when the ideas were diametrically opposed to each other? Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What are some of the differences suggested between life for the Jewish person in Russia and in America? 2. How does the author indicate her own feelings in regard to the problems that confront David and his father? 3. What does citizenship mean to Mr. Rudinsky? What are some of the more concrete forms by which he makes his ideas of freedom evident? Does his conception of Americanism coincide with that of the average American? 4. Has the literalness of David's interpretation of America any real connection with the time of the story? Was it necessary to give so much general detail before the question of David's age came up? 5. Why is Benny introduced into the story? Do you find any other characters contributing to the humor or acting as foils? 6. How does the author reveal Miss Ralston's competence to reconcile the two ideals of truth? Students' comment on the lie. To me, the chief interest in the lie centers in the portrayal of character. Naturally, I was most interested in David, and I found myself contrasting David's habitually serious devotion to his studies with my own rather fitful habits of attack. The contrast was not comforting. Little Benny I liked too. Indeed, I think that for everyday living I should find him the more agreeable companion of the two. He bubbles over so easily and charms us with his frankness and unconscious humor. Mr. Rudinsky's ambition for David is splendid, so splendid that we can pretty readily excuse the lie he told about David's age. I was not so much interested in Mrs. Rudinsky, but I nevertheless felt that if I were grading her on her proficiency in motherhood, I'd have to give her an A minus, or at least a B plus. And Miss Ralston was wonderful. Wouldn't it be splendid if every teacher could have such sympathetic understanding of children's hearts? The second item that interested me was the patriotic note. In these war days everything even remotely connected with the patriotic ideal stirs us. I was proud that I could think of America as the land where my fathers had freely died in order that I might live in freedom. And I rather guiltily questioned whether I have been showing by my own service any real appreciation of the sacrifice which these fathers had made, and I felt a bit ashamed when I thought that David's admiration for George Washington seemed somehow loftier and more deeply personal than my own had been. Another characteristic struck me. Miss Antin portrayed her separate scenes with such graphic power. I am sure that I shall always remember the whimsical figure of David in the George Washington coat that was so much too big for the tiny figure, but I was almost afraid to laugh for fear of hurting David's feelings, for David somehow seemed so very near. This touch of reality is equally strong in the passage which describes Mrs. Rudinsky and her hasty toilette, and her hands on which the scrubbing brush and paring knife had left their unmistakable marks. I, of course, find that I was interested in the plot. Indeed, I read stories principally for the fun of seeing how the events shaped themselves at the close. It doesn't matter here that we are not told exactly what happened in that conversation between Miss Ralston and David. We know that the trouble was all smoothed out. Personally, I feel quite sure that David finally took part in that school entertainment. End of The Lie.
Section 3 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Blue Reefers by Elizabeth Ashe. Recording by Natalie Paula. The child will have to have a new dress if she's to take part in the Christmas entertainment. My mother spoke very low, so as not to wake me, but I heard her. I had been too excited to fall asleep. Of course, said my father in his big voice that never could get down to a whisper. Shh, warned my mother, and then added, but we shouldn't get it, George. You know what the last doctor's bill amounted to. Oh, let the little thing have it. It's her first chance to show off. Shh, my mother warned again. After a moment I heard her say, well, perhaps it won't cost so very much, and, as you say, it's the first time. I turned over in bed and prayed, Dear Lord, please help my mother to get me a new dress. For a new dress was one of the chief joys of taking part, and I longed so to take part. Although I had been a member of our Sunday school in good and regular standing ever since I was 3 weeks old, and had been put on the cradle roll, that being in the eyes of my parents the nearest approach to dedication allowable to Baptists, I was taking part for the first time, and I was 7. There had been numerous occasions in these 7 years for taking part. Our Sunday school celebrated Easter, Children's Day, Anniversary Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, with quite appropriate exercises. But it was a large school, and I had freckles and what Aunt Emma, my cousin Luella's mother, called that child's jaw. Aunt Emma meant my front teeth, which were really most dreadfully prominent. In fact, they stuck out to such an extent that Aunt Emma seldom failed to see them when she saw me. Aunt Emma wasn't used to children with jaws. Her little Luella had the prettiest teeth imaginable. She was pretty all over, pretty golden hair, pretty blue eyes, pretty pink cheeks, not a freckle, and pretty arms, very plump and white. She was just my age, and she was invariably asked to take part. It seemed reasonable that she should. I felt that if they only knew that I had a mind is what an uncle once said I had, after hearing me recite the 103rd Psalm, the 52nd chapter of Isaiah, and the 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, with only one mistake, they would ask me too. A mind should count for something, I thought, but it doesn't seem to with Miss Miriam. Miss Miriam was the assistant superintendent. She was a tall, thin, youngish looking woman, with fair hair and a sweet, rather white face. She always wore very black dresses and a little gold cross, which one of the big girls told us was left to her by her mother, who was an Episcopalian. Miss Miriam got up all the entertainments, and it was she who made out the list of people who were to take part in them. 3 or 4 Sundays before an entertainment was to be given, Miss Miriam would come in the big room in our primary department with a lot of little white slips in her hand, and a pad and pencil. While we were having the closing exercises, she would walk very quietly from class to class, distributing the little slips. The slips said, "Please meet me after Sunday school in the ladies' parlour." If you were given a slip, it meant you were chosen to take part. Once I confided my longing to my mother. "What makes you want to so much, Martha? You're not a forward little girl, I hope." Forwardness, in my elders' opinion, was the 8th deadly sin, to be abhorred by all little girls, especially those who had heard it said they had a mind. Little girls who had heard that might so easily, from sheer pride of intellect, become forward. "I'm not forward," I assured her. Oh, mother, it's so nice to be in things." And now at last I was in things. I could still feel the touch of the white slip which had been put into my hand only that afternoon, and I turned over in my bed on my other side, and prayed with even more fervour, "Oh, Lord, please help my mother to get me a new dress." He did. A week later my mother went to town. She brought back a white Persian lawn, the softest, sheerest stuff I had ever felt. I could see the pink of my skin through it when I laid it over my hand. "I'm going to have a new dress for the entertainment," I told Luella on my way to rehearsal. "Are you?" "Why, of course. I always do. Mine's going to have 5 rows of lace insertions in the skirt, and tiny tucks too." "Mine's to have tucks, but it won't have but 1 row of lace in the skirt. Mother says little girls' dresses don't need much lace." "I like lots of lace," said Luella, but her tone of finality did not disturb my happiness. I was disturbed only when, at another rehearsal, Luella told me that her mother was making a blue silk slip to wear under her white dress. Almost everyone wore slips when they spoke pieces. I gave my mother this information. "Isn't the white dress pretty enough, Martha?" I fingered the soft material she was sewing. "It's beautiful," I said, hiding my face in her neck. Then I whispered, "I don't mind if Luella has a slip, mother." I did mind, but I knew I oughtn't. My mother raised my head and adjusted the bow in one of my skimpy little pigtails. She looked as she did sometimes after my Aunt Emma had just gone. "We'll see if you can have a slip. What color would you like, supposing you can?" "Pink," I answered promptly, "like my best hair ribbons." Pink China silk was bought. When I tried it under the Persian lawn, it matched the ribbons exactly. I jiggled up and down on my toes, my only way of expressing great joy. The dress, when my mother was not working on it, lay in the spare room on the bed. I made countless pilgrimages to the spare room. Once I slipped the dress on by myself. I wanted to see how I looked, but the mirror of the spare room bureau was very small, so I inserted a hairbrush. With the mirror tipped I could see quite all of me, only I didn't see quite all. I didn't see my freckles, or my jaw, or my very thin legs. I saw a glory of pink and white, and I grinned from sheer rapture. The spare room had no heat. There was a register, but unless we had company the register was closed. My mother found me one day kneeling by the bed, shivering, but in ecstatic contemplation of my dress, which I dare not to try on a second time. She gave me ginger tea. I gulped it down meekly. I felt even then that as a punishment ginger tea is exquisitely relevant. It chastens the soul, but at the same time it warms the stomach you have allowed to get cold. I had been very much afraid that before the night of the entertainment, it was to be given the 23rd of December, something would surely happen to my dress or to me. But the night arrived, and both were in perfect state of preservation. To expedite matters, as the Sunday school was to assemble at 7:15, my mother dressed me before supper. Just as that last button was fastened, we heard footsteps on the front porch. "There, Martha, go show your father." I ran down into the hall and took up my position in the center of it. But when I heard the key turn in the latch of the inside door, I wanted to run away and hide. I had never felt so beautiful. My father stopped short when he saw me. "By the Lord!" he ejaculated. "Why, George!" My mother was on the stairs. "Well, by the great guns, then, you're a vision, Marty!" I could only grin. "Here's some more pinkness for you to wear," he said, producing a long tissue paper package that he had been holding behind his back. He chuckled as he unwrapped it. "12, Marty, 12 solid pink carnations. What do you say to 'em? Show your mother." I said nothing. I only jiggled on my toes. "George, dear, what made you A little child like that can't wear flowers. And they're 75 cents a dozen." All the chuckle went out of my father's eyes as he looked at me, then at the carnations, then at my mother, just like a little boy who finds that after all he's done the wrong thing. I wanted to run and take his hand, but while I stood wanting and not daring, my mother had crossed the hall and was putting her arms around his neck. "They're beautiful, George dear. She can wear 3 or 4 of them anyway. They'll make her so happy, and the rest we'll put in her room. Her room is pink too." "So it is." He kissed my mother and then me. "Say your piece, Marty, quick, before we have supper." I learned my piece so thoroughly that the order was like turning on a spigot. 4 verses, 4 lines in each, gushed forth. My father clapped. "Now for something to eat," he said. Immediately after supper my mother and I set out, leaving my father to shave and come later. It was a cold night with a great many bright stars. At the corner we met Luella and her mother. Luella's mother was carrying over her arm Luella's spring coat, her everyday one, a dark blue reefer. "Martha ought to have hers along too," said my Aunt Emma. "If the church should be chilly they'll catch their death sitting in thin dresses." My mother thought it was probable we would, so I was sent back to hunt for my little reefer. It was like Luella's, dark blue with tarnished gilt anchors in the corners of the sailor collar, and like hers it was second best and outgrown. Luella and I parted with our mothers at the door of the Sunday school room. "Don't forget to take your reefers when you march in," admonished my Aunt Emma. "Must we carry them while we march?" I almost wailed. My mother came to the rescue. "Hold them down between you and the little girl you march with, then no one will see." "Yes'm." I was much relieved. The Sunday school was a hubbub of noise and pink and blue hair ribbons. In among the ribbons, and responsible for some of the noise, were close cropped heads and white collars and very new ties, but you didn't notice them much. There were so many pink and blue ribbons. After a while the room quieted down and we formed in line. Miss Miriam, who even that night wore a black dress and her little gold cross, distributed among us the 8 silk banners which, when we weren't marching, always hung on the walls of the Sunday school rooms. There were subdued whispers and last prinkings. Then the piano, which had been moved into the church, gave the signal, and we marched in. We marched with our banners and our pink and blue hair ribbons up and down the aisles, so that all the mothers and fathers and friends of the school could see us. Whenever we recognized our own special mother or father, we beamed. The marching finally brought us to the pews assigned to our respective classes. Luella's class and mine were to sit together that night. I turned round. Almost every little girl, after she was seated, had sufficiently smoothed out skirts and sash, turned around, and saw my mother and aunt, who were only 2 pews behind us. I grinned delightedly at them, and they both nodded back. Then I told Luella. After that I settled down. The church was decorated with ropes of green and holly wreaths. At either side of the platform was a Christmas tree with bits of cotton batting scattered over it to represent snow. I had heard that there were to be 2 Christmas trees, and I looked forward to a dazzling glitter of coloured balls and tinsel and candles maybe. The cotton batting was a little disappointing. It made you feel that it was not a real Christmas tree, but just a church Christmas tree. Church things were seldom real. The boys' brigade of our church carried interesting looking cartridge boxes that made them look like real soldiers, but when they drilled you found out the cartridge boxes were only make believe. They held Bibles. Still, the cotton batting did make you think of snow. After what seemed like a very long wait, the entertainment began. The minister, of course, opened it with a prayer. Then we all sang a carol. As we were sitting down, I felt someone poke my shoulder. "Your mother says you must put on your jacket. She says you'll take cold," whispered the little girl behind me. I had not felt cold, but the command passed along over 2 church pews had the force of a "Thus saith the Lord." While I was slipping the jacket carefully over my ruffles, someone poked Luella and whispered to her. Luella looked at me and then put on her jacket. The superintendent was making a speech to the fathers and mothers and friends of the school. When he finished we rose to sing another carol, and as we rose, quite automatically, Luella and I slipped off our jackets. I was very excited. After the carol there would be a piece by one of the big girls, Then the infant class would do something. Then I was to speak. I wondered if people would see the pink of my slips showing through my dress as I spoke my piece. I bent my head to get a whiff of carnation. We were just seated when there came another poke and another whisper. "Your mother says to keep on your jacket." I looked back at my mother. She smiled and nodded, and Aunt Emma pointed to Luella. We put on our jackets again. This time I buttoned it tight. So did Luella. I felt the carnations remonstrate. But when one is very excited, one is very obedient. One obeys more than the letter of the law. The big girl was speaking her piece. I didn't hear the words. The words of my own piece were saying themselves through my head. But I was aware that she stopped suddenly, and she looked as though she were trying to remember, that someone prompted her, that she went on. Suppose I should forget that way, before my father and my mother and the friends of the school, and Miss Miriam. It was a dreadful thought. I commenced again with my eyes shut. Some children think that Christmas Day should come 2 times a year. I went through my verses 5 times, while the infant class individually and collectively were holding up gilt cardboard bells and singing about them. I was beginning the 6th time. Some children think, when the superintendent read out, "The next number on the program will be a recitation by Martha Smith." I had been expecting this announcement for 4 weeks. But now that it came, it gave me a queer feeling in my heart and stomach, half fear, half joy, conscious only that I was actually taking part. I rose from my seat and made my way over the little girls in the pew, who had scrunched up themselves and their dresses into a small space so that I might pass. As I started down the aisle I thought I heard my name frantically called behind me. But not dreaming that anyone would wish to have speech with a person about to speak a piece, I kept on down, way down to the platform, walking in a dim hot maze which smelled insistently of carnations. But the poor carnations warned in vain. I ascended the platform steps with my reefer still buttoned tight over my chest. The reefer, as I have said, was dark blue, adorned with tarnished anchors, and outgrown. Being outgrown, it showed several inches of my thin little wrists. Being a reefer and tightly buttoned, it showed of my pink and white glory a little more than the hem. Still in that dim hot maze, I made my bow and gave the title of my piece, "Christmas Twice a Year," and recited it from beginning to end, and heard them clap, all the teachers and scholars and fathers and mothers and friends of the school. Then, quite dizzied with happiness, I hurried down off the platform and up the aisle. People smiled as I passed them, and I smiled back, for once quite unconscious of my jaw. As I neared my seat I prepared to smile upon my mother, but for a moment she didn't see me. Aunt Emma was saying something to her, something I didn't hear, something that made 2 red spots flame in my mother's face. "Isn't it just like Martha to be a little fool? She's always doing things like that." Aunt Emma was one of those people who assume that you always do the particular foolish thing you have just finished doing. The red spots died out when my mother saw me. She smiled as though she were very proud, and I was proud too. But before I could settle down to enjoy my satisfaction, Luella's name had been called, and Luella was starting down the aisle. Luella's golden curls bobbed as she walked. They bobbed over her blue reefer jacket, which was buttoned snugly over her plump body. There was a suppressed exclamation from some one behind me, but Luella kept on. Luella's jacket was not short in the sleeves, but it was very, very tight. Only the hem of her blue and white glory peeped from beneath it, and a little piece of ruffle she had not quite tucked in peeked out from above it. A queer sound made me look around at my mother and aunt. Their heads were bowed upon the pew in front, their shoulders shaking. When I turned around again they were sitting up, wiping their eyes as if they had been crying. I could not understand then, nor did I understand late that night when my father's laugh woke me up. "Poor Emma," he chuckled. "What did she say?" My mother answered, her voice curiously smothered. "Why, you see, she couldn't very well say anything after what she had just said before." "Poor Emma! I suppose not." My father's laugh broke out again. "Shh, George, you'll wake Martha." End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Elizabeth Ashe is the pen name of Georgiana Pentlarge, a young and promising story writer living in Boston. A reefer properly belongs in the category useful. Even in its 2nd or 3rd season of usefulness, it retains certain warm and comforting qualities. How its sphere of endeavour may be extended to include a divine mission of poetic justice, Miss Ashe unfolds in a delightfully humorous experience of 2 little girls, one very pretty and habitually urbane, the other very homely and rather crude. With Reefers smothering all glories of Persian lawn and fine silk slips, we have two little girls arrived at the height of ecstatic self forgetfulness in the excitement of giving a recitation for the Christmas entertainment. Complete satisfaction, too, is the reader's. What a delightful chuckle he gives over Aunt Emma's chagrin at discovering that, in the manner of little girls, golden hair and pink cheeks, or freckles and a jaw, make very little difference. Yet his chuckle, after all, is only an echo from the adult world, a world suggested to Martha by the vague whisperings of father and mother after she has gone to bed. Far more real is the world Miss Ashe has created, where Miss Miriam's black dress and gold cross present a charming but insoluble mystery, where one is forced, however regretfully, to reconcile cotton batting with a Sunday school Christmas tree, and where it's so nice to be in things. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Comment on the author's use of detail. Does it create a real atmosphere? 2. Is the author successful in her interpretation of the mind of a small girl? Is the author's own personality ever intruded? How is she able to secure a larger view of the events that take place? 3. Is the climax made more or less effective by the children's unconsciousness of their act? Would you have preferred a more startling denouement? 4. Why is Luella sketched so lightly? Is the contrast only between the two little girls? 5. How does Miss Miriam contribute to the interest in the story? 6. Comment on the skilful ending of the story. End of Blue Reefers.
Section 2 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Debt by Kathleen Carman. The convent was a large, square building of red brick, harsh of outline, unlovely in its proportions. It stood on the rise of a barren hill, unfriended by the trees of the little valley below, unsoftened by the pleasant landscape above which its ugly bulk arose, stern and domineering. To the south and west lay fertile fields and huddling farm buildings. To the east, beyond the little valley, rose many closely wooded hills, while to the north, the north, one of the greatest wonders of all this wonderful world lay there, for if one climbed to the highest story of the convent and looked out of any window to the north, one beheld that never-ceasing miracle, the sea. Sister Anne had known no other home but the convent for nearly half a century, but the sight of those unresting waves never failed to set her spirit free of unknown and enchanted worlds, worlds of wonder, of mystery, and of heart-stirring beauty. She was merely a plain, silent, hard-working, rather stupid old woman, who had never been in all her life admired or considered, or even loved, unless one counts the tepid affection of those with whom she lived. She had been brought here as a young girl from the orphanage where she had passed her childhood, and since she had been one of those who are always willing to do what is asked of them, no matter how unpleasant or hard it may be, there had fallen to her share all the humblest and meanest of the household tasks, all the petty drudgeries which must be done, and which no one wishes to do. Her place was always in the kitchen or the laundry. She would have liked to cook, but that had never been suggested. She had always been put to washing dishes. Here again she had a preference. She would have liked to wash the glassware, which came out of the hot suds like bubbles, and must be polished on the softest and cleanest of towels, or even the clumsy plated forks and spoons, which to her were very beautiful. There was nothing delicate or lovely about the great iron soup kettles which her patient hands must cleanse, or about the greasy roasting pans, and it was the same way in the laundry, only the coarsest, heaviest of the washing was given to her. The rag mats that lay beside the beds in the dormitories, the big aprons that the working sisters wore, the cloths that were used in cleaning the lamps. Not for her the intricacies of starching and skillful ironing and fluting. Yet all the years of toil had not saddened Sister Anne. If anyone had questioned her, and she had been able to express herself, she might have said that the forces which had formed her sturdy body had given her a spirit capable of sustaining itself on the most meagre happiness. But no one questioned her, and she was at all times slow and scant of speech. The sources of her contentment lay all without the convent walls, and being there it was strange that she should have discovered them. As a matter of fact, she had not discovered them. They had come through a slow and unconscious process to be a part of her life. It had begun humbly enough in the kitchen garden. When first she came to the convent, she had not been very well, and they had set her to weeding the vegetables, in order that she might be out of doors as much as possible. Her simple, kindly nature had turned in solicitude and affection to this springing life that responded to her tendance. No great and lovely lady in her garden ever looked with more pride and admiration on her roses and lilies than did Sister Anne on her beans and cabbage and early peas. Through them she had come to watch with interest every change in the weather, anxious for the needed rain, fearful of the early frost, rejoicing when sun and air and moisture did their kindly best. And thus it was, through a process simple, gradual, inevitable, that her heart had awakened to the wonder and beauty of the world about her. At first she saw no farther than the garden, finding joy in the clear green of the new shoots, pleasure in the sturdy growth of some robust plant, or a still ecstasy in the dew-crowned freshness of the bean flowers in the early morning. But soon that morning magic lay before her marveling eyes upon the nearby fields and the distant hills, and in time she beheld the wonderful pageant from mystic dawn to dawn, and that still more wonderful pageant of the changing months. No one knew or guessed the joy that filled her life from this dumb intercourse with flying cloud or snow-hung cherry tree, or from the deep stillness of a green-clad hill in a summer noon. When she was younger, she used sometimes to speak of these things to her companions, but she had early learned that they neither understood nor cared to understand the feelings which she would have shared with them. But this did not disturb her. She felt for those with whom she lived goodwill and a mild affection, but hers was not a nature to expect or need sympathy. She had a profound and sincere humility which rendered her incapable of envy. She felt herself, without bitterness, to be the inferior of all with whom she came into contact. The fact that they were indifferent to what were to her the purest sources of happiness never seemed to her a lack in them, but only an accentuation of the fact that she was less clever than they. To read, to embroider, to converse, to make long devotions were all beyond her powers. She was not spiritual-minded. Prayers were to her a tedious and difficult task, to be fulfilled conscientiously, but always finished with relief. This indeed came by slow degrees to be a source of pain and anxiety to her. She felt herself a sinner. In the laborious and inarticulate processes of her mind there gradually took form the knowledge that she would rather do any kind of work than pray, that she would far rather sit in idleness looking out upon the familiar, beloved landscape than pray. This seemed to her inexplicably wicked, but it never occurred to her to change, although she sometimes felt that she would go to hell because of it. Such thoughts were, however, neither frequent nor enduring with her. When she made her preparation for confession, she used sometimes to endeavor to formulate this general sense of wrongdoing, but the matter was too subtle for her limited powers of expression, and she never got beyond the specific instance, as when she neglected the kettles so that she might watch a storm coming up across the hills. or walked 5 miles on a singing May morning to get a not indispensable supply of fresh eggs from a farmhouse. Not for many penances would she have foregone the clean joy of that walk. Spring came late and slowly to this bit of world beside the sea, but came none the less surely, none the less with magic and enchantment in its wings. The new color on field and hill, the wonderful smell of the earth and of the budding shoots, the divine air that now blew chill and austere as from the cave of winter itself, and now touched the cheek with a shyness, a softness, a warmth like early love. Sister Anne had no imagery. She was 60 years old, ignorant, unread, unimaginative, slow and dull of wit. And yet walking through this newly created world, she felt that joy more keen than pain, that wordless ecstasy whose channel is the senses, but which sends the spirit groping back toward God who gave it life. Although she felt that this marvelous universe came from the beneficent hand of some supreme good, she never identified it with the deity to whom she made her difficult devotions. Deep in her heart there grew a strong sense of gratitude, of obligation, a wish vague and unformed, and yet compelling, that in some way she might make return for the happiness which life had brought her. She tried to spend more time in the chapel and to say an extra number of Aves, but this did not satisfy her, and even her unseeking mind felt some doubt as to the worth of such mechanical and joyless prayers. And so the placid months and years slipped by, and at last there came to Sister Anne, as does not come to all of us, her great hour. It was a cloudless, windless, intolerably hot day in midsummer. Sister Anne had been on an errand to a fisherman's hut at some distance from the convent, and as she walked slowly home through the woods, she reached a place in the path which led near the shore, and from which a few steps brought her out upon a little promontory. Never, it seemed to her, had the sea looked so blue, or the sails of the distant ships so white. She stood for a long time gazing out toward the horizon, before she saw anything nearer, but when she did see, she hurried down to where she could get out on the beach. On a tiny rocky islet, some 200 feet or so from the shore, lay the figure of a man in a swimming suit. It was evident that he was either dead or unconscious. Sister Anne considered for a while, and then, without even removing her shoes, waded out to him. He was not dead, she found at once, but stunned by a blow on the head, apparently from one of the sharp rocks on which he lay. Sister Anne cleansed and bound the wound with her kerchief, and then sat for a few moments, her face grave and perplexed. Her bit of human wreckage was only a boy of 16 or so, tall, slender, with thick, rough blonde hair and skin fair as a child's. Sister Anne, by putting forth her whole strength, had been able to move him only a few inches, so that it was manifestly impossible for her to get him to the shore. The fisherman's hut from which she had come was deserted, its owner off on a cruise. There was not even a boat there. The convent was a good 3/4 of an hour away. Make what haste she would, and it would take as much longer to return with help. In an hour, she well knew, the islet would be submerged by the rising tide. She knew of no other fishing hut, and of no farmhouse nearer than the convent. The water had been nearly to her waist in one place as she came, and she could see that it had risen a little even in this short time. She took off her black robe and did what she could with its aid to put the helpless lad in a more comfortable position, and then desperately, by every means at her command, she set about restoring him to consciousness. For a long time she met no response to her efforts. Indeed, more than once she anxiously leaned her ear against his chest to be sure that his heart still beat. At last, when she had almost given up, discouraged, he made a slight sound, and a moment later tried to sit up, only to sink back into a coma again. In a few minutes more, however, he opened his eyes and looked at her with manifest intelligence. Instantly she spoke to him with all the urgency she could summon. You must swim ashore as soon as you can. The tide is coming in, and if you stay here you will be drowned unless you are able to swim. If you can start now, you will be able to walk part of the way between here and the beach, but part you must swim even now." Again he struggled to sit up, and this time succeeded, although for a moment he had to lean against Sister Anne's shoulder. "As soon as you are able," she reiterated anxiously. "You must swim ashore." He shifted himself and gazed at her in considerable perplexity. "Do you know how I hurt my head?" he asked. "I must have fallen as I was climbing up here. And how did you come here?" "I was passing," Sister Anne explained, "and I saw you lying here. I waded out to you. The water was not as deep then. Now—" She paused, and a look of fear and anguish grew in her dull eyes. "You cannot swim?" asked the boy. "Oh, no, no," she answered, her head sinking on her breast. "Yet you stayed here to help me, when you might have got safe ashore if you had left me? Did you know that you would be caught by the tide?" "I am old," she answered. "It must come to me before many years in any case, but you are so young. I could not leave you. Your mother—" The boy looked at her a moment with shining eyes and flushing face. Then he rose cautiously and tentatively flexed the muscles of his legs and arms. "Will you take off your shoes?" he said gently. She gazed at him in bewilderment, and he explained to her carefully what he would do and what she must do. It took some time to make her understand, for her slow mind had not compassed such a possibility, but when once it was clear to her what was to be done, she was docility itself. Well for Sister Anne now that the strongest habit of her life was obedience. But for that, the lad, strong swimmer as he was, could not have brought her safe to shore. That night the placid life of the convent throbbed and thrilled with an excitement unknown in its history. Sister Anne, for the first time in her existence, was the center of a storm of solicitude, of attention, of agitation. She herself was unmoved. She came back from death as unemotionally as she had gone to meet it. She sat by the window of her room, wishing that she might be left alone to watch the moon rise above the quiet hills. The Mother Superior, the curé himself, had visited her and said strange and wonderful things to her, which she scarcely understood. The whole sisterhood buzzed about her like a hive, for it seemed that the fair-skinned lad of her adventure was the heir of a house whose name was famous in many lands, and the father was even now standing at her threshold. Sister Anne was not embarrassed by the great presence, fame, and wealth, and high birth, and all the glories of this world being indeed less than words to her. Moreover, her visitor brought to this interview with an old unlettered woman all the charm and suavity and tact of which he was so well the master. The tale his son had told had seemed to him incredible and touching, and he felt a desire to understand the impulses which had made possible so singular an episode. He soon found that she had indeed faced death in full knowledge of what she did, that she had wittingly given up her chance of escape, that the boy might have his. But to find the motive was not so simple. Delicately he probed one channel after another: duty, heroism, religious training. In none of these could he find the clue. Her life, he reflected, could hardly have been so full of happiness as to have attached her very strongly to this world, and deftly he pursued that trail, still unsuccessfully. Baffled for the moment, he was silent, watching her unrevealing face. The late summer twilight was darkening into deep shadows on the hillside, but the eastern sky was still clear yellow from the sunset, and just beyond that bank of clouds, Sister Anne thought, the moon would rise before long. The man beside her, still pondering his problem, made some comment on the clustering trees in the valley below. She turned to him at once with a changed look. "They are at their thickest now," was all she said, but he saw that at last he had opened the closed door. In a few moments more, under his skilful touch, were revealed to him the simple and profound sources of happiness on which her spirit fed. In sentences so incomplete, in thoughts so inarticulate as to be mere suggestion, he comprehended her, and at length with infinite gentleness drew forth the thread of explanation which he had sought so patiently. She had felt for long, he gathered, that she owed a heavy debt in return for all the joy in life that had been hers. She felt that her life had held more happiness than she deserved, happiness for which she had made, it seemed to her, but inadequate return. When she had found the helpless lad, she had found also, it seemed, her chance of payment. If she might save his life, or at least give her own in the effort, this debt that she owed the world would be lessened. When she had managed in some fashion to convey this much to her sympathetic listener, she paused and looked at him wistfully. "A human life," he said, in instant response, "is worth more than words can measure. You gave the greatest gift in your power. Be content. When you behold the sunlight on the sea tomorrow, say to yourself, 'But for me, there is one on whom the sun would not shine today.'" She looked at him in silence, and he saw her breast rise and fall in one slow breath as if of relief. A little longer he sat, considering in strange humility this old and humble woman toward whom he had such generous intentions. What of the many gifts in his power might he offer that could enrich her life? Nothing. Nothing to give to this poor, lonely, ignorant, toil-worn being who in her starved existence had found more joy than she could make return for. Once more he thanked her in his son's name and his own, and with as careful a courtesy as if she had been his sovereign, bade her farewell. The moon had climbed above the bank of clouds now, and the hillside lay transfigured in its light. Sister Anne leaned her head against the window casing and looked for a while into the still summer night, and then presently, being very weary, she slept a dreamless sleep. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. The Debt by Kathleen Carman, Mrs. L.N. Dodge, a writer of interesting short stories, lives in Evanston, Illinois. The Debt is her first contribution to the Atlantic. Certain of the old Flemish painters present a canvas which seems to suggest that a peaceful meadowland, a winding river, or a distant mountain slope exists only as a background for the figure in which they are interested. The relative importance is indicated by the proportions that make the figure loom large and masterful within the scene. Miss Carman, too, has cleared her canvas for the presentation of her figure, but her heroine is very small, very insignificant in the presence of greater realities of expansive sea, cloud fancies, or the rising moon. The interest of the story centers in the relation between nature, more exactly, God in nature, and patient, plodding Sister Anne. Nothing else matters. The problem itself is clear to Sister Anne, only the solution is difficult. To one whose life has seen all the unloveliness of heavy manual labor, there exists a pressing necessity to pay for the joy of living that is in her, a strange, absorbing joy in the beauty that God has created. Praise and prayer are not her instruments. A loving attendance at chapel and early matins cannot translate her feelings. Love and worship must be transmuted into the thing she knows, service. The time comes, simply, conscientiously, unquestioning. She risks her life to return another's to God, a small payment for what he has given her. The problem is between them. Her devout companions may admire, the wealthy landowner wonder. Nothing can be given to this poor, lonely, ignorant, toil-worn being, who in her starved existence has found more joy than she could make return for. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. The reader will find it interesting to contrast the ways in which Sister Anne and the princess in Miss Donnell's story of the Princess of Make-Believe reconcile themselves to the drudgery of dishwashing and similar tasks of kitchen routine. 2. What various manifestations of nature especially impressed Sister Anne? What appeal did these make to her companions? 3. Do you regard the author's prolonged analytical method of characterization, as employed in the first part of the story, as the most effective means of bringing the reader into an understanding of the deeper personality of Sister Anne? 4. What special detail in this analysis most strongly impresses you? 5. What other method might have been adopted? 6. Characterize fully the spirit and motive which impel Sister Anne's final deed of sacrifice. What impresses you as the finest element in her act? And 7. Comment upon the author's way of ending the story. End of The Debt.
Section 5 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Seth Miles and the Sacred Fire by Cornelia A.P. Kemper. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Part 1. "Richard," said my dad about a week after commencement, "life is real. You have had your education and your keep, and you're a pleasant enough lad around the house. But the time has come to see what's in you, and I want you to begin to show it right away. If you go to the coast with the family, it will mean 3 months fooling around with the yacht and the cars and a bunch of pretty girls. There's nothing in that for you any longer." Of course, this rubbed me the wrong way. "Now you've got your degree, it's time we started something else. You say you want to be a scholar. I suppose that means a college professor. Of course, scholarship doesn't pay, but if I leave you a few good bonds, probably you can clip the coupons while you last. I don't insist that you make money, but I do insist that you work. My son must be able to lick his weight in wildcats, whatever job he's on. Do you get me?" I looked out of the window and nodded, somewhat haughtily. Of course I couldn't explain to Dad the mixture of feelings that led me to choose scholarship. For while I am keen on philology, and really do love the classics so that my spirit seems to swim, if you know what I mean, in the atmosphere that upheld Horace and the wise Cicero of De Senectuta, I also thought there was money enough in the family already. Wasn't it a good thing for the Bonnewells to pay tribute to the humanities in my person? Didn't we somehow owe it to the world to put back in culture part of what we took out in cash? But how could I get that across to Dad? He looked at me as if he too were trying to utter something difficult. "There are passions of the head as well as of the heart," he said finally. I opened my eyes, for he didn't often talk in such fashion. The old Greeks knew that. I always supposed a scholar, a teacher, had to feel that way if he was any good, that it was a mark of his calling. Perhaps you've been called, but if so, you keep it pretty dark. He stopped and waited for an appropriate response, but I just couldn't get it out. So I remarked, "If I'm not on the boat this summer, you'll need another man when you cruise." "That's my affair," he said, looking disappointed. "Yours will be to hold down your job. I've got one ready for you. If you don't like it, you can get another. We'll see about a Ph.D. and Germany later on. But for this season, I had influence enough to get you to summer school in the Jericho district beyond Garibaldi, and you can board with Seth Miles. When I was a child, before we moved to Chicago, we lived in Oatesville, at the back of beyond. Garibaldi is an Indiana crossroads about 5 miles further on the road to nowhere." "Oh, Dad," I said, but I put everything I thought into those 2 words. He instantly began to look as much like the heavy father on the stage as is possible to a spare man with a Roman nose. So I shrugged my shoulders. "Oh, very well," I said. "If you find me a fossil in the fall, pick out a comfortable museum to lend me to, won't you?" "Richard," said my dad, "God only knows how a boy should be dealt with. I don't. If I could only tell you the things I know so you would believe them. I'd set a match to half my fortune this minute. I want you to touch life somewhere, but I don't know how to work it in. I'm doing this in sheer desperation." I could see he meant it, too, for his eyes were shiny and the little drops came out on his forehead. "I don't happen to know anybody fitter than old Miles to inspire a scholar and a gentleman, so if the summer doesn't do you any good, it can't do you any harm. I shall label your season's work 'Richard Bonnewell, Jr. on his own hook, Exhibit A.' Don't forget that. Your mother and I may seem to be in Maine, but I guess in our minds we'll be down at Jericho schoolhouse looking on most of the time." You'd think a man might buck up in response to that, wouldn't you? But I didn't particularly. It made me feel superior toward Dad because he didn't know any better than to arrange such a summer, thinking it would teach me anything. I suspected this indulgent attitude of mine might break down later, and it did. It was a blazing hot summer for one thing, one of those occasional summers of the Middle West when the cattle pant in the fields and the blades of corn get limp on their stalks. Mr. Miles, who was a benign bachelor, lived in a brick farmhouse with one long wing and a furnace of which he was very proud. He put up his own ice, too, which was more to the point, in July. His widowed sister kept house for him, and if the meat was usually tough, the cream and vegetables were beyond praise. He owned a store in Garibaldi as well as this large farm, so he was a man of means and important in his own sphere. To look at, he was rather wonderful. I don't know how to describe him. He had keen, kind blue eyes, wavy white hair, strong, regular features. There was a kind of graciousness and distinction about him that didn't fit his speech and dress. It was as if you always saw the man he might be in the shadow of the man he was. Put him into evening clothes and take away his vernacular, and he'd be one of the loveliest old patriarchs you ever met. The schoolhouse was brick, too, set back from the road in a field of hard-trodden clay, decorated with moth-eaten patches of grass. For further adornment there was a row of box elders out in front. As a temple of learning, it fell short. As its ministrant, I did the same. There were 40 scholars, squirmy, grimy little things that I found it hard to tell apart at first. I knew this was not the right attitude, but how could I help it? I had never tried to teach anybody anything before in my life. The bigger girls blushed and giggled, the little boys made faces and stuck out their tongues. As it was a summer session, there were no big boys to speak of. To go in for scholarship does not at all imply the teacher's gift or the desire for it. At Oxford, you know, they are a bit sniffy about lecturers who arouse enthusiasm. Such are suspected of being popular, and that really is quite awful. Some of our men have a similar notion, and no doubt it colored my views. Yet, deep down, I knew that if I was a teacher, it was up to me to teach. I really did try, but it takes time to get the hang of anything. I was homesick, too. Mildred and Millicent, my kid sisters, are great fun, and the house is full of young people all summer long at home. When I shut my eyes, I could see the blue, sparkling waters of the inlet and the rocking of our float with its line of gay canoes. How can I describe the rising tide of sick disgust at my surroundings that began to flood my spirit? Now that it's all in the past, I'd like to think it was purely my liver. I didn't get enough exercise, really I didn't, for it was too hot to walk much, but perhaps part of it was just bad temper. You see, it takes a good deal of a fellow to stand such a complete transplanting. I hated the paper shades in my bedroom, tied up with cord, and the Nottingham curtains, and the springs that sank in the middle. I hated the respectable Brussels carpet in the best room and the red rocking chairs on the porch. I hated the hot, sleepless nights and the blazing, drowsy days. Oh, I tell you, I had a glorious grouch. I didn't exactly hate the squirming children, for some of them began to show signs of almost human intelligence after they got used to me, and that did win me. But I hated that little schoolroom where the flies buzzed loudly all day long on the streaky panes. With deadly hatred I hated it. I got to feeling very badly treated. What did my father suppose such commonplace discomforts were going to do for me? What part had a summer like this in the life and work that were to be mine? I lost that comfortable little feeling of advantage over life. I mislaid my consciousness of the silver spoon. In about 3 weeks it seemed as if I'd always taught summer school at Jericho, and might have to keep on. Oh well, I was hot and sore. Everybody has been hot and sore some time or other, I suppose. The minute description can be omitted. But I don't know whether everybody with a grievance gets so badly twisted up in it as I do. These emotions reached their climax one muggy, sultry July day as I plodded, moist and unhappy, back from the schoolhouse. I wiped my forehead, gritted my teeth, and vowed I would not stand the whole situation another 24 hours. I'd resign my position, wire Dad, and take a train for somewhere out west in the mountains. If I had to make good on my own hook in 3 months, I'd at least do it in a cool place at work of my selecting. The challenged party ought to have the choice of weapons. My room was intolerably stuffy, so I came downstairs reluctantly and sat on the front steps. There was a wide outlook, for the house stood on a ridge of land that broke the flat prairie like a great welt. Old Miles was there, watching a heavy cloud bank off in the southwest. Those clouds had been fooling around every evening for a week, but nothing ever came of it. The longer the drought, the harder it is to break. I made some caustic remark about the weather and sat down. Probably I looked cross enough to bite the poker. Miles looked at me and then looked away quickly, as if it really were not decent to be observing a fellow in such a rage. I knew the look, for I've felt that way myself about other men. "Yes, bad weather," he said. "When it gets too hot and dry for corn, it's too hot and dry for folks. And then it always rains. It'll rain tonight. You wait and see." I murmured something disparaging to the universe. "Richard," said Mr. Miles suddenly and strongly, "I know what ails you. It ain't the weather. It's your teaching. You're discouraged because you can't make 'em sense things. But it ain't time yet for you to get discouraged. I hate to see it, for it ain't necessary." This made me feel a little ashamed of myself. "Did you ever teach, Mr. Miles?" I asked for the sake of seeming civil. "Yes, I did. So I know there's a secret to teaching you probably ain't got yet. I don't know as I could help you to it. It ain't likely. And yet—" Unlikely indeed, I thought. Aloud I said politely, "I'd be glad to hear your views." "I know what you feel," he said with extraordinary energy. "My Lord, don't I know what you feel. You want to make 'em sense things as you sense 'em. You want to make 'em work as you can work. You won't be satisfied until you've given 'em the thirst to know and the means of knowing. Yes, I know what you feel." I stared at him, dumbfounded. I knew what I felt too, but it wasn't much like this. "There are pictures in your brain that you must show 'em. There's a universe to cram inside their heads. God has been working for 1 billion years at doing things, and just one little life to learn about 'em in. To feel you're on his trail, a-following fast, and got to pass the feeling on, I guess there's no wine on earth so heady, is there, boy?" I couldn't pretend I didn't understand him. I have had it too, that wonderful sensation we pack away into 2 dry words and label intellectual stimulus. But it hadn't come to me that I could or should pass it on. I thought it was an emotion designed for my private encouragement and delight. And what was old Seth Miles doing with intellectual stimulus? I would as soon expect to unearth a case of champagne in his cellar. But however he got it, undeniably it was the real thing. A dozen questions rushed to my tongue, but I held them back, for he was looking me up and down with a wistful tenderness that seemed to prelude further revelation. "I'm going to tell you the whole story now," he said with an effort. "I promised your father I would. He told me to, and I'd better get it over. Maybe there's something in it for you, and maybe not, but here it is." Part 2. I've lived right here since I was a little shaver. My father cleared this land on the ridge, and as I grew up I helped him. We were a small family for those days. I was the only boy. There was one sister, Sarah, who keeps house for me now, and Cynthia. Cynthia was an orphan my folks took to raise for company to Sarah. My father was her guardian, and she had $2,000, so it wasn't charity, you understand. She was the prettiest child and the gentlest I ever seen, with her big brown eyes, her curly bronze hair, and her friendly little ways. I made it my business to look after Cynthia, the way a bigger boy will, from the time she come to us. Sometimes Sarah, being larger and self-willed, would pick on her a little, and then I'd put Sarah in her place mighty sudden. Perhaps Cynthia was my romance, for she was a little finer stuff than we were. But I wasn't a sentimental boy. Quite the other way. Mostly I was counted a handful. You ain't got anybody in your school as hard to handle as I was when I was a cub. When I went to school, I went for the fun of it, and to torment the teacher. I hadn't another thought in my head. If I didn't get a licking once a week, I thought I was neglected. When I was 16, I'd been through Dayball's arithmetic, and I could read and spell a little for my own use, but my spelling wasn't much good to anybody else. That was all I knew and all I wanted to know. You see, the little I learned was all plastered on the outside, so to speak. It hadn't called to anything inside me then. One fall there come a new teacher to our school, a young fellow earning money to get through college. He got on the right side of me somehow. I can't tell how he did it, because I don't know. But first he set me studying, and then he set me thinking. And I began to work at books from the inside. They weren't tasks any more. He made me feel like I had a mind and could use it, just like I knew I had strong muscles and could use them. Seems if when I once got started, I couldn't stop. I got up mornings to study, I studied nights, and I studied Sundays. There couldn't nothing stop me. I thought I'd found the biggest thing on earth when I found out how to make my mind work. Jerusalem, those were days. I was happy then. Sometimes I wonder what the Lord's got saved up for us in the next world, as good as that tasted in this. He stopped, threw back his head, and drew in a long, ecstatic breath, as though he would taste again the sharp, sweet flavor of that draught. I studied like that for nigh 2 years. Then a new idea struck me. It was one spring day. I remember Father and I was plowing for corn. I said, "Father, if I could get a school, I guess I could teach." He hadn't no more idea I could teach than I could go to Congress, not a bit, but I finally drilled it into him that I was in earnest, and that fall he helped me get a school near home. I never did any work as hard as that. It was against me that I was so near home, and everybody knew I'd never studied until just lately. I could tell you stories from now till bedtime about the times I had with the big boys and girls, but I never let go my main idea for a minute, that it wasn't just so much grammar and arithmetic I was trying to cram into 'em, but that I had to show 'em how to sense it all. By and by, one after another found out what I was after. The bright ones took to it like ducks to water. It was just wonderful the work they'd do for me, once they understood. A notion took shape in my head. For all I could see, the things to learn were endless. They stretched ahead of me like a sun path on the water. I thought, maybe I can go on learning all my days. Maybe I can teach as I learn, so young folks will say of me as I said of my teacher, "He showed me how to sense things for myself." That notion seemed wonderful good to me. It grew stronger and stronger. It seemed as if I'd fit into such a life the way a key fits into its lock. and I couldn't see no reason why I shouldn't put it through. So I spoke to father. He didn't say much, but I noticed he didn't seem keen about it. He'd bought the store at the Corners 2 years before, and it seemed to me it would work out pretty well if he sold the farm and just tended store and had a little house in Garibaldi, as he and mother got along in years. I thought likely Sarah would marry, and anybody might be sure Cynthia would. She and Sarah had 2 years schooling in Oatesville by this time, and they held themselves a bit high. Cynthia was grown up that pretty and dainty you caught your breath when you looked at her. There's some young girls have that dazzling kind of a look. When you lay eyes on 'em, it hardly seems as if it could be true they looked like that. Cynthia was one of that kind. My plans took shape in my mind the second winter I taught. I set my heart on teaching 1 more year and then going to school somewhere myself. I got the State University catalog and began to plan the studying I did nights so it would help me enter. It was just then that I ran against the proposition of teaching Greek. A boy from York State come out to spend the winter with an uncle whose farm joined ours. He'd lost his father, and I guess his mother didn't know what to do with him. I don't mean Dick wasn't a good boy, but likely he was a handful for a woman. Living so near, we saw a lot of him. He was always coming in evenings to see the girls, and he pretended to go to school too. He was sort of uppish in his ways, and I knew he made fun of me and my teaching all around among the neighbors. What did he do one day but bring me some beginning Greek exercises to look over, with his head in the air as if he was saying, "Guess I've got you now." I took his exercises and looked at 'em, awful wise, and said those were all right that time. Bless you, I didn't know Alfie from Omegi, but I meant to, mighty quick. I walked 7 miles and back that evening to borrow some Greek books of a man I knew had 'em, and sat up till 2 o'clock trying to get the hang of the alphabet. Well, sir, I just pitched into those books and tore the innards out of 'em, and then I pitched into that fella. You'd ought to have seen him open his eyes when he found I knew what I was talking about. He got tired of his Greek inside of 2 weeks, but I held him to it. I made him keep right on, and I did the same and kept ahead of him. It interested me awfully, that Greek. I borrowed some more books and got me some translations. I don't say I got so I could read it easy, but I got on to a lot of new ideas. There was one book about a fellow who was strapped to a rock for 1,000 years for bringing the fire of the gods to mortals. Probably you've heard of it. I like that. All this sounded to me a good deal like a fairy tale the old gentleman was telling. Of course, all education is so much more rigid nowadays that the idea of anybody pitching in that way and grabbing the heart out of any form of knowledge was novel to me. Yet I'd read in the biographies of great men that such things had really been done. Only Mr. Miles wasn't a great man. How then had he come to accomplish what I understood was essentially an achievement of genius? The thing staggered me. "Prometheus Bound," said Seth Miles meditatively. "That's the one. You may think I was conceited, but it seemed to me I knew how that man felt. To make them look up, to kindle the flame, didn't I know how a man could long to do that? Wouldn't I too risk the anger of the gods if I could fire those children's minds the way my own was fired? You see, it's this way, Richard. A feeling is a feeling. There are only just so many of 'em in the world, and if you know what any of 'em is like, you do. That's all." When I spoke to father about my plans again, he looked as if I'd heard him. A pitiful, caught look came in his eyes, and he said, "Don't let's talk about it now, Seth. I really ain't up to it today." There was something in what he said, or the way he said it, that just seemed to hit my heart a smashing blow. I felt like I had swallowed a pound of shot, and yet I didn't know why. I couldn't see anything wrong, nor any reason why my plans wasn't for the best, for all of us. But those few words he said, and the way he looked, upset me so that I went off to the barn after school that afternoon and climbed into the haymow to find a quiet place to figure the thing out. I hadn't been there long before I heard voices down below, and Cynthy's laugh, and somebody climbing the ladder. It was Cynthy and Dick. Sarah had sent 'em out to hunt more eggs for a cake she was baking. I didn't think they'd stay long, and I wanted to be let alone, so I just kept quiet. Now, I want to say before I go any further that Dick would have been a great deal more no account than he was if I hadn't admired Cynthy, and it wasn't any wonder she liked him. Besides what there was to him, there was plenty of little reasons, like the kind of neckties he wore and the way he kept his shoes shined. There was always a kind of style about Dick. They rustled round, laughing and talking, till they got the 5 eggs they was sent for, and then Cynthy made as if she started down the ladder. Dick held her back. "Not till you've kissed me," he said. "I'm ashamed of you," she said. "I'm proud of myself," said he, "to think I know enough to want it. Why, Cynthy, I ain't never had one, but I'd swear a kiss of yours would be like the flutter of an angel's wing across my lips." "That's foolishness," she said, but she said it softly, as if she liked foolishness. "Maybe you wonder how I remember every little thing they said. It's like it was burned into my brain with fire. For I no sooner heard 'em foolin' with one another that soft little way that something seemed to wring my heart with such a twist that it stopped beating. Dick kiss Cynthy? Why, Cynthy was mine. She'd always been as close to me as the beat of my own heart. From the minute I first laid eyes on her I'd known it in the back of my mind. I'd never put it into words, not even to myself. But that was the way it was. So now my soul just staggered. Nobody could kiss Cynthy but me. That was all. "Foolishness," said Dick. His voice was sort of thick and blurry, and of a sudden I could hear him breathing hard. "Foolishness? I guess it's the only wisdom that there is. My God, my God! Oh, Cynthy, just one kiss." "Dick, why, Dick." Her little voice sounded like the birds you sometimes hear in the middle of the night, just that soft, astonished, questioning note. I suppose I was across that mow and beside him in 5 seconds, but it seemed to me it took an hour to cross it. I never traveled so long and hard a road, nor one so beset with terror and despair. They turned and faced me as I came. Dick's face was red, and in his eyes was agony, no less. Cynthy was very white, her little head held high on her slender neck. Her eyes were brave and clear. Maybe I was excited, but it seemed to me that she was shining from head to foot. You see, to her it was so wonderful. We stood there silent for a long minute, looking clean into one another's souls. Dick's eyes and mine met and wrestled. I never fought a fight like that, without a word nor a blow, and yet we were fighting for more than our lives. His eyes didn't fall. He didn't look shamefaced. Oh, he too had pluck. As my brain cleared of the queer mist, that cry of his seemed to sound pitifully in my ears. "Oh, Cynthy, just one kiss?" I don't suppose there's a man on earth that ain't said that from once to 50 times, just as much in earnest as Dick, and just a little thinking them words are the key in the door that gives on the road running down to hell or up to heaven. You've got to move one way or the other if you open that door. It ain't a road to linger on. Love marches. That was the way it come to me then. For most men, love marches. But me? How about me? The love that came to me had been silent and patient. It had sat in my heart like a bird on its nest. Was I different from other men? Did I ask less? Give more? Was I just a boy? How was I to know? It was Cynthy broke the tension. She was always a bit of mischief. Suddenly she smiled and dimpled like the sun coming out from a cloud. She caught Dick's fingertips quick and brushed 'em across her lips. "Well, Seth," she says to me, cheerful and confident again. "Is he your choice, Cynthy?" said I. "Dare you leave us, all of us, and go to him forever?" I asked her, steadying my voice. She looked a little hurt and a little puzzled. "Has it come to that?" she asked me. "Maybe it hasn't with you," I answered, "but it has with Dick, and with me, Cynthy." She looked at me as if she didn't know what I meant, and then the color rushed up into her face in a glorious flood. "Not you too, Seth?" she cried. "Oh, not you too?" "Yes, Cynthy, now and always." She looked from me to Dick and back to me again. In her face I saw she was uncertain. "Why didn't you tell me before?" she cried out sharply. "Why didn't you teach me? Oh, Seth, he needs me most." Dick's eyes and mine met and clashed again like steel on steel, but it was mine that fell at last. We all went back to the house together without saying any more. It come to me just like this. Dick was tangled in his feelings, and the feelings are the strongest cords that ever bind a boy like him. Cynthy was drawn to him. Because of her, Dick was a thing of splendor, and it was so wonderful he needed her. I needn't tell you what it was tied me. I still had a fighting chance to get her away from him, but was it fair of me to make the fight? Every drop of blood in my body said yes. Every cell in my brain said no, for you see, life had us in a net, but I was the strong one, and I could break the net. I went off and walked by myself. Sundown come, and milking time, and supper, but I forgot to eat or work. I walked. No man can tell you what he thinks and feels in hours like them. There ain't no words for the awful hopes or the black despairs or the gleams that begin like lightning flashes and grow to something like the breaking dawn. I couldn't get away from it anyhow I turned. It wasn't a situation I dared leave alone, not with Dick at white heat and Cynthy so confident of herself and so pitiful. It wasn't safe to let things be. I must snatch her from him or give her to him. It was my turn now to cry out, "Oh, my God!" 'Twas long after dark when I come back. My mind was made up. They should have each other. I'd do what I could to make the thing easy. After all, I told myself, you ain't completely stripped. Don't think it. You have the other thing. You can carry the torch. You can bring down the flame. Folks will thank you yet for the sacred fire. I laid that thought to my heart like something cool and comforting, and it helped me to come through. When I got back to the house it was late, and everybody was abed but my father. He was sitting right here where we are, waiting up for me. There was a moon some past the full, rising yonder. I sat down on the step below him and put it to him straight. "Father," said I, "Dick's in love with Cynthy. She's 18 and he's 20. I judge we'd better help 'em marry." He give a heartbroken kind of groan. "Don't I know she's 18?" he said. "Ain't it worrying the life right out of me?" "Whatever do you mean?" I asked pretty sharp, for I sensed bad trouble in his very voice. "It's her $2,000, he said. "She's due to have it. If she marries, she's got to have it right away, and I ain't got it to give her, that's all." "Where is it? What's become of it?" "I bought the store at the crossroads with it, and give her my note. But I hain't no business to do it that way, and the store ain't done well, and the farm ain't done well. The summer's been so cold and wet, corn ain't more than a third of a crop, and I put in mainly corn this year. I can't sell the store. I don't know's I can mortgage the farm. I don't know what to do. If you leave home like you talk of, I shall go under. Somebody's got to take hold and help me. I can't carry my load no longer." So there was that, and I had to face it alone. I didn't despair over the money part of it like father did. I knew he'd neglected the farm for the store, and the store for the farm. If I'd been with him either place instead of teaching, things would have gone on all right. I thought Dick could have his choice of the store or a part of the land to clear up the debt to Cynthy. But whichever he took, father'd need me to help out. I could see he was beginning to break. And Dick would need me too, till he got broke into work and earning. So now it was me that life had in the net, and there was no way I could break out. Father went off to bed a good deal happier after I told him I'd stand by. He even chippered up so he said this: "You're all right, Seth, and teachin's all right, but I've thought it all over and I've come to the conclusion that teachin' and studyin's like hard cider. It goes to your head and makes you feel good, but after all, there ain't nothing nourishing about it. I'd like to see you make some money." I sat on those steps the rest of the night, I guess, while the waning moon climbed up the sky and then dropped down again. 'Tain't often a man is called on to fight two such fights in a single day. I ain't been able to look at the moon past the full since that night. And yet, towards morning, there come peace. I saw it this way at last. To help is bigger yet than to teach. If Prometheus could be chained to that rock 1,000 years while the vultures tore his vitals, just so that men might know, couldn't I bear the beaks and claws a little lifetime, so that Father and Cynthia and Dick might live? I thought I could, and I have. Mr. Miles stopped short. Something gripped my throat. I shall never see again such a luminous look as I caught on his face when he turned it toward the darkening west. The black clouds had rolled up rapidly while we were talking, and if you'll believe me, when he had finished, it thundered on the right. Is that all?" I said chokily. "Cynthy's had a happy life," he said. "Dick made good in the store, and he's made good out yonder in the world. Dick has gone very far, and as for me, there's only one thing more I want in this world. If I could see her boy and his pick up the torch I dropped and carry on that sacred fire." It was mighty queer, but I found I was shaking all over with an excitement I hardly understood. Something that had been hovering in the air while he talked came closer and suddenly showed me its face. "But," I said thick and fast, "why, Mother's name is Cynthia." "Yes, Richard." And father?" "Yes, Richard." It was my turn to feel something squeeze my heart as in two hands. I'll never tell you how I felt, for I saw 1,000 things at once. I saw what Dad meant by my touching life, and I saw the meaning of the path I had chosen blindly. Before me, like a map, were spread their lives and mine, today and yesterday. I shook with the passions that had created me. I vibrated with the sacrifices that had gone to make me possible. For the first time in all my days I got a glimpse of what the young generation means to the elder. On my head had descended all their hopes. I was the laden ship that carried their great desires. Mine to lift the torch for all of them, and thank God for the chance. I struck my tears away and reached out blindly to grasp Seth Miles' bony hand. I guess he knew I meant it. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Cornelia A.P. Kemper, accomplished critic, essayist, and writer of short stories, was educated at Vassar and afterwards engaged in journalistic work in the Middle West and California. She now lives in Seattle. There are really 3 stories in one. Cynthia's and Dick's we put together from suggestions. That of Seth Miles we know from his own detailed narrative. Richard's remains for our forming. All the details are woven into a tale of one day. A hot day, and sultry in itself, is made to coincide with the grumblings and self-pitying of a pampered son. Both day and character are cleared without the arrival of the threatened storm, and duty is made as splendid and beautiful as the sun emerging from a darkened sky. A dilettante, conceiving in his cultured self an appropriate offering from Mammon to the Muses, learns that even the heir of millions has work to do. The place and the teacher emphasize the greatness of the lesson. There is little doubt in the reader's mind that Seth Miles' sacrifice has been worth while. To him comes a double reward, the realization that Cynthia and Dick have lived lives worth his self-denial, and the satisfaction that to their son, through his own wise teachings, has come the ability to sense things. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Comment upon the advantages secured by opening the story with direct quotations. 2. What light do these quotations throw upon the character of Richard's father? 3. Note how quickly the transfer is made from the office of Mr. Bonnewell, Sr., to Seth Miles' farmhouse. Such compression is necessary in a short story. 4. How do you explain Richard's first attitude toward his teaching and toward all his surroundings at Garibaldi? 5. What was the first surprise Richard received concerning the character of Seth Miles? 6. What, according to Mr. Miles, was the marked change which the young teacher, earning money to get through college, effected? 7. Was Seth Miles' sacrifice, the sacrifice he made when he gave up Cynthia, a natural one under the circumstances? Why? What helped to console him for his loss? 8. What was the second sacrifice, and in what spirit was it met? 9. Contrast Seth Miles' spirit with the spirit of Sister Anne in Miss Carman's The Debt. End of Seth Miles and the Sacred Fire.
Section 6 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Buried Treasure by Mazo de la Roche. Part 1. It was Saturday morning, and we three were together in Mrs. Handsomebody's parlor, Angel and the Seraph and I. No sooner had the front door closed upon the tall, angular figure of that lady, bearing her market basket, than we shut our books with a snap, ran on tiptoe to the top of the stairs, and after a moment's breathless listening, cast our young forms on the smooth walnut banister, and glided gloriously to the bottom. Regularly, on a Saturday morning, Mrs. Handsomebody went to market, and with equal regularity we, her pupils, instantly cast off the yoke of her restraint, slid down the banisters, and entered the forbidden precincts of the parlor. On other weekdays the shutters of this grim apartment were kept closed, and an inquisitive eye applied to the keyhole could just faintly discern the portrait in crayon of the late Mr. Handsomebody, presiding like some whiskered ghost over the revels of the stuffed birds in the glass case below him. But on a Saturday morning Mary Ellen swept and dusted there. The shutters were thrown open, and the thin-legged piano and the haircloth furniture were furbished up for the morrow. Moreover, Mary Ellen liked our company. She had a spooky feeling about the parlor. Mr. Handsomebody gave her the creeps, she said, and once when she had turned her back she had heard one of the stuffed birds twitter. It was a gruesome thought. When we bounded in on her, Mary Ellen was dragging the broom feebly across the gigantic green and red lilies of the carpet, her bare red arms moving like listless antennae. She could, when she willed, work vigorously and well, but no one knew when a heavy mood might seize her and render her as useless as was compatible with retaining her situation. "Ah, boys," she groaned, leaning on her broom, "this spring weather do be making me wake as a blind kitten. Sure I feel this mornin' like I'd as if a stone settin' on my stomach, and me head feels as light as thistledown. I wish the missus forget to come home, and I could take a day off, but there's no such luck for Mary Ellen." She made a few more passes with her broom, and then sighed. "I think I'll soon be leavin' this place," she said. A vision of the house without the cheering presence of Mary Ellen rose blackly before us. We crowded round her. "Now, see here," said Angel masterfully, putting his arms about her stout waist. "You know perfectly well that father's coming back from South America soon to make a home for us, and that you are to come and be our cook, and make apple dumplings, and have all the followers you like." Now Angel knew whereof he spoke, for Mary Ellen's followers were a bone of contention between her and her mistress. "Ah, Master Angel," she expostulated, "what a tongue ye have in your head, to be sure! Followers, is it? Sure, they're the bane o' me life. Now get out of the way of the dust, all is, or I'll put a tin ear on ye." And she began to swing her broom vigorously. We ran to the window and looked out, but no sooner had we looked out than we whistled with astonishment at what we saw. But first I must tell you that the street on which we lived ran east and west. On the corner to the west of Mrs. Handsomebody's house was the grey old cathedral. Next to it was the bishop's house, of grey stone also, and then a pair of dingy white brick houses exactly alike. In one of these we lived with Mrs. Handsomebody, and the other was the home of Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer Pegg and their 3 servants. To us they seemed very elegant, if somewhat uninteresting people. Mrs. Mortimer Pegg frequently had carriage callers, and not seldom sallied forth herself in a sedate victoria from the livery stables. But beyond an occasional flutter of excitement when their horses stopped at our very gate, there was little in this prim couple to interest us. So neat and precise were they as they tripped down the street together, that we called them, out of Mrs. Handsomebody's hearing, Mr. and Mrs. Cribbage Pegg. Now on this morning in early spring, when we looked out of the window, our eyes discovered an object of such compelling interest in the Peggs' front garden that we rubbed them again to make sure that we were broad awake. Striding up and down the small enclosure was a tall old man, wearing a brilliant-hued flowered dressing-gown that hung open at the neck, disclosing his long brown throat and hairy chest, and flapped negligently about his heels as he strode. He had bushy iron-grey hair and moustache, and tufts of curly grey beard grew around his chin and ears. His nose was large and sunburned, and every now and again he would stop in his caged animal walk and sniff the air as though he liked it. I liked the old gentleman from the start. "Ooh, see the funny old man," giggled the Seraph. "Coat like Jacob and his bwethern." Angel and I plied Mary Ellen with questions. Who was he? Did he live with the Peggs? Did she think he was a foreigner? Mary Ellen, supported by her broom, stared out of the window. "For the love of Heaven!" she ejaculated. "If that ain't a sight now! Byes, it's Mr. Pegg's own father come home from somewheres in the Indies, and their cook was telling me of the time they had with him. He's a bit light-headed, you see, and has all his meals in his own room. The queerest dishes iver, and a starlin' for a pet, mind ye." At that moment the old gentleman perceived that he was watched, and saluting Mary Ellen gallantly, he called out, "Good morning, madam." Mary Ellen, covered with confusion, drew back behind the curtain. I was about to make a suitable reply, when I saw Mrs. Mortimer Pegg herself emerge from her house with a very red face, and resolutely grasp her father-in-law's arm. She spoke to him in a rapid undertone, and after a moment's hesitation he followed her meekly into the house. How I sympathized with him! I knew only too well the humiliation experienced by the helpless male when an overbearing woman drags him ignominiously from his harmless recreation. A bond of understanding seemed to be established between us at once. The voice of Mary Ellen broke in on my reverie. She was teasing Angel to sing. "Oh, give us a tune, Master Angel, before the missus gets back. There's a duck. I'll give you a pocket full of raisins as sure as fate." Angel was the possessor of a flute-like treble, and he could strum some sort of accompaniment on the piano to any song. It was Mary Ellen's delight on a Saturday morning to pour forth her pent-up feelings in one of the popular songs, with Angel to keep her on the tune and thump a chord or two. It was a risky business, but the Seraph mounted guard at the window, while I pressed my nose against the glass case which held the stuffed birds, and wondered if by chance any of them had come from South America, where father was. "Tum-de-tum-de-dum," strummed Angel. "Casey would waltz with the strawberry blonde, and the band played on." His sweet reedy tunes thrilled the April air, and Mary Ellen's voice, robust as the whistle of a locomotive bursting with health and spirits, shook the very cobwebs that she had not swept down. "Casey would waltz with the strawberry blonde, and the band played on." Generally we had a faithful subordinate in the Seraph. He had a rather sturdy sense of honour. On this spring morning, however, I think that the singing of Mary Ellen must have dulled his sensibilities, for instead of keeping a bright lookout up the street for the dreaded form of Mrs. Handsomebody, he lolled across the window-sill, dangling a piece of string, with the April sunshine warming his rounded back. And as he dangled the string, Mrs. Handsomebody drew nearer and nearer. She entered the gate, she entered the house, she was in the parlour. Angel and Mary Ellen had just given their last triumphant shout, when Mrs. Handsomebody said, in a voice of cold fury, "Mary Ellen, kindly cease that ribald screaming. David," David is Angel's proper name, "get up instantly from that piano stool and face me. John, Alexander, face me." We did so tremblingly. "Now," said Mrs. Handsomebody, "you 3 boys go up to your bedroom. Not to the schoolroom, mind, and don't let me hear another sound from you to-day. You shall get no dinner. At 4 I will come and discuss your disgraceful conduct with you. Now march!" She held the door open for us while we filed sheepishly under her arm, and then the door closed behind us with a decisive bang, and poor Mary Ellen was left in the torture chamber with Mrs. Handsomebody and the stuffed birds. Part 2. Angel and I scurried up the stairway. We could hear the Seraph panting as he laboured after us. Once in the haven of our own little room, we rolled in a confused heap on the bed, scruffling indiscriminately. Such a punishment was not new to us. It was a favourite one with Mrs. Handsomebody, and we had a suspicion that she relished the fact that so much food was saved when we went dinnerless. At any rate, we were not allowed to make up the deficiency at tea-time. We always passed the hours of our confinement on the bed, for the room was very small, and the one window stared blankly at the window of an unused room in the Peggs' house, which blankly returned the stare. But these were not dull times for us. As Elizabethan actors, striding about their bare stage, conjured up brave pictures of gilded halls or leafy forest glades, and so we little fellows made a castle stronghold of our bed, or, better still, a gallant frigate that sailed beyond the barren walls into the unknown seas of adventure, and anchored at last off some rocky island where treasure lay hidden among the hills. What brave fights with pirates there were, when Angel as captain, I as mate, the Seraph for a cabin boy, fought the bloody pirate gangs on those surf-washed shores, and gained the fight, though far outnumbered. They were not dull times in that small back room, but gay-coloured, lawless times, when our fancy was let free, and we fought on empty stomachs, and felt only the wind in our faces, and heard the creak of straining cordage. What if we were on half rations? On this particular morning, however, there was something to be disposed of before we got to business, to wit, the rank insubordination of the Seraph. It was not to be dealt with too lightly. Angel sat up with a dishevelled head. "Get up!" he commanded. The Seraph, who obeyed wonderingly. "Now, my man," continued Angel with a scowl that had made him dreaded the South Seas over, "have you anything to say for yourself?" The Seraph hung his head. "I was only dangling a bit of string," he murmured. "String!" repeated Angel, the scowl deepening. "Dangling a bit of string! You may be dangling yourself at the end of a rope before the sun sets, my hearty. Here we are without any dinner, all along of you. Now see here, you'll go right over into that corner by the window with your face to the wall, and stand there all the time John and I play, and you won't know what we're doing, nor where we're going, nor anything, so there." The Seraph went, weeping bitterly. He hid his face in the dusty lace window curtain. He looked rather small. I could not help remembering how father had said we were to take care of him and not make him cry. Somehow that morning things went ill with the adventure. The savour had gone out of our play. 2 were but a paltry company after all. Where was the cabin boy with his trusty dirk, eager to bleed for the cause? Though we kept our backs rigorously turned to the window, and spoke only in whispers, neither of us was quite able to forget the presence of that dejected little figure. After a bit the Seraph's whimpering ceased, And what was our surprise to hear the chuckling laugh with which he was wont to signify his pleasure. We turned to look at him. His face was pressed to the window, and again he giggled rapturously. "What's up, kid?" we demanded. "Old Joseph and his brethren," he sputtered, "winking and waving hands with me." We were at his side like a shot, and there, in the hitherto blank window of the Peggs' house, stood the old gentleman of the flowered dressing-gown, laughing and nodding at the Seraph. When he saw us, he made a sign to us to open our window, and at the same instant raised his own. It took the three of us to accomplish it, for the window moved unreadily, being seldom raised, as Mrs. Handsomebody regarded fresh air much as she regarded a small boy, as something to be kept in its place. At last the window rose, protesting and creaking, and the next moment we were face to face with our new acquaintance. "Hello!" he said in a loud, jovial voice. "Hello!" said we, and stared. He had a strong, weather-beaten face, and wide-open light eyes, blue and wild as the sea. "Hello, boy!" he repeated, looking at Angel. "What's your name?" Now, Angel was shy with strangers, so I usually answered questions. "His name," I replied then, "is David Curzon, but mother called him Angel, so we just kept on doing it." "Oh," said the old gentleman, and then he fixed the Seraph with his eye. "What's the bantling's name?" The Seraph, mightily confused at being called a bantling, giggled inanely, so I replied again, "His name is Alexander Curzon, but mother called him the Seraph, so we just keep on doing it too." "Mm-hmm," assented the old gentleman. "And you, what's your name?" "John," I replied. "Oh," he said with an odd little smile, "and what do they keep on calling you?" "Just John," I answered firmly, "nothing else." "Who's your father?" came the next question. "He's David Curzon, Sr.," I said proudly, "and he's in South America building a railroad, and Mrs. Handsomebody used to be his governess when he was a little boy, so he left us with her. But some day pretty soon I think he's coming back to make a really home for us, with rabbits and puppies and pigeons and things." Our new friend nodded sympathetically, and then quite suddenly he asked, "Where's your mother?" "She's in heaven," I answered simply. "She went there 2 years ago." "Yes," broke in the Seraph eagerly, "but she's coming back some day to make a weally home for us." "Shut up," said Angel gruffly, poking him with his elbow. "The Seraph's very little," I explained apologetically. "He doesn't understand." The old gentleman put his hand in the pocket of his dressing-gown. "Bantling," he said with his droll smile, "do you like peppermint bull's eyes?" "Yes," said the Seraph, "I like them, one for each of us." Whereupon this extraordinary man began throwing us peppermints as fast as we could catch them. It was surprising how we began to feel at home with him, as though we had known him for years. He had traveled all over the world, it seemed, and he brought many curious things to the window to show us. One of these was a starling, whose wicker cage he placed on the sill where the sunlight fell. He had got the bird, he said, from one of the crew of a trading vessel off the coast of Java. The sailor had brought it all the way from Devon for company, and he added, the brute had put out both its eyes so that it would learn to talk more readily. So now, you see, the poor little fellow's quite blind. "Blind, blind, blind," echoed the starling briskly. "Blind, blind, blind." He took it from its cage on his finger. It hopped up his arm till it reached his cheek, and there it began to peck at his whiskers, crying all the while in its shrill, lonely tones, "Blind, blind, blind." We three were entranced, and an idea that was swiftly forming in my mind struggled for expression. If this wonderful old man had, as he said, sailed the seas from Land's End to Ceylon, was it not possible that he had seen, even fought with real pirates? Might he not have followed hot on the trail of hidden treasure? My cheeks burned as I tried to put the question. "Did you—" I began. "Did you—" "Well," he encouraged. "Did I what, John?" "Oh, did you," I burst out, "ever see a pirate ship and pirates, real ones?" His face lit up. "Surely," he replied casually. "Many an one." "P'raps," ventured Angel with an excited laugh, "p'raps you're one yourself?" The old gentleman searched our eager faces with his wide-open sea-blue eyes, and then he looked cautiously into the room behind him, and being apparently satisfied that no one could overhear, he put his hand to the side of his mouth and said in a loud, hoarse whisper, "That I am, pirate as ever was." I think you could have knocked me down with a feather. I know my knees shook, and the room reeled. The Seraph was the first to recover, piping cheerfully, "I yike pirates!" "Yes," repeated the old gentleman, reflectively, "pirate as ever was. The things I've seen and done would fill the biggest book you ever saw, and it'd make your hair stand on end to read it, what with fights and murders and hangings and storms and shipwreck, and the hunt for gold. Many a sweet schooner or frigate I've sunk or taken for myself, and there isn't a port on the South Seas where women don't hush their children's crying with the fear of Captain Peg." And then he added hastily, as though he feared he had gone too far, "But I'm a changed man, mark you, a reformed man. If things suit me pretty well here, I don't think I shall break out again. It's just that you chaps seem so sympathetic. Makes me tell you all this, but you must swear never to breathe a word of it, for no one knows but you. My son and daughter-in-law think I'm an archaeologist. It'd be an awful shock to them to find that I'm a pirate." We swore the blackest secrecy, and were about to ply him with 100 questions when we saw a maid carrying a large tray enter the room behind him. Captain Peg, as I must call him now, gave us a gesture of warning and began to lower his window. A pleasant aroma of roast beef came across the alley. The next instant the flowered dressing-gown had disappeared, and the window opposite stared blankly as before. Angel drew a deep breath. "Did you notice," he said, "how different he got once he told us he was a pirate? Wilder and rougher, and used more sailor words." "However did you guess it first?" I asked admiringly. "I think I know a pirate when I see one," he returned loftily. "But, oh, I say, wouldn't Mrs. Handsomebody be waxy if she knew? And wouldn't Mary Ellen be scared stiff if she knew? And won't we have fun? Hooray!" We rolled in ecstasy on the much-enduring bed. We talked excitedly of the possibilities of such a wonderful and dangerous friendship, and as it turned out, none of our imaginings equaled what really happened. The afternoon passed quickly. As the hands of our alarm clock neared the hour of 4, we obliterated the traces of our sojourn on the bed as well as we could, and when Mrs. Handsomebody entered, she found us sitting in a row in the 3 cane-bottomed chairs on which we hung our clothes at night. The scolding she gave us was even longer and more humiliating to our manhood than usual. She shook her hard white finger near our faces, and said that for very little she would write to our father and complain of our actions. "Now," she said in conclusion, "give your faces and hands a thorough washing, and comb your hair, which is disgraceful, and then come quietly down to tea." The door closed behind her. "What beats me," said Angel, lathering his hands, "is why that one white hair on her chin wiggles so when she jaws us. I can't keep my eyes off it." "It wiggles," piped the Seraph, as he dragged a brush over his curls, "'cause it's nervous, and I wiggle when she scolds too, 'cause I'm nervous." "Don't you worry, old man," Angel responded gaily. "We'll take care of you." We were in fine spirits, despite our scolding. Indeed, we almost pitied Mrs. Handsomebody for her ignorance of the wonders among which she had her being. Here she was, fussing over some stuffed birds in a glass case, when a live starling, who could talk, had perched near her very window-sill. She spent hours in conversation with her Unitarian minister, while a real pirate lived next door. It was pitiful, and yet it was funny. We found it hard to go quietly down to tea with such thoughts in our minds, and after 5 hours in our bedroom. Part 3. The next day was Sunday. As we sat at dinner with Mrs. Handsomebody after morning service, we were scarcely conscious of the large white dumplings that bulged before us, with a delicious sticky sweet sauce trickling down their dropsical sides. We plied our spoons with languid interest around their outer edges, as calves nibble around a straw stack. Our vagrant minds scoured the Spanish Main with Captain Peg. Suddenly the Seraph spoke in that cocksure way of his. There's a pirate at Peg's." Mrs. Handsomebody looked at him sharply. "What's that?" she demanded. At the same instant, Angel and I kicked him under cover of the dining table. "What did you say?" repeated Mrs. Handsomebody sternly. "Funny old gentleman at Quibbage Peg's," replied the Seraph with his mouth full. Mrs. Handsomebody greatly respected Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer Pegg, and this play of words on the name incensed her. "Am I to understand, Alexander," she gobbled, "that you are making game of the Mortimer Peggs?" "Yes," giggled the wretched Seraph. "It's a Quibbage game. You play it with pegs." "Leave the table instantly," ordered Mrs. Handsomebody. "You are becoming unbearable." The Seraph cast one anguished look at his dumpling and burst into tears. We could hear his wails growing ever fainter as he plodded up the stairs. "Mary Ellen, remove that dumpling," commanded Mrs. Handsomebody. Angel and I began to eat very fast. There was a short silence, and then Mrs. Handsomebody said didactically, "The elder Mr. Pegg is a much-travelled gentleman, and one of the most noted archaeologists of the day. A trifle eccentric in his manner, perhaps, but a deep thinker. David, can you tell me what an archaeologist is?" "Something you pretend you are," said Angel, "and you ain't." "Nonsense!" snapped Mrs. Handsomebody. "Look it up in your Johnson's when you go upstairs, and let me know the result. I will excuse you now." We found the Seraph lounging in a chair in the schoolroom. "Too bad about the dumpling, old boy," I said consolingly. "Oh, not too bad," he replied. "Mary Ellen fetched it up the back stairs to me. I'm wery full." That afternoon we saw Captain Pegg go for a walk with his son and daughter-in-law. He looked quite altered in a long grey coat and tall hat. Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer Pegg seemed proud to walk with him. The following day was warm and sunny. When lessons were over, we rushed to our bedroom window, and to our joy found that the window opposite was wide open, the wicker cage on the sill, with the starling inside swelling up and preening himself in the sunshine, while just beyond sat Captain Pegg smoking a long pipe. He seemed delighted to see us. "Avast, my hearties!" he cried. "It's glorious sailing weather, but I've just been lying at anchor here on the chance of sighting you. It does my heart good, you see, to talk with some of my own kind, and leave off pretending to be an archaeologist, to stretch my mental legs, as it were. Well, have you taken your bearings this morning?" "Captain Pegg," I broke out, with my heart tripping against my blouse, "you said something the other day about buried treasure. Did you really find some? And would you mind telling us how you set about it?" "Yes," he replied meditatively. "Many a sack of treasure trove I've unearthed, but the most curious find of all I got without searching and without blood being spilt. I was lying quiet those days, about 40 years ago, off the north of Orkney Islands. Well, one morning I took a fancy to explore some of the outlying rocks and little islands dotted here and there. So I started off in a yawl with 4 seamen to row me, and not seeing much but barren rocks and stunted shrubs about, I bent over the stern and stared into the sea. It was as clear as crystal. As we were passing through a narrow channel between 2 rocky islands, I bade the men rest on their oars, for something strange below had arrested my attention. I now could see plainly in the green depths a Spanish galleon, standing upright, held as in a vice by the grip of 2 great rocks. She must have gone down with all hands when the greater part of the Spanish Armada was wrecked on the shores of Britain. "Shiver my timber, lads!" I cried. "Here'll be treasure in earnest. Back to the ship for our diving suits, booty for everyone, and plum duff for dinner." Well, to make a long story short, I and 4 of my trustiest of the crew put on our diving suits, and soon we were walking the slippery decks once trodden by Spanish grandees and soldiers, and the scene of many a bloody fight, I'll be bound. Their skeletons lay about the deck, wrapped in sea tangle, and from every crevice of the galleon tall red and green and yellow and purple weeds had sprung, that waved and shivered with the motion of the sea. Her decks were strewn with shells and sand, and in and out of her rotted ribs frightened fish darted at our approach. It was a gruesome sight. 3 weeks we worked, carrying the treasure to our own ship, and I began to feel as much at home under water as above it. At last we set sail without mishap, and every man on board had his share, and some of them gave up pirating and settled down as innkeepers and tradesmen." As the sound of his deep voice ceased, we three were silent also, gazing longingly into his eyes that were so like the sea. "Then, Captain Pegg," said Angel in a small, still voice, "I don't suppose you'd know of any hidden treasure hereabouts? We'd most awfully like to find some. It'd be a jolly thing to write and tell father." A droll smile flickered over the bronzed features of Captain Pegg. He brought down his fist on the window sill. "Well, if you aren't chaps after my own heart," he cried. "Treasure about here? I was just coming to that. And a most curious happening it is. There was a cabin boy named of Jenks, a lad that I trusted and loved like my own son, who stole the greater part of my share of the treasure, and though I scoured the globe for him," the captain's eyes rolled fiercely, "I found neither trace of him nor the treasure, till 2 years ago. It was in Madagascar that I received a message from a dying man confessing that, shaken by remorse, he had brought what was left of the plunder and buried it in Mrs. Handsomebody's backyard." "Mrs. Handsomebody's backyard!" We chanted the words in utter amazement. "Just that," affirmed Captain Pegg solemnly. "Jenks found out that I owned the house next door, but he dared not bury the treasure there, because the yard was smoothly sodded and would show up any disturbance, while Mrs. H's yard, being covered with planks, was just the thing. So he simply raised one of the planks, dug a hole, and deposited the sack containing the last of the treasure, and wrote me his confession, and there you are." He smiled benignly on us. I longed to hug him. The wind swooped and whistled down the alley, and the starling gave little sharp twittering noises and cocked his head. "When? Oh, when?" we burst out. "Tonight? May we search for it tonight, Captain Pegg?" He reflected. "No, not tonight. Jenks, you see, sent me a plan of the yard, with a cross to mark where the treasure lies, and I'll have to hunt it up so as not to waste our time turning up the whole yard. But tomorrow night, yes, tomorrow at midnight, we'll start the search." Part 4. At dinner that day, the rice pudding had the flavor of ambrosia. By nightfall, preparations were already on foot. First, the shovel had to be smuggled from the coal cellar and secreted in a corner of the yard behind the ash barrel, together with an iron crowbar to use as a lever, and an empty sack to aid in the removal of the treasure. I scarcely slept that night, and when I did, my mind was filled with wild imaginings. The next morning we were heedless scholars indeed, and at dinner I ate so little that Mrs. Handsomebody was moved to remark jocularly that somebody, not 1,000 miles away, was shaping for a bilious bout. At 4 o'clock Captain Pegg appeared at his window, looking the picture of cheerful confidence. He said it warmed his heart to be at his old profession again, and indeed I never saw a merrier twinkle in anyone's eyes. He had found the plan of the yard sent by Jenks, and he had no doubt that we should soon be in possession of the Spanish treasure. "But there's one thing, my lads," he said solemnly. "I make no claim whatever to any share in this booty. Let that be understood. Anything we find is to be yours entirely. If I were to take any such goods into my son's house, his wife would get suspicious, and uncomfortable questions would be asked, and it'd be all up with this archaeologist business." "Couldn't you hide it under your bed?" I suggested. "Oh, she'd be sure to find it," he replied sadly. "She's into everything, and even if they didn't locate it until I'm dead, they'd feel disgraced to think their father had been a pirate. You'll have to take it." We agreed, therefore, to ease him of the responsibility of his strangely gotten gain. We then parted, with the understanding that we were to meet him in the alley between the two houses promptly at midnight, and that in the meantime we were to preserve a calm and commonplace demeanour. With the addition of 4 crullers and a slab of cold bread pudding filched from the pantry, our preparations were now complete. We were well-disciplined little animals. We always went to bed without a murmur, but on this night we literally flew there. The seraph ended his prayers with, and for this pyward treasure make us truly thankful. Amen." The next moment we had dived under the bedclothes and snuggled there in wild expectancy. From 7:30 to 12 is a long stretch. The Seraph slept peacefully. Angel or I rose every little while and struck a match to look at the clock. At 9 we were so hungry that we ate all 4 crullers. At 11 we ate the slab of cold bread pudding. After that we talked less, and I think Angel dozed. But I lay staring in the direction of the window, watching for the brightness which would signify that Captain Pegg was astir and had lighted his gas. At last it came, a pale and trembling messenger that showed our little room to me in a new aspect, one of mystery and grotesque shadows. I was on my feet in an instant. I shook Angel's shoulder. "Up with you," I whispered hoarsely. "The hour has come." I knew that drastic measures must be taken with the Seraph, so I just grasped him under the armpits and stood him on his feet without a word. He wobbled for a space, digging his knuckles in his eyes. The hands of the clock pointed to 10 minutes to 12. Angel and I hastily pulled on our trousers, and he, who liked to dress the part, stuck a knife in his belt and twisted a scarlet silk handkerchief, borrowed from Mary 11, round his head. His dark eyes glistened under its folds. The Seraph and I went unadorned, save that he girt his trusty sword about his stout middle, and I carried a toy bayonet. Down the inky black stairs we crept, scarcely breathing. The lower hall seemed cavernous. I could smell the old carpets and the haircloth covering of the chairs. We sidled down the back hall, among galoshes, umbrellas, and Turks' head-dusters. The back door had a key like that of a jail. Angel tried it with both hands, but though it grated horribly, it stuck. Then I had a try, and could not resist a triumphant click of the tongue when it turned, for Angel was a vain fellow, and took a rise out of being the elder. And when the moonlight shone upon us in the yard, oh, the delicious freedom of it! We hopped for joy. In the alley we awaited our leader. Between the houses we could see the low half-moon hanging like a tilted bird's nest in the dark blue sky, while a group of stars fluttered near it like young birds. The cathedral chimes sounded the hour of midnight. Soon we heard the stealthy steps of Captain Pegg, and we gasped as we saw him. For in place of his flowered dressing-gown he wore breeches and top-boots, a loose shirt with a blue neckerchief knotted at the throat, and gleaming at his side a cutlass. He smiled broadly when he saw us. "Well, if you aren't armed, every man jack of you, even to the bantling," he cried. "Capital!" "My sword, she's weal," said the Seraph with dignity. "Sometimes I fight giants." Captain Pegg then shook hands with each of us in turn, and we thrilled at being treated as an equal by such a man. "And now to work," he said heartily. "Here is the plan of the yard as sent by Jenks." We could see it plainly now by the moonlight, all neatly drawn out, even to the ash barrel and the clothes dryer, and there on the 5th plank from the end was a cross in red ink, and beside it the magic word treasure. Captain Pegg inserted the crowbar in a wide crack between the 4th and 5th boards. Then we all pressed our full weight upon it, with a "Yo, heave ho, my hearties," from our chief. The board flew up, and we flew down, sprawling on the ground. Somehow the captain, being versed in such matters, kept his feet, though he staggered a bit. Then in an instant we were pulling wildly at the plank to dislodge it. This we accomplished after much effort, and a dark, dank recess was disclosed. Captain Pegg dropped to his knees, and with his hand explored cautiously under the planks. His face fell. "Shiver my timbers if I can find it," he muttered. "Let me try," I cried eagerly. Both Angel and I thrust our hands in also, and fumbled among the moist lumps of earth. Captain Pegg now lighted a match and held it at the aperture. It cast a glow upon our tense faces. "Hold it closer," implored Angel. "This way, right here. Don't you see?" At the same moment we both had seen the heavy metal ring that projected ever so little above the surface of the earth. We grasped it simultaneously and pulled. Captain Pegg lighted another match. It was heavy. Oh, so heavy! But we got it out, a fair-sized leather bag, bound with thongs. To one of these was attached the ring we had first caught sight of. Now, kneeling as we were, we stared up in Captain Pegg's face. His wide blue eyes had somehow got a different look. "Little boys," he said gently, "open it." And there in the moonlight we unloosed the fastening of the bag and turned its contents out upon the bare boards. The treasure lay disclosed then, a glimmering heap, as if out of the dank earth we had digged a patch of moonshine. We squatted on the boards around it, our heads touching, our wondering eyes filled with the magic of it. "It is treasure," murmured Angel in an awestruck voice. "Real treasure trove. Will you tell us, Captain Pegg, what all these things are?" Captain Pegg, squatting like the rest of us, ran his hands meditatively through the strange collection. "Why, strike me purple," he growled, "if that scamp Jenks hasn't kept most of the gold coins and left us only the silver. But here's 3 golden doubloons all right, one apiece for ye. And here's ducats and silver florins and pieces of 8, and some I can't name till I get the daylight on them. It is a pretty piece of treasure all told. And see here." He held up 2 old Spanish watches, just the thing for gentlemen adventurers. We boys were now delving into the treasure on our own account, and brought to light a brace of antiquated pistols, an old silver flagon, a compass, a wonderful set of chessmen carved from ivory, and some curious shells that delighted the seraph. And other quaint things there were that we handled reverently, and coins of different countries, square and round, and some with holes bored through. We were so intent upon our discovery that none of us heard the approaching footsteps till they were fair upon us. Then with a start we turned, and saw to our horror Mrs. Handsomebody and Mary Ellen with her hair in curl papers, and close behind them Mr. and Mrs. Mortimer Pegg, scantily attired, the gentleman carrying a revolver. "David! John! Alexander!" gobbled Mrs. Handsomebody. "Now, what do you think of that?" came from Mary Ellen. "Father, have you gone quite mad?" cried Mrs. Pegg. "And, oh, I say, governor," stammered the gentleman with the revolver. Captain Pegg rose to his feet with dignity. "These young gentlemen," he said simply, "have, with my help, been able to locate some buried treasure which was stolen from me years ago by a man named Jenks, and has lain hidden here since 2 decades. I hereby renounce all claim to it in favor of my 3 brave friends." Mr. Pegg was bent over the treasure. "Now look here, sir," he said rather sharply, "some of this seems to be quite valuable stuff." "I know the value of it to a penny," replied his father with equal asperity, "and I intend that it shall belong solely and wholly to these boys." "Whatever are you rigged up like that for?" demanded his daughter-in-law. "As gentlemen of spirit," replied Captain Pegg patiently, "we chose to dress the part. We do what we can to keep a little glamour and gaiety in the world. Some folk," he looked at Mrs. Handsomebody, "would like to discipline it all away." "I think," said our governess, "that considering it's my backyard, I have some claim to—" "None at all, madam, none at all," interrupted Captain Pegg. "By all the rules of treasure hunting, the finder keeps the treasure." Mrs. Handsomebody was silenced. She did not wish to quarrel with the Peggs. Mrs. Pegg moved closer to her. "Mrs. Handsomebody," she said, winking her white eyelashes very fast, "I really do not think that you should allow your pupils to accept this treasure. My father-in-law has become very eccentric of late, and I am positive that he himself buried these things very recently. Only day before yesterday I saw that set of ivory chessmen on his writing table." "Hold your tongue, Sophia!" shouted Captain Pegg loudly. Mr. Mortimer Pegg looked warningly at his wife. "All right, governor, don't you worry," he said, taking his father's arm. "It shall be just as you say, but one thing is certain, you'll take your death of cold if you stay out in this night air." And as he spoke, he turned up the collar of his coat. Captain Pegg shook hands with a grand air with Angel and me, and then he lifted the Seraph in his arms and kissed him. "Good night, bantling," he said softly. "Sleep tight." He turned then to his son. "Mort," said he, "I haven't kissed a little boy like that since you were just so high." Mr. Pegg laughed and shivered, and they went off quite amiably, arm in arm, Mrs. Pegg following, muttering to herself. Mrs. Handsomebody looked disparagingly at the treasure. "Mary Ellen," she ordered, "help the children to gather up that rubbish, and come in at once. Such an hour it is." Mary Ellen, with many exclamations, assisted in the removal of the treasure to our bedroom, and Mrs. Handsomebody, after seeing it deposited there, and us safely under the bedclothes, herself extinguished the gas. "I shall write to your father," she said severely, "and tell him the whole circumstance. Then we shall see what is to be done with you and with the treasure." And with this veiled threat she left us. We snuggled our little bodies together. We were cold. "I'll write to father myself to-morrow and 'splain everything," I announced. "Do you know," mused Angel, "I believe I'll be a pirate, 'stead of a civil engineer like father. I believe there's more in it." "I'll be an engineer just the same," said I. "I think," murmured the Seraph sleepily, "I think I'll just be a bishop, and go to bed at proper times, and have poached eggs for tea." End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Buried Treasure. Miss Mazo de la Roche has attained her most notable literary success in Buried Treasure. So apparent is this success that a moving picture company has recently asked the privilege of producing this story. One suspects that Mrs. Mortimer Pegg never was a little girl. One is surprised to learn that Mr. Mortimer Pegg was, in a mysterious long ago, just so high. That Mrs. Handsomebody issued from some unnameable monstrosity, a full-fledged, much-starched governess, is beyond doubt. If not, how could they fail to enter with zest into the midnight treasure hunt? What a wonderful scene it is! A burly old pirate in leather jerkin breeches and top boots, not to mention a gleaming cutlass, surrounded by an angel, a seraph, and just John, with as bloodthirsty appointments, all intent on the treasure trove mysteriously located in Mrs. Handsomebody's backyard. And then come the grown-ups. Poor Mr. Pegg must return to the disguise of an archaeologist and the realms of respectable age. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Divide the story into scenes for a motion picture production. What would be the most regrettable loss in such a representation? 2. What do the names of the characters contribute to the charm of the story? Are they any help to your interpretation of the characters? 3. Comment on the characterization of Mary Ellen. Is she a type? Are there any other characters that you recognize as types? And do the presence of these detract from the real interest of the story? And 4. Discuss the author's power of word selection and striking comparisons. What does this power add to her style? End of section 6.
Section 7 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Princess of Make-Believe by Annie Hamilton Donnell. Recording by Garris Espinosa. The princess was washing dishes. On her feet she would barely have reached the rim of the great dishpan, but on the soap-box she did very well. A grimy calico apron trailed to the floor. "Now this golden platter I must wash extra clean," the princess said. "The queen is very particular about her golden platters. Last time, when I left one of the corners, it's such an extremely heavy platter to hold. She gave me a scold. I mean, she tapped me a little love pat on my cheek with her golden spoon. It was a great, brown-veined stoneware platter, and the arms of the princess ached with holding it. Then, in an unwary instant, it slipped out of her soap-sudsy little fingers and crashed to the floor. Oh! Oh, the queen! The queen! She was coming! The princess heard her shrill, angry voice and felt the jar of her heavy steps. There was the space of an instant. An instant is so short, before the storm broke. You little limb of Satan! That's my best platter, is it? Broke all to bits, eh? I'll break... But there was a flurry of dingy apron and dingier petticoats, and the little princess had fled. She did not stop till she was in her secret place among the willows. Her small, lean face was pale, but undaunted. The queen isn't feeling very well today, she panted. It's wash day up at the castle. She never enjoys herself on wash days. And then, that golden platter. I'm sorry I smashed it all to flinders. When the prince comes, I shall ask him to buy another. The prince had never come, but the princess waited for him patiently. She sat with her face to the west, and looked for him to come through the willows with the red sunset light filtering across his hair. That was the way the prince was coming, though the time was not set. It might be a good while before he came, and then again, you never could tell. But when he does, and we've had a little while to get acquainted, then I shall say to him, Hear, O prince, and give ear to my petition, for verily, verily, I have broken many golden platters, and jasper cups, and saucers, and the queen, long live her, is sore. Sore, the princess pondered for the forgotten word. She put up a little lean brown hand and rubbed a tingling spot on her temple. Ah, not the queen, it was the princess, long live her, who was sore. I beseech thee, O prince, I shall say, buy new golden platters and jasper cups and saucers for the queen, and then shall I verily, verily be... Oh, the long words, how they slipped out of reach. The little princess sighed rather wearily. She would have to rehearse that speech so many times before the prince came. Suppose he came tonight? Suppose she looked up now, this minute, toward the golden west, and he was there, swinging along through the willow canes toward her. But there was no one swinging along through the willows. The yellow light flickered through. That was all. Somewhere, a long way off, sounded the monotonous hum of men's voices. Through the lacework of willow twigs there showed the faintest possible blur of color. Down beyond, in the clearing, the castle guards in blue jean blouses were pulling stumps. The princess could not see their dull, passionless faces, and she was glad of it. The castle guards depressed her, but they were not as bad as the castle guardesses. They were mostly old women with bleared, dim eyes, and they wore such faded silks. My silk dress is rather faded, murmured the little princess wistfully. She smoothed down the scant calico skirt with her brown little fingers. The patch in it she would not see. I shall have to have the royal dressmaker make me another one soon. Let me see. What color shall I choose? I'd like my golden-colored velvet made up. I'm tired of wearing royal purple dresses all the time, though of course I know they're appropriater. I wonder what color the prince would like best. I should rather choose that color. The princess's little brown hands were clasped about one knee, and she was rocking herself slowly back and forth, her eyes wistful and wide on the path the prince would come. She was tired today, and it was harder to wait. But when he comes, I shall say, Hear, O prince, verily, verily, I did not know which color you would like to find me dressed, arrayed in, and so I beseech thee, mine infirmity. The princess was not sure of infirmity, but it sounded well. She could not think of a better word. And then, I think then, he will take me in his arms, and his face will be all sweet and splendid like the mother of gods in the picture, and he will whisper, I don't think he will say it out loud. Oh, I'd rather not. Verily, princess, he will whisper, Oh, verily, verily, thou hast found favor in my sight. And that will mean that he doesn't care what color I am, for he loves me. Lower and lower sank the solemn voice of the princess. Slower and slower rocked the lean little body. The birds themselves stopped singing at the end. In the secret place, it was very still. "Oh, no, 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 not verily," breathed the princess in soft awe. For the wonder of it took her breath away. She had never in her life been loved, and now, at this moment, it seemed so near. She thought she heard the footsteps of the prince. They came nearer. The crisp twigs snapped under his feet. He was whistling. "Oh, I can't look! I can't!" gasped the little princess, but she turned her face to the west. She had always known it would be from the west, and lifted closed eyes to his coming. When he got to the twisted willow, she might dare to look. To the little willow twins, anyway. "And I shall know when he does," she thought. "I shall know the minute." Her face was rapt and tender. The miracle she had made for herself, the gold she had coined out of her piteous alloy, was it not come true at last? Verily? Verily? Hush! Was the prince not coming through the willows? And the sunshine was trickling down on his hair. The princess knew, though she did not look. He is at the twisted willow, she thought. Now he is at the little willow twins. But she did not open her eyes. She did not dare. This was a little different. She had never counted on being afraid. The twigs snapped louder and nearer, now very near. The merry whistle grew clearer, and then it stopped. "Hello?" Did Princess say, "Hello?" The princess had little time to wonder, for he was there before her. She could feel his presence in every fiber of her trembling little being, though she would not open her eyes for very fear that it might be somebody else. No, no, it was the prince. It was his voice, clear and ringing, as she had known it would be. She put up her hands suddenly and covered her eyes with them to make surer. It was not fear now, but a device to put off a little longer the delight of seeing him. "I say hello. Haven't you got any tongue?" "Oh, verily, verily, I mean here, O prince, I beseech thee," she panted. The boy's merry eyes regarded the shabby small person in puzzled astonishment. He felt an impulse to laugh and run away, but his royal blood forbade either. So he waited. "You are the prince!" the little princess cried. "I've been waiting the longest time, but I knew you'd come," she added simply. "Have you got your velvet and gold buckles on? I'm going to look in a minute, but I'm waiting to make it spend." The prince whistled softly. "No," he said then. "I didn't wear them clothes today. You see, my mother—" "The queen?" she interrupted. "You mean the queen?" "You bet I do. She's a regular bilter. Well, she don't like to have me wearing out my best of clothes every day," he said gravely. "No," eagerly, "nor mine don't. Queen, I mean, but she isn't a mother of mercy. No. I only wear silk dresses every day, not my velvet ones. This silk one is getting a little faded." She released one hand to smooth the dress wistfully. Then she remembered her painfully practiced little speech and launched into it hurriedly. "Hero, prince, verily, verily, I did not know which color you'd like to find me dressed in, I mean arrayed. I beseech thee to excuse, pardon, I mean—" But she got no further. She could endure the delay no longer, and her eyes flew open. She had known his step. She had known his voice. She knew his face. It was terribly freckled, and she had not expected freckles on the face of the prince. But the merry, honest eyes were the prince's eyes. Her gaze wandered downward to the homemade clothes and bare brown legs, but without uneasiness. The prince had explained about his clothes. Suddenly, with a shy, glad little cry, the princess held out her hands to him. The royal blood flooded the face of the prince and filled in all the spaces between its little gold-brown freckles. But the prince held out his hand to her. His lips formed for words, and she thought he was going to say, "Verily, princess, thou hast found favor." "Let's go fishing," the prince said. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Annie Hamilton Donnell was born in Maine, where much of her life has been spent. She has, however, lived in the Middle West, and her present home is in Framingham, Massachusetts. She has been a frequent contributor to many of our best periodicals. It is the charm of perfect understanding that lifts Annie Hamilton Donnell's story out of the many into that enchanting region inhabited by such bewildering creatures as Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm and Anne of the famed Green Gables. To the author must be attributed that same responsive gift that makes the prince really a prince. For the princess, there is no evil to her who will not see it, So there's no harsh stepmother or horrid witch, only a queen who never enjoys herself on wash days. The author's delightful touches of humor make an easy and comfortable medium from make-believe to a no less interesting world of little willow twins and fishing pools. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What is the most marked characteristic of the princess? 2. What foils are introduced to bring this characteristic into bolder view? 3. In what particular items is the author's sense of humor best displayed? 4. Where is the emotion of the princess most intense? 5. Is this emotion suddenly or gradually destroyed? 6. What are the points of strongest contrast between the imagined prince and the real little neighbor boy? 7. Comment on the sudden ending of the story. End of The Princess of Make-Believe.
Section 8 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Two Apples by James Edmund Dunning. When the morning of the 16th day broke out from the gray battlements to the eastward, only 2 live men remained on the raft, which more than 2 weeks before had left the splintered side of the barkentine. Besides, there was 1 dead man, and his body counted 3 out of a dozen who had clung to the raft, until 10 starved to death because they could not live on red apples and brine. Zadok roused as much as a man can when every morning he wakens less and less, until some day he does not waken at all. Jeems lay staring at the sun as at a stranger's face. "Turn out, Jeems," said Zadok, when he had worked some life back into his thickening tongue, "till we put him over." They rolled the body into the sea with no words or ceremonials to mark the end, except that Jeems, when some part of the splash stung his face, struck off the drops with trembling, horrified hands. "2 apples left," said Zadok, not in any tentative sounding of possibilities, but with finality forced home by a fact so plain and near as to render evasion needless. "1 for today," said Jeems. The other one for tomorrow." "The last one for tomorrow," returned Zadok, bold as ever. "Let us wait as long as we can before breakfast." The raft drifted many hours, following the sun around the fatal empty bowl. Jeems broke that vast silence. "Zadok, I must eat something. My head my head." "So does mine," said Zadok. "Cut the first apple in 2. It takes so little to satisfy, when one is starving, and that little goes so very fast. When Zadok put his furred teeth into half the first apple, it was as if he had not tasted such since he left Cape Cod a dozen years before. His mind, strained with a long unrealized hope, forgot the timbers on which his bent muscles clung, and went back to an orchard he had known, where such apples always grew. The cool air from the shadows underneath the tree rows seemed interlaid with waves of heat, and the loved odors of the sunlit seaside farm, that long slope from the meadow land up, and up, beneath the slant, uncertain fence, to where the white topsides of the house were vividly set off in green, till Zadok came to himself, and understood that the smell was only the damp breath of the Atlantic, and the heat, the plunging agony which flowed from his own tense heart. The first apple was gone. The 2 men's eyes conversed in brief. Then Zadok said, "I'm going to sleep again, if it is sleep. Anyway, I'm tired. Can you stay up a while?" "It's my trick," consented Jeems. Neither spoke of the approaching end, but when they had sat staring at each other a time, for mad men's minds move with but a mock agility, Zadok said, "Put the second apple under the tin cup in the middle of the raft, and keep it there." When the apple was safe, Zadok held out his right hand. "Until I wake, Jeems," he said. "It is safe there," was the answer. And Zadok lay down on the soggy timbers, satisfied, with faith in the honor of his starving mate. To Jeems, who watched, the sea looked as never in his life before. For years he had enslaved it. As a tough Mount Desert fisher boy he had bound it to his childish will, and in many later years afloat had thrown back its innumerable challenges with all contempt, until the last time. In sailors' lives, birth and the marriage day bow down to the last time. It always comes, when fortune or the years have made them blindly bold. His courage fled before the onslaught of these terrible seas, which, high above the level of his blurring eyes, swept up in a torturous parade, as if death maddened his victims by passing his grand divisions in review. Besides, the pain of hunger so outgrew all reason, it cut through the man's thin body like the blade of a great and sudden sorrow in one's heart, through and through, ever returning, never going. A greater sea than the others rolled underneath the raft, and shook the loose boards so that the tin dipper rolled on its inverted rim, and then fell tinkling back again. Jeems crawled to where he could lift the dipper and see beneath. The second apple lay secure, its plump sides a shocking contrast to the terrors of the raft. Jeems looked hard. A cruel pain shot from his throat to his heels in a tearing red-hot spiral. The first apple had so cooled his mouth. Water began running off Jeems's chin. If he could only run his fingers down those rounding sides, maybe they would catch some of the orchard smell. Jeems clapped the dipper down with a sudden muscular fury, and kicked Zadok into sense with such vigor that he fell exhausted from the effort. "I was so lonesome I thought I might go off," he explained, adding, "Zadok, what's your family?" "5 and the wife, God help 'em," said Zadok, not dramatically either, but just dully, as if it was what his mind had grown to know very much better than anything else. "Have you?" "No," said Jeems. "Years ago I called on a pretty girl over to Summersville, but nothing came of it." "Just as well now," said Zadok coldly, adding, half in dream, "I recollect all them Summersville girl was pretty. 'Lizabeth comes from there." "Who?" asked Jeems. "'Lizabeth, the wife. Why, she was your sister, Jeems." "So she was. I forgot." Many madmen speak in the past tense at the stage where they seem to look back on their proper selves. The sun neared the west. "Lie down again," said Jeems. "I'll watch." "Any sail, that time before?" "No sail, Zadok." The wind dropped near sight, and Jeems lay on the raft with eyes that glowed back the red reflection of the setting sun. As it moved toward the liquid line of sea, its brilliance fell into the smother of a cloud through which its sides shone with the softened satin polish of the second apple, as Jeems last saw it. The thought struck him in the middle of his heart, which began leaping as when, at 19, a girl's smooth fingers lingered on his own. He hungered for sight of the second apple as for nothing else in the whole of the world before. He wished the raft might roll so violently as to throw off the dipper, and then, before he realized, his own foot had kicked it into the ocean, and the apple smiled before him, securely laid between two great planks at the bottom of the raft. Zadok slept. Jeems was alone with the second apple. He looked at it between caked lids, and let his eyes rove over and over its rare beauties. For the first time since he was born, his whole being, the knotted body whose abundant energies had been quite absorbed by the arduous doings of his roving life, and the big heart of him, where the rich red of the blood was pent and packed, with never a bit of an outlet for relief, thrilled with the keen delicious mystery of desire. His meager lips, crackling like snakeskin, repeated in monotone, as if to hold his conscience under some mesmeric charm, "I must, I must." The mere thought of the cool heart of the fruit made his pulse spring as if whipped. To imagine the exquisite satisfaction which would follow his teeth as they sank slowly, slowly, sank farther and farther through those moistening walls until, at the very acme of delight, they met. Christ! He was on it in an instant, holding it with both hands, and not lifting it, but just putting his face down, and keeping it so in a passionate embrace. He would eat, if he died for it. He must. "'Lizabeth!" It was Zadok, dreaming. "'Lizabeth, good old girl, good girl. Bye-bye, home at sundown. Good. Ah!" The voice fell away in an idiotic sigh. Jeems sprang to his feet and stood swaying with the raft, the image of his sister in his eyes. Off east, where the gray shades grew, he saw her walking on the sea, her long hair blown before, like a cloud of jet-black flame, and her face all lovely. "'Lizabeth!" Jeems spread his arms, but she did not see him, for she looked at Zadok as he lay there at her brother's feet, and her eyes rained love which calmed the sea like oil. And then Jeems saw himself as if from far. "'Lizabeth!" he cried, but she did not hear, so he held his two arms up toward the sky and whispered, "God, God, God, forgive Jeems Harbut, a wicked sinner, and take him." His voice sank to a low, unhuman key. "And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. O God!" And with arms still raised in suppliance for his great unselfish soul, he sprang out backward to the darkening sea. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. James Edward Dunning, journalist and publicist, is the author of many reviews, government reports, essays, and short stories. He has had a long and honorable connection with the Department of State at Washington. What has happened before the 16th day, what ship it was, what its destination, who its crew, how they had been wrecked, we are not told, nor are we particularly concerned with the history of those preceding events. We are intent on one man living with half-mad intensity a whole life in a single day. It is not so much that he knows the pain of diminishing vitality, the scorchings of hunger and thirst, as it is the spiritual tortures he undergoes. Everything that treacherous desire can mean, he feels. It is only an apple, but as he, in his hungered, famished state, gazes upon it, every sense is alive with an intense elemental desire. At the moment of severest trial, with the clearness of vision of those near death, he sees himself, knows his sin, feels the mercy of God. And as the day closes, he experiences the happiness of sacrifice. Beside him, Zadok sleeps, perhaps drifts off into the unknown. Suggested points for study and comment. If the author had wished to make a much longer story of this, what episode or episodes could he have greatly elaborated? Can you surmise why he did not do this, but preferred rather to develop the situation he had selected? What artistic effect is created by the description of the Cape Cod farm? Analyze the sensory imagery. Why does Zadok command that the last apple be placed under the tin cup in the middle of the raft? What had previously been Jeames's attitude toward the sea? Has his attitude now changed? Why or why not? From the standpoint of mere sense impression, what is the most significant moment in the story? What is the point of highest spiritual interest? End of The Two Apples. Recording by Roger Moline.
Section 9 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Star by Rebecca Cooper Eastman, recorded by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. When the fifth graders returned in the fall, they knew to a boy and a girl that they were to go to room H, and they knew too that by passing over the threshold they would automatically become the elderly and dignified sixth grade. Proud and disdainful were sixth graders in that they carried the largest geographies made. Highly pedantic too were they, because they coped with mysterious institutions called fractions, which occupied the clean, unexplored back part of one's arithmetic. Fearsomely learned were they in words of 7, 8, or 9 syllables. To be one of such was to be indeed grown up. When the new class, half timorous and wholly suspicious, entered room H, they were startled to find their 30 names already written in a neat column on the blackboard, with an imperative "Do not erase" underneath. How on earth had Miss Prawl found out their names? It was hard for Theodora Bowles to take her seat inconspicuously, as if she were no better than stupid Freddie Beale, as if, in fact, she had not been for 5 years the leader of the class. Theodora, however, was not nearly so obscure as she supposed, for Miss Prawl, in secret session with the 5th grade teacher, had been informed that Theodora was so quick-witted that she usually called out the answer before the teacher had finished putting the question. Furthermore, whenever the class was asked to recite in concert, she invariably shouted the answer first, and then the rest of the class repeated what Theodora had said, and were therefore always right. The fact that she knew more than anyone but the teacher had made Theodora's life one delightful arrogance of intellectual supremacy. Pretending that she was royalty in disguise, Theodora gazed impatiently at Miss Prawl, and wondered how long it would be before the new teacher found out how bright she was. After all the children were located at desks corresponding to the ones they had occupied in grades 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, Miss Prawl opened a drawer of her shiny, spotless desk and took out a box which proved to contain 6 new pieces of different colored chalk, lying side by side. The combination of the bright colors was so alluring that every child immediately resolved to save up for just such an outfit, in order to play hopscotch in colors. With every eager eye riveted upon her, Miss Prawl took out the piece of pink chalk and made a very beautiful pink star on the blackboard directly after Stella Appleton's name. Stella, it may be said, always had a good deal of undeserved prominence because her name began with an A. If, at the end of the week, Stella or any one of the rest of you is perfect in spelling, That person will get a pink star after his name," announced Miss Prowl, and she put away the pink chalk and drew a blue chalk star after Freddie Beal's name. "You will receive blue stars if you are perfect in arithmetic," she continued. "And yellow," she drew a yellow star, "yellow is for perfect geography. Green," she made a green star, "green is for perfect reading. And red," Miss Prowl paused impressively, "red is for perfect deportment." After this entrancing monologue, Miss Prowl rubbed out the explanatory stars, replaced the chalk carefully in the box, and waited. Theodora's hand at once shot up in the air. "Well?" asked Miss Prowl. "My name's Theodora Bowles," said Theodora, "and there's a piece of purple chalk in your box, Miss Prowl, that you didn't say anything about. And so I wondered if you hadn't forgotten to tell us about purple stars." The whole class leaned forward in breathless expectancy, proud of their discerning Theodora. "I am very glad you asked me this question, Theodora. I keep the purple chalk for a very special, wonderful reason." 30 pairs of glistening eyes grew round her. "The purple star is the greatest reward that I can bestow on any girl or boy. It is given only for some very great deed, for some deed which shall show that the girl or boy is either very brave or very kind, or both. Although I have seen a great many fine girls and boys, it has never happened that I felt that the right time had come to give any one a purple star. But perhaps this will be a purple star year." Theodora listened with great dawning worship in her eyes. How exciting it was of Miss Prowl to set up such an impossibly high standard, and how altogether interesting Miss Prowl was, too. Her eyes seemed much given to dancing and twinkling, her voice was sweet and pleasant, being especially persuasive when she said boy or girl, and her smile was a blended maternal siren affair which nobody of either sex had ever been able to resist. Miss Prowl made one feel a little ashamed, as if one had never before appreciated what a privilege and responsibility it was to be a boy or a girl. The new teacher's dress was a soft, pretty brown, dainty and fresh. Yes, Theodora resolved that she must attain the purple star, and thus forever become famous. Just as she had arrived at this engrossing decision, the hall door opened, and Mr. Wadsmore, the adored portly principal, strode energetically in, leading a new boy. This person, this upstart, this unidentified stranger, this perfect nobody of a new boy faced the critical, penetrating eyes of the assembled class with an almost superhuman ease. "Miss Prowl, this young man is Charlie Starr," said Mr. Wadsmore. "Can you make a place for him?" Beside Theodora was an empty seat, the only one in the room. As it was on the girls' side, the male aspirants for education with difficulty smothered their roars of laughter at the idea of a boy's sitting debased among the girls. Observing this ill-conceived hilarity, Miss Prowl at once led Charlie to the empty seat beside Theodora. "If you sit here today, Charlie, I will rearrange the seating tomorrow," she said. As Charlie sank into the place assigned, Theodora blushed painfully. Being nearest to the unwelcome masculine stranger embarrassed her frightfully. Her hand flew up in the air. "May I go out and get a drink?" she asked. "Yes, Theodora," replied Miss Prowl evenly. She had heard of Theodora's continuous and unquenchable thirst, and had been advised by no less a person than Mr. Wadsmore that the best course was to allow Theodora to drink as much and as often as she wished. After a copious raid on the water cooler, Theodora returned, feeling a little bloated, but much more composed and natural. 5 minutes for whispering," announced Miss Prowl at 11 o'clock. A deafening hubbub immediately arose. "Say," began Charlie Starr to Theodora from behind his desk cover, "how do you like her?" He nodded toward Miss Prowl and winked. Theodora was unwilling to indulge in the intimacies of gossip on so slight an acquaintance. "Where'd you come from, anyway?" she icily inquired. "Skipped up from the 4th grade." "You did?" Halter was drowned in awe. "You bet. It's the second time I've skipped at this school, too." Theodora studied Charlie with detached, incipient dislike. Charlie must be very bright indeed to have skipped 2 classes. She herself, with all her brains, had never arrived at the pinnacle of skipping. And she had so much wanted to feel the importance of marching into chapel with the class next higher up, and of smiling back at her old mates with condescending tolerance. Theodora did not know that she might have skipped several times, but for the fact that her parents, who believed in the slow unfolding of her almost too brilliant mind, had begged to have her kept back. All unconscious of this parental duplicity, Theodora was having some very uncomfortable minutes. If Charlie Starr had skipped 2 classes, it looked as if the impossible were true, that there actually existed on the earth a person who was brighter than she. It could not be, and yet. Charlie looked disturbingly intelligent. But there, of course he had not studied last year's subjects in detail, so he could not possibly compete with her. And when she received the purple star, she would be entirely safe. Star? Why, the new boy's name was Starr. "Is your name spelled S-T-A-R?" she asked. "S-T-A-R-R," replied Charlie. "I'm Charles Augustus Starr, Jr.," he said in a bragging tone. Theodora gave a shriek of delight and punched the girl in front of her. "Say, Laura, the new boy's father is Cole Cart Starr," she cried. Laura immediately shrieked too, and so did all the other girls when they heard the news. Bewildered at so much noise, Miss Proll rang the bell and asked Theodora, who seemed to be a sort of cheerleader, to look up the word whisper in the large dictionary and write the definition on the blackboard. The cause of all the undue commotion was the fact that Charles Augustus Starr, Sr., was in the coal business, and that daily, all day long, up and down the city went huge coal cart trucks labeled C.A. Starr. At Theodora's instigation, the girls in her class had formed the C.A. Starr Club, which was a very original organization. There were no dues, and the responsibilities were light. They consisted merely of looking upward into the sky and of pointing upward simultaneously with the index finger of the right hand every time one met a coal car. C.A. Starr was thus cunningly interpreted as "see a star." It rather spoiled things that there were no stars to be seen in the daytime, and that the club members never met any coal cars at night. Still, it was extremely good fun, when you caught sight of a coal cart, to point up and look up suddenly, and to have the vulgar, uninitiated outsider ask, "What are you doing?" and then to explain that you belonged to a secret order, and that there were times when it was necessary to give the high sign. As Theodora was president of the C.A. Starr Club, she at once called a meeting, to be held at the noon hour, for the purpose of considering whether or not club members ought to give the high sign in the presence of C.A. Starr, Jr. It was at length decided by the president, who did all the talking, that they would point up and look up when they met C.A. Starr, Jr., outside the school grounds. Otherwise, with Charlie Starr right there in the same room, they would have to be pointing up and looking up all the time, and Miss Proll might with reason object. "Say," said Charlie Starr to Theodora in the afternoon whispering period, "did you hear about the purple star?" Theodora nodded. She was speechless because she had just crammed an entire licorice shoestring into her mouth. "Well, I'm laying all my plans to get that star," proclaimed Charlie. "So am I," said Theodora thickly, with black lips, "though there's no use in your trying. I'd just give up the idea if I was you." "Not much I won't. I'd like to see a girl get ahead of me," retorted Charles witheringly. Violent sex antagonism sprang up full-blown within the soul of Theodora. This insignificant upstart who casually skipped must be taught the lesson once and for all that school was one of the places where girls excelled. "Let us refresh our memories by reviewing some of last year's geography," said Miss Proll, ringing the dinner bell which called the class to order. "Ah," thought Theodora, swallowing the last of the shoestring whole, clearing the decks for action, as it were, "I guess I'll surprise C.A. Starr, Jr. now." "Recite in concert. What is the capital of Maine?" asked Miss Prowl. "Augusta on the Kennebec!" shouted Theodora Bowles and Charlie Starr as in one voice. "Tara on the Kennebec!" echoed the rest of the class. "What is the capital of New Hampshire?" Again the two brilliant ones roared the right answer, and the rest recited, "Curd on the Merrimac." "Vermont?" continued Miss Prowl. "Montpelier on the Winooski!" yelled the rivals. "She's going straight through the United States in order," decided Theodora. "I know 'em all, backwards and forwards, and I guess Charlie Starr will get left long before we get to the Dakotas." "What is the capital of Rhode Island?" asked the wily Miss Prowl, who had noted the absent look on Theodora's face, and purposely omitted Massachusetts. And she caught everybody in class. "Boston on Massachusetts Bay!" the leaders cried, and the parrots mimicked them. Miss Prowl paused so long that Theodora recalled her question. "Providence and Newport on Narragansett Bay!" howled Charles Starr, ahead of Theodora, and in a voice that could be heard all over the building. Theodora could scarcely keep back the flood of her tears. Charlie Starr had thought quicker than she. It was the first time in all her life that she had been worsted, and, well, those smarting tears were already spilling over and showing. "May I go out and get a drink?" she asked, and from the depths of the dressing-room, where she was sobbing into the heart of the roller towel, she could hear Charles the usurper yelling, "Harrisburg on the Susquehanna!" When Theodora felt able to return to society, the color which was usually in her cheeks seemed to have concentrated at the end of her nose, and her eyes looked sopping wet. Her intense little being, however, was all afire with determination to win the purple star. Part 2. At the end of the week, Theodora and Charles had each a pink, blue, yellow, green, and red star. So had several of the other children, for that matter, but Theodora well knew that these others would have an intellectual slump by the third or fourth week. She was right, for at the end of the month the names of Theodora Bowles and Charles Augustus Starr, Jr., were the only ones that had a complete set of stars after them. "Miss Prowl, now about what kind of a deed would a person have to do to get a purple star?" queried Charlie, one day when he had stayed after school for the express purpose of extracting some inside information from Miss Prowl. "That's just exactly what Theodora asked me yesterday," said Miss Prowl. "The trouble is, I shan't know myself until the deed is done." "Miss Prowl, now, if I saved the President of the United States from a runaway horse that wanted to stamp on him, would that deed get me a purple star?" "It might," admitted Miss Prowl. "That would be a brave, kind act." "If you would only move to Brooklyn, I might stand some show," yearned Charles. "Now, Miss Prowl," began Theodora excitedly the day after the Thanksgiving recess, "if I discovered something that nobody had ever discovered before, would that be a purple star deed?" "It would depend on the nature of your discovery, Theodora. Of course, while the world could not progress without discoveries, they are not primarily brave or kind." "That's just the trouble," sighed Theodora, but she still looked hopeful. "Miss Prowl, now, would it be a purple star deed if I discovered that there was another sun up in the sky besides the one that we're already using?" "If you discovered anything as remarkable as that, Theodora, I should feel entirely justified in giving you a purple star," replied Miss Prowl, reveling in Theodora's imagination. "But you mustn't worry about it," she advised, "and you mustn't try too hard, dear." Theodora could hardly believe her ears. Dear? A school teacher had called her dear? How romantic she felt! She took her seat with such an expression of ecstasy on her face that Miss Prowl wondered what she could be thinking about now. Although Miss Prowl had asked her not to try too hard, Theodora, under the impelling flattery of dear, resolved that she would work more than ever to do something kindly brave, or bravely kind. As there didn't seem to be any deeds of that sort lying round loose waiting to be done, Theodora worked up a bitter grudge against George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, who, before she was born, had taken a mean advantage of her by saving the country and freeing the slaves. Still, By thinking constantly of the purple star and kind bravery, she hoped to keep in the proper frame of mind to recognize the great deed when it came along, just aching to be done. Meanwhile, she practiced brave kindness by smiling lovingly and saying sweetly, "Good morning," to the school janitor, who was a faithful, glowering old dog of a Scotchman, one of the few human beings who are impervious to blandishments. If anyone ever spoke to him unnecessarily, this janitor fixed a murderous gaze on the offender as if he would deeply relish killing him if he weren't too busy mopping and washing blackboards. All those who were not practicing bravery avoided him as much as possible. It gets on one's nerves to try to live in perpetual exaltation, and Theodora was very often cross. Especially was she irritated at the sight of Charlie Starr being driven home from school by a coxcomical groom in a large, gleaming, red-wheeled cart drawn by a knobby, bob-tailed horse. Theodora herself lived just 1 block away from the school and walked humbly to and from the halls of learning. She was not jealous of Charles, but he annoyed her because he completely upset her theory that all very rich children were correspondingly stupid. Usually one could work out the law of compensation very pleasantly and in a way that was extremely complimentary to oneself. The only way in which she could revenge herself on her wealthy, fortunate, scintillating rival was to call meetings of the Siestar Club on a certain street corner past which Charlie and his liveried groom invariably drove. And when Charles was conveyed by, self-consciously, he hated the pomp and polish which his mother prided herself upon. The Siestar Club raised eyes and right hands and gave its ear-piercing steam-whistle yell. Charles always blushed deeply, being much embarrassed before the groom, and tried to wheedle Theodora into an explanation of her acts. She was, however, iron-heartedly incommunicative, and continued her persecutions. Part 3. On a certain March afternoon, when it was snowing most unseasonably hard, and the children were drowsy and listless, Miss Prawl dismissed her class early, with instructions to go straight home, and to change their shoes and stockings the minute they got there. On account of the deep, blinding snow, Theodora reluctantly called off the meeting of the Siestar Club, and as she plunged home through the biting, icy flakes, she mused on the futility of trying to get a purple star. There was no use in hoping to excel Charlie Starr in the matter of ordinary stars, because he was always perfect. Neither he nor she had so far been absent or late, and neither had failed in anything. The only solution, therefore, was to invent some way of being more than perfect. As the snow continued to fall at night, and was still coming down the next morning, Theodora, besides her usual wraps, wore a pair of shiny, unused rubber boots, a Christmas present from her grandmother, who had always worn rubber boots to school when she was little, and thought that girls ought to now. With a somewhat lumbering gait, Theodora waded to school, and arrived just in time to see Charles Augustus Starr, Jr., being magnificently driven up in a regal sleigh with great accompanying jingling of bells and waving in the wind of red and yellow plumes. Besides Charlie and Theodora, very few of the class were present, and as for chapel, well, it looked desolate and emptily bleak instead of being hot and crowded as usual. Miss Prawl went through the lessons rapidly, and at 11 o'clock Mr. Wadsmore put his head in the door and said that school must be dismissed at once. There was a high gale, and the children were to go home as quickly as they could get there. The next morning the snowstorm had become a blizzard, a dangerous monster of a blizzard, in fact the one great historic blizzard, the blizzard of 1888. And the milkman left no milk at Theodora's house that morning, and the rooms were so dark that all the gas in the house had to be lit, and the choreman couldn't come to fix the furnace, and the fire went out. Everything was cold, shivery, and unreal. Outside, the great banks of snow were impenetrable. From the downstairs rooms you couldn't have seen people on the other side of the street, supposing that there had been any people to see. A policeman went by on a floundering horse, but there were no wagons, and there was nobody walking, no red-faced jocose postman, no icemen, no sedate business men, no scurrying, scampering children. As she pulled on her rubber boots, Theodora, who always planned to get to school before the doors were opened, decided to allow 10 minutes extra that morning. At exactly 8:30, the Scotch janitor always took down the big bar which held the double doors in place, and Theodora was invariably the first one in. It was not necessary for her to get there until 10 minutes of 9, but she never ran the slightest risk of being tardy. In all her life she had never been tardy or absent. "Don't worry about me, Mother, if I'm late to luncheon," said Theodora as she appeared in the dining-room door. "It's so snowy that it will take me longer than usual." "Theodora, child," remonstrated Mrs. Bowles, "surely you don't think that I'm going to allow you to go to school?" "Why, yes, Mother," said Theodora, with horrible misgivings nonetheless. "You couldn't get there alive," declared her mother. "There's no one on the street. It would be positively suicidal." Theodora began with tears and just the usual methods of teasing. Then, finding these trusty old friends unavailing, she launched forth into impromptu diplomatic schemes for extracting a yes. She tried to trap her mother by means of a system of cross-questioning, and she endeavored to weary her until she should impatiently exclaim, "Oh, for mercy's sake, go!" But her mother, for once, was relentless. Her father had given up all idea of going to his office, and while Theodora was arguing with her mother, Mr. Bowles went down cellar to build a furnace fire. He very rarely visited the cellar, and when he did, he always returned tremendously upset about something or other. Consequently, Theodora teased in a low voice so that her father shouldn't hear her through the registers. She hoped to win her mother's consent and get away before her father wrathfully returned. Mrs. Bowles, however, seemed to get more flinty-hearted every minute. When 10 minutes of 9 came, and then 9 minutes of 9, Theodora realized that never again in all her life could she say, "I have never been tardy." She still hoped, however, that some higher power would intervene to see to it that she got to school at 9. To be tardy was disgraceful enough, but to be absent was a crime that could never be expiated. Suddenly she ran into the library and knelt rigidly on the rug which she had heard her mother refer to as a prayer rug, and she all but prayed the soul out of her body that the rug would change into a magic carpet on which she could be transported to school. She must have invoked the wrong deity, for the rug did not stir even a hair's breadth. But perhaps kneeling was not enough. Perhaps one ought to lie prone on the rug and pray. She had just stretched out, full length, face down, when the hall clock boomed the fatal 9. Now she was both tardy and absent. She was just like any other ordinary human child. She was undistinguished in any way. Well, there was really no use in continuing to live, and oh, for a convenient way to die. How badly her mother and father would feel when they found her stretched dead on the piano bench, and how they would blame themselves for not allowing her to have her way. Weeping miserably from self-pity, Theodora pulled off her things and sat down to look out at the storm and plan her end. "Come, Pussy, don't mope," exclaimed her father. He had just finished a bitter dissertation on the short life of the modern coal shovel when handled by the choremen of to-day, and was beginning to feel very good-natured again. "Let's play backgammon." "I'm tardy, and I'm absent," moaned Theodora, who had about abandoned the idea of dying in favor of disappearing forever. "There won't be any school on a day such as this," said Mr. Bowles consolingly. "Even the teachers couldn't get there and live." This happy suggestion made Theodora decidedly less pensive. Maybe, and oh, how she prayed that it might be so, maybe her father was right, and maybe, after all, she was still a supreme being, one who had never been tardy or absent. As the day wore on, she became more and more hopeful. Her greatest comfort of all was the thought that Charlie Augustus Starr, Jr., who lived over 2 miles from school, was even more surely a prisoner than herself. It kept right on snowing that night. There was no discussion about anyone's going out the following day, for the whole city seemed destined to be buried in the snow, which fell unceasingly from low, inexhaustible clouds. Finally, after several days, when people were becoming seriously alarmed, and some of them were hungry, the snow stopped, and the sky turned into a drizzling blue, from which a blinding sun again looked down on the new white city. And then men began to open their front doors again, and shovel and pant and shovel as they dug their way out into the world. Gradually there began to be postmen and butcher boys and milkmen and horse cars and newspaper boys and policemen, and when Theodora's father started for his office, the long pent-up Theodora was permitted to go to school. Part 4. Although the small paths on the sidewalk were so slippery that the most nimble-footed kept tumbling down, Theodora was, as usual, the first child against the school door, and she was the first to burst into the silent building when the Scotch janitor took down the bar, and the first to dash up the creaky wooden stairs. Racing down the echoing hall, she tore off her things in the dressing-room and rushed into room H, fearing she knew not what. And the sight she saw on the blackboard made her blood run cold. During her enforced absence, the very worst had happened. At the end of the long line of stars which followed the name of Charles Augustus was a prominent, unmistakable new star. It was larger than any of the pink or blue or red or green or yellow stars, and there was no doubt about it, for the sun shone warmly on the blackboard. The new star opposite her rival's name was purple. The new boy, coal cart star's son, the skipper of classes, the groom escorted, never absent, late or wrong, Charlie Starr, had attained the unobtainable. Slowly Theodora put her books into her desk and sat in her place, waiting grimly for Miss Prowl. It was only a few minutes later that the teacher came in, rosy from her short run through the snowy street (she lived only 3 doors from the school), and said cheerfully, without looking the least bit guilty, "Good morning, Theodora." Theodora could not reply. All the while the other children were bouncing in with shiny apple-red cheeks and a great flourishing of clean white pocket-handkerchiefs. Theodora sat as still as a little china image. In the midst of her chagrin, she dreaded meeting the exultant look which she knew would be in the eyes of the winner of the purple star. Every time anyone came in from the hall, Theodora jumped from nervousness. But she jumped in vain, because Charlie Starr failed to appear. Even when it was 10 minutes of 9, Charlie Starr had not come. With a triumphant lilt of the heart, Theodora thought, "Charlie Starr is late." At 9 o'clock it dawned upon her that Charlie Starr was not coming to school at all, and at the same time an unexplained lump of uncomfortable bigness suddenly developed in her throat. She was afraid that something had happened to Charlie Starr. She did not know why, but a panic of terror seized her. It was the first big real fear of her life. The purple star on the blackboard became the sign of some heroic tragedy. Where was Charlie Starr? "Well, girls and boys," began Miss Prowl, "we have all been taking a very unexpected vacation, and there has been no school at all since you were all here before." Theodora's heart flippity-flopped with relief. All her sufferings had been in vain. She was still a supreme being. But what was the thing in Miss Prowl's face which made one sit so deadly still and grasp the desk cover so tight? "I came to school on the first morning of the blizzard because I live so near, and one other person came too." Her little audience began to look frightened. "The only child who came that morning was brought in unconscious." Charlie Starr was dead. Theodora had known it all along. At 6 o'clock on the first morning of the blizzard, Charlie Starr, without anyone's knowing he was awake, went out to his father's stable and managed to saddle one of the horses. And in order not to be late to school, he left home at 6:30 and rode through the blinding snow until at 9 o'clock he reached the school. And when he finally got here, he was so exhausted that he tumbled off the horse into a snowdrift. If the janitor hadn't happened to see him, there would be no Charlie Starr in our class or in the world today. But the janitor did see him, and so although Charlie is pretty sick, he's going to get better and come back to us again. It seemed to me that it was very brave of Charles to try to come to school, and so I gave him the purple star. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm going to write to him today. And I want every girl and every boy who thinks I was right in giving him the purple star to clap with all his might." A spontaneous applause that at once shook the walls was due in part to enthusiasm for Charlie Starr. Most of the noise, however, was caused by the exuberant joy of being allowed, for once, to make as much racket as one could within the sacred precincts of room H. Every one set to work to blister his hands, every one but Theodora, who sat with folded arms and with burning, accusing eyes fixed on Miss Prowl. Holding up her hand for silence, Miss Prowl, with an inexplicable sinking of heart, said, "Well, Theodora?" Theodora rose, white-lipped. "Miss Prowl, if I disobeyed my parents, or stolen out when they didn't know it, I might have come to school and had a purple star. I wasn't scared. I wanted to come. I prayed to come." She knew this last statement would have to be lived down later, but at this hazardous moment she cared not for that. "I'd have walked till I died, if they'd let me." Before she had time to sit down again, an unexpected adherent suddenly sprang to his feet in the person of Freddie Beale, the class dunce. "So would I," shouted Freddie, desirous to support the distinguished Theodora, and at the same time to win a little unaccustomed prominence for himself. "They caught me just as I was shinnying over the back fence, and they had to lock me up to keep me home. I ain't gone on school, but it would have been fun to come that day. It's the only day I ever wanted to come to school. Charlie Starr hadn't ought to get no purple star. That stunt of his wasn't bravery." The greatest and the least having been heard from, everyone in the class then felt called upon to rise up and say that his soul had been sick within him because he was not permitted to come to school the first day of the blizzard. Miss Prowl was devoutly wishing that she had abolished the purple star before such zealots as the critical Theodora and her followers had darkened the door of room H, when, as if drawn into the discussion by fate, Mr. Wadsmore entered, with a brilliant smile for the class and a rather serious look for Miss Prowl. He handed her a note and said mysteriously, "From an I.P., and I'm afraid I think he's right." To the great delight of everyone, Mr. Wadsmore turned to the class and joked about an impossible prehistoric period when he was a small boy (he now weighed nearly 200), while Miss Prowl, with damask cheeks and two brilliant eyes, read the note from the irate parent. This note was written with violet ink on heavily perfumed paper, with a gold coat of arms and a gold border, and it read: 936 Clinton Avenue. My dear Mr. Wadsmore, on close questioning, I find that my son Charles was actuated in his daredevil adventure of leaving for school at 6:30 o'clock on the first morning of the blizzard by a desire to win a purple chalk star. He knows that he very nearly lost his life, and he is hoping that his rash act may be rewarded in the foolish way I mentioned above. He considers that he is a hero, unappreciated at home, and he is working himself into a fever over the whole thing. I am a plain man. Miss Prawle's eyes wandered to the coat of arms. And I greatly disapprove of such methods in education. Unless you can do away with your purple star system immediately, I shall be obliged to transfer Charles to another private school which is nearer and therefore more convenient. Awaiting your reply, I am, very truly yours, Charles Augustus Starr. Miss Prowl read the note in a flash, snatched up the eraser, rubbed out the purple star, opened the chalk box, and dropped the purple chalk in the wastebasket. "What Theodora said about the purple star is quite true," she said soberly, "and I shall never give any one a purple star. Never." As Mr. Wadsmore left the room with an approving smile at Miss Prowl, Theodora's eyes grew soft and bright, and she sighed with pathetic relief. For the first time since she had heard of the purple star, the world seemed altogether right. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Mrs. Rebecca Hooper Eastman, a magazine writer of distinction, lives in Brooklyn, New York. Her father, the late Dr. Hooper, was for many years president of Brooklyn Institute. The judgment of his peers proved fatal to the glory of Charlie Starr. Miss Prowl, the sixth-year teacher, learned, too, with surprise, that if one is a dutiful child who neither disobeys nor deceives, he thereby lessens his opportunity to achieve the heroic. The literalness of Theodora and her zealots destroys any romantic impulse to make reckless synonymous with brave. One is reminded that the youthful escapades which brighten the biographies of certain national heroes, always making notable exception of the father of our country, would not have met the rigorous demands of Theodora's approval. The conclusion is obvious. It is difficult to become a hero and at the same time retain all the virtues, particularly the much desired charity. And who would be judge? Let the Order of the Purple Star be abolished. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What is the author's purpose in writing this story? 2. What are the chief points of interest besides this well-defined purpose? 3. Are you satisfied with the outcome of the story? Could you suggest any other way of meeting the problem? 4. Do you find the characters real? Is Theodora typical? 5. Why is it necessary to make character and setting somewhat subordinate? 6. Do you like the introduction? What is the basis of its charm? 7. Do you find the author critical of other things outside the immediate purpose of the story? End of The Purple Star.
Section 10 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, Second Series, published in 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai. Rugs R.O.T.C. by William Addleman Ganoe. Part 1. It was only because it was the middle of the night that the barracks of Company No. 1 lay quiet. Even at that solitary hour, the squares of moonlight from its sliding windows revealed two long huddled rows of cold metal cots creaking with the turnings of 160 restless sleepers. Down toward the end of Squad 15, Joseph Morley Ruggs lay wrapped in dreams more troubled than was his wont. The meter was standing before him, writing with a feathered sword in a giant book. Thou art weighed in the balance and found. The words kept spreading until the D was crushed against the edge of the page. The meter's eyes became flaming nozzles, which shot waves of gas into Rugg's unmasked face. There was a crashing sound of many bands, playing mostly upon cymbals. All at once the U.S. on the meter's collar and the silver bars on his shoulders became incandescent. His body lengthened out like Aladdin's genie, and he slowly disappeared upward in a whirl of smoke, mounted on the shaft of a rifle grenade, and Ruggs was left alone, holding in his hand a rectangular parchment-headed, "Honorable Discharge from the Service of the United States." When he raised his head, Alice, with sorrowful eyes, was looking him through and through. Alice, whom he had left a month before with the trembling words of acquiescence on her lips and a kiss of hope at his departure. There she stood, shaking a finger of scorn at the paper of failure in his hand. The earth was giving way under him. As he sank lower and lower, voices grew abundant about him, and there arose a continuous clatter of rifle bolts, bayonets, and mess tins. A bugle somewhere was sounding the assembly. The company in the dusky distance was falling in under arms. The corporals were about to report, and he, Candidate Ruggs, would be absent. He tried to hurry over dressing himself, but his arms worked in jerks, and when he attempted to run, his legs merely pulled and pushed back and forth heavily in one spot. Frantically he struggled to make headway against the solid air, but in vain. With a supreme effort he lunged forward and came down at the side of his cot on both feet, with a resounding shock that made the boards of the flimsy barracks rattle. "For God's sake," growled the Duke of Squad 15, rising on his elbow, "don't you get enough settin' up stuff in the daytime without jarrin' your muscles when decent folks sleep? Who fell into the trench? Inquired Naughty, his legal mind going to the bottom of the matter. No use trying to sleep around here, continued the Duke with a groan. Got to get a pass and lock yourself in a hotel over Saturday and Sunday. Someone in the middle of barracks was attempting to search out with a pocket flash the cause of the excitement. Use of shells, specially successful against active enemy, in no man's land, droned the great voice of small Squirmy in a far corner. And the disturbance subsided with several chuckles, allowing Ruggs to dispose himself upon his rumpled sheets without further fire upon him. In the morning, as he stood in ranks at reveille, he was secretly relieved to note the meter's normal appearance, though that active instrument was spelling out death to some career, possibly at that moment. Degradation to the name of Ruggs had not yet come. The chance to be included among the commissioned few at the end of camp lay before him as a possibility. He was wakened smartly from his musings. "Dress up, put up your arm, you still asleep?" The Duke, who had been a sergeant in the National Guard for 6 years, realized that, since the meter was near at hand, it was a fortunate time to make penetrating corrections. The awe and respect which had bestowed on him the name of Duke on account of his knowledge of the rudiments were now, in the squad over which he had tyrannized as acting corporal, beginning to wane. Ruggs put up his arm, every bristling hair of his mouse-coloured head erect with fury. It was difficult for a man 15 years out of college, who had by dint of energy and foresight worked his way to the superintendency of one of the largest banking houses in the East, to take orders from a grocery clerk much younger and of slight education. Every kind of military communication should be impersonal. These words of the meter came to him opportunely. He fastened his mind on the details for the following day, which the first sergeant was then reading out, and was rewarded. "For company commander tomorrow, Ruggs." "Hee-ree!" His voice came all cracked and husky. "You'd better get on to those drill regs and get up that company stuff," admonished the Duke at breakfast. "I always find I can get along better after giving it a once over, no matter how well I know it." Ruggs made no reply. He was lost in the thought of the chance he had waited for through 35 days of slavery. His opportunity had come. It was a red-letter day because of another circumstance. For the first time he had been called by name by the meter at the morning conference. The elation was so great that, when a note from Alice in the noon mail told him that she would spend the weekend near the camp, he had only time to reflect on what joy his success in handling the company would bring her. Every spare minute during the afternoon and evening he concentrated on close order drill. Not satisfied with the snatches thus taken, he disappeared after taps, with his books and a small improvised stool, into the lavatory, where there was still a faint light from 2 badly arranged bulbs. There he delved into combat work and reviewed the company drill. It was 1 o'clock before he crawled dizzily into bed, with reveille before him at 5:30. He woke at 5 with a start. This was the day of his trial. Although he had stood at the head of ventures involving millions, no day of his life had seemed to him so full of hazard. The fact that he had made good in civil life, he understood, meant nothing in his favour in a military way. For only the previous week, Cyrus Long, an industrial manager with a salary of 15,000 a year, had been told plainly by the meter that he could not make good, and Cy had left with the first failure of a lifetime in his wake. When Ruggs, making every inch of his 5 feet 11 count as the meter approached, commanded "Company, attention!" his accent was very unlike the ideal one he had planned to use. He noted the men in ranks eyeing him as much as to say, "Well, how are you going to handle us this morning?" "Give the company 10 minutes, close order drill, after which proceed with 15 minutes of extended order under battle conditions." The meter shot the words out in 2 definite explosions. It was the first time that such instructions had been issued, but Ruggs asked no questions. "Squads right!" he sang out, meaning secretly squads left. Then added, "March!" in a surprised and subdued tone that he had not intended. On the whole, the first of the drill went along fairly well, except that at times some of the men were unable to hear his commands, and he knew that they knew that he continually meant right when he said left, and vice versa, which did not add to his authority. But he was too honest to bluff the matter before the meter, each time admitting the error by a loud "as you were," and setting them straight without delay. When the extended order part of the drill began, he inadvertently made his deployment so that one flank fanned out across the commanding officer's lawn. "Halt your company!" roared the meter. "Company commander report here." Ruggs yelled a demoralized "halt" and ran to the captain. "Who's in command of this company?" "I am, sir." "It doesn't appear so. Or possibly you wanted them to dance over the colonel's lawn?" "No, sir." "Then why did you put them there?" "I didn't mean to, sir." "You didn't mean not to, did you?" "No, sir." "You lead your command out over a fire-swept zone, and after it is decimated you make a report that you didn't mean to place it there. How will that look when the dead are counted?" "Not very well, sir." "Go place your company where it belongs." Ruggs saluted and ran toward the center of the line, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Assemble! Assemble! Assemble over here!" "Come back!" shouted the meter. But Ruggs was so intent on gathering up the tramplers of the colonel's lawn that he did not hear. "Company commander, Mr. Ruggs!" repeated the meter, putting all his power against his diaphragm. Ruggs returned, his thick chest heaving, his hair matted, and a drop of perspiration clinging to the end of his big Roman nose. "How is this drill to be conducted?" snapped his torturer. "Under battle conditions, sir." "Do you suppose that the company stretched over a space of 200 yards, while the barrage fire was going on, could hear such caterwauling as you've been attempting? What should you do?" "Use whistle and signal, sir." "Have I not directed you to do so heretofore?" "Yes, sir." "Either malicious or wooden. Take your choice. Proceed with your drill." Cut to the quick, Ruggs thought hard what to do in his predicament. The studious, sleepless night was beginning to tell on him, but he called to his memory the signal for "assemble" and blew a stout blast on his whistle. He felt the meter behind his back making damaging notes in the book, and the glances of his fellows before him betraying pity and superiority. The number of errors increased with the length of the drill. Each time the meter summoned him, the criticisms were more caustic. At last he waved his arms in unknown combinations and directions, but whenever the meter stopped him, he was able, with much teeth gritting that made his jaw muscles swell his cheeks, to set the movement straight without excitement. In the afternoon, during march along the road, the meter directed the company to be halted and its commander to report to him. "Mr. Ruggs, you see that little bluff about 400 yards to the left of this road?" "Yes, sir." "You have been marching along here as the advance party to your advance guard, when suddenly you receive a burst of fire from that bluff, which you estimate to be directed by about a platoon. What do you do?" "I'd tell them to—" "I didn't ask you what you'd tell. I asked you what you'd do." "I'd put them, sir." "Put who?" "I'd put the company—" "You speak of the company as if it were a bird-cage or a jackknife." "Sir, I just asked you what you would do. Do you get it?" By this time Ruggs was so aroused that every fibre of his mind was alert. Instead of being more confused, he was able to concentrate more acutely than before. He pulled his whistle from his pocket and blew it almost in the meter's face, at the same time signaling to the company to deploy and lie down. "That will do," snorted the meter. "March your company back to the barracks." Ruggs replaced his whistle in his pocket in a hangdog way, which showed that he was convinced that his doom was sealed. "Squads right," he commanded. "As you were. Squads left." "Oh, steady." "Squads right about. March." The company at rout step had become a ripple of mirth from end to end. "Oh, Ruggsy," shouted the Duke, I know a good civilian tailor." The remark brought on a quantity of local laughter, and Naughty did not help matters much by starting, "Keep the home fires burning." That evening the flank of Company Number 1 individually condoled with Ruggs, who was trying to decipher how he could be so full of so many different kinds of mistakes. "He's got the raspberry, all right," commented the Duke before a large group, including Ruggs. The raspberry, be it said, was the name applied to the sword of Damocles suspended by the meter. When he called a failing candidate into the orderly room and implied that a resignation would be in order, the lost soul was known the company over as getting the raspberry, or rasp. Part 2. Just before taps, after life had become subdued through study, the small red-headed form of Squirmy was observed making its way to the center of the long room. He was dressed in a black overcoat fished from the bottom of a trunk. A white tie torn from a stricken sheet made a flaring bow at his neck, and goggles and an old cap cover served as headgear. He carried in his hand a Webster's Unabridged, which he placed on an old box previously used for the same purpose. "St!" the exhorter of Squad 21 came in whispers from a dozen throats, and the room became still. Squirmy searched his half-dressed congregation witheringly over the tops of his spectacles. Then from his small body proceeded slow tones of thunder. "And the Lord said unto Moses, Squad's right." Dramatic pause. But Moses, not being a military man, commanded Squad's left. Longer pause. And great was the confusion among the candidates. "Peace be with you," he concluded, pointing an accusing finger at Ruggs, and the company went to bed holding their abdomens. After the last drill on Saturday, Alice arrived with her machine chauffeur and chaperone. When she spied Ruggs across the parade, with 22 pounds of office flabbiness gone, his hardened muscles holding his shoulders and neck erect underneath his khaki, an unmistakable admiration filled her wide hazel eyes. For a moment his gladness was unalloyed, and the disappointments of crowded barracks and tangled drills faded utterly away. But as the day wore on, the pleasure grew limp in the face of the bleak future. His mind was repeatedly met with the question, "Shall I tell her?" And he always turned on himself with the reply, "I am not yet through." The unacknowledged dullness between them finally drove them into the distraction of a movie theatre. There, in the darkness, she caught stealthy glimpses of his tightened jaw and distressed face. "It's going to be very hard on him. He'll be so disappointed," she said to herself. At the same time, while apparently following the antics of Mary Pickford, he was thinking, "It's going to be so hard on her. She'll be so disappointed in me." When she had gone, and he found himself once more seated on his bunk in desolation, he berated himself violently. "I must have treated her badly. This will not do. I've never given up before. I've got to pull myself up to my best if it's only a corporal's job. It's better to be a man than a higher up anyway. Good God, I can serve better by going where I am put than where I want to be put. True patriotism, after all, is filling the niche, whatever—" "Say, Rugsy," burst in the Duke from the side door. "Big doings here Monday. Big review for a Russian general. This company is going to be divided into two, A and B companies." Rugsy was silent. "Don't you care anything about it?" continued the Duke. "I'm not interested in reviews, to be frank. Say, old fellow, you don't need to get so down because you tied up that drill the other day. Course, there's a great deal to know about this military game. At first I was pretty green myself. Maybe in a second camp you can get on to the stuff." Ruggs was not desirous of discussing the matter with the Duke, who, having been given the natural opportunity, filled the gap with conversation. "You know the meter called me and that reserve Lieutenant Sullivan into the orderly room and told us we were going to be in command of the two companies. He went over with us just how we were going to do. He's a first-rate chap, the meter is. First we line up along the road near the gate, and then we march to the parade ground and review. I know every command I'm going to give right down in order. Could say 'em off backwards. That's the way to know your drill. At supper the Duke leaned over the table toward Vance, a broker from Wall Street who had spent the previous summer at Plattsburgh, and observed confidentially, "Do you know, Vance, I'd like to have you as my first lieutenant when I'm a captain. You suit me okay. I like the way you drill." Vance, immaculately neat and clean-shaven, acknowledged the remark with a bow and went on eating. Mortimer, just out of Dartmouth, aged 22, gazed at the Duke with that deference with which Gareth first looked upon Lancelot. At 3 o'clock Monday afternoon the 20 companies of the training camp were drawn up ready to display themselves to the Russian general. Automobiles were parked thickly on the roadways, making a black, grey, and brown banded circle around the parade ground. Under the dense fringe of trees, the many-colored gowns of the women edged the green like a thick hedge of sweet peas. The heat and stillness had settled down over the camp tensely. The dignitary, eagerly awaited, was overdue. The Duke, as he wiped the perspiration from his hatband in front of the long column of companies standing at ease, congratulated himself on the certainty with which he would give the appropriate commands at various points before him on the level stretch of grass. Conscious fingering of his pistol holster indicated his belief in the meter's choice. A half-hour passed and the general had not arrived. All at once, the band, contrary to plan, started to move diagonally across the parade ground. A mounted orderly popped out from a group of regular officers and galloped straight toward the Duke. "The Major's compliments," he announced. "The ceremony along the roadside will be dispensed with. You are to march your company to the line for review at once, sir." The field music struck up adjutant's call, which was the signal for the first company to form line. "Squads left!" shouted the Duke in most military fashion. It was the command that he had rehearsed to start the company from the roadway to the ceremony proper, the opposite direction from the one toward the spot where the line should now be formed. "March!" he added, without seeing his error, and the company wheeled off toward the woods away from the visitors, away from the band, away from everybody. "Damn me," he muttered, looking back over his shoulder at the vanishing goal. Then he roared, "Column left! March!" Again he had steered the head of the column in an opposite direction from the one intended. B and C companies were now directly between his objective and his organization, which was marching farther away with every step. He realized that he had taken time enough to be well on the way toward, instead of away from, the spot where the adjutant was waiting for him. "Squads left, march!" he bellowed desperately. The company, in the shape of an L, not having completed the turn in column, now accordioned its flanks toward each other, intermingling inextricably. The organization became at once a crowd of fellows with rifles. "Halt! Halt! Halt!" the Duke exploded, and immediately fell into helpless bewilderment. There was a dreadful pause, during which beads of perspiration dropped from his face, making black spots on his starched clothing. His arms and fingers twitched and he blinked horribly. "What a steadying influence he'll have on Vance," whispered someone near Ruggs, who, through compassion, was unable to feel mirthful. The same orderly galloped up for the second time and delivered an ultimatum from the major in no uncertain language. Several platoon leaders sprang forward and succeeded in getting the company started in the right direction. But the strain had weakened the Duke's nerve to such an extent that he was slow in dressing his company, and failed to give eyes right in time, when actually passing in review under the scrutiny of the general himself. And all this time the meter had been hovering about, using his eyes mightily and his mouth not at all. Back in barracks, when ranks were broken, there were no remarks made openly on the leadership of the Duke. He had been a trusty drill master, and, it was reported, had a stand-in with the meter. It was not discreet to taunt him. Indeed, it had been such a soakingly hot proceeding, the whole review, that most of the men were glad enough to grasp what little comfort they could without more ado. The extra marching beforehand had not helped to cool them off, mentally or physically. Under the single thin roof that separated them from the sun, the atmosphere, besides being hot, was excessively oppressive. As soon as they could get rid of their rifles, belts, and coats, they tossed them away in any direction. Those who arrived inside first, and consequently had a chance for the shower bath, peeled off every soggy garment. They were in this chaotic state of dishabille when a cry rose from the first squad, "Man the portholes!" Immediately 160 male beings struggled for a view from the eastern windows. "It's the general, the whole party!" exclaimed one of the first. "They're coming in here!" volunteered another. The crowd surged back, and the voice of the acting first sergeant could be heard in an effort to prepare the company for inspection. They hurled their belongings into place with the speed and accuracy of postal clerks. Two nude unfortunates were without ceremony ejected into the cold world on the side of barracks farthest from the Russian advance. History does not record whatever became of them. A bather clad only in a scant towel and a scanter piece of soap, while making his entrance from the shower where he had splashed in ignorance of the coming invasion, was, to his amazement and resentment, forced suddenly into the lavatory, where he was given to understand he must remain. Ruggs, most incompletely dressed, coiled himself up underneath his cot behind two lusty suitcases. When the general came down the aisle, the candidates standing fully clad at the foot of their bunks, at attention, gave the impression of having waited for him nonchalantly in that position ever since the review. Mattress covers were smoothed, bedding folded, clothing hung neatly, and all evidence of hurry or confusion effaced. But the meter smiled a Mona Lisa smile as the door closed upon generals, colonels, aides de camp, and himself. "Rest!" shouted the acting first sergeant, and the company collapsed into tumultuous laughter. Wet underclothing, matches, and cigarettes were hauled from beneath mattresses, equipment from behind pillows, and knickknacks from yawning shoe tops. In the midst of all this turmoil, one of the doors reopened and the meter stepped inside. Someone near him murmured a half-hearted "Attention!" and all who were within earshot arose, all except one. At that moment Ruggs found himself halfway up from between the cots, his head and body upright and his legs fast asleep under him. "Mr. Ruggs, I seem to see more of you than I did a moment ago." If the meter had returned for a purpose, all idea of it vanished now, for he turned and disappeared, leaving Ruggs to bear his chagrin and to blush down as far as his legs. That night Squirmy took his text from the Book of Curiosians and gave a splendid and inspiriting talk on how Moses, although he had been found by the king's daughter in the bulrushes, had nothing on Ruggs, who was discovered by the king himself among the valises. "And be it said," concluded the exhorter, "that both foundlings were the same uniform." Part 3. The 1st of August was close at hand. Rumours kept coming up like the dawn on the road to Mandalay. The makes, those recommended for commissions, it was said, had already had their names sent to Washington. Before and after drills, members of the company were being constantly summoned into the orderly room for interviews, the purport of which was leaking out through the camp. A reserve captain had been given his walking papers. Squirmy was to be a second lieutenant, Naughty a first lieutenant, and Vance a captain. The Duke had just been summoned. As he made his way up to the aisle to the front of barracks, hushed whispers ran around from circle to circle. Will he get a captaincy or just a lieutenancy out of it? And many a covetous eye followed his retreating figure. At dinner he had not returned. In the afternoon and during the next day his place in the squad was vacant. It began to be rumoured that he had been sent away on some special detail, perhaps to France. In the evening, Ruggs, having finished his supper early, was surprised to find the Duke in civilian attire sitting on the cot he had occupied, which was now divested of all its former accompaniments. "Good-bye," began the Duke, extending a cold hand rather ungraciously. "Just turned in all my stuff." "Leaving?" queried Ruggs. "Yup, got the rasp all right." There was an awkward pause, which was filled by the Duke's interest in the lock of his suitcase, after which he continued haltingly. "Meter called me in and told me no use to stay here, said my experience was all right, but because I'd had so much, he expected more. Told me any man that got fussed up and couldn't get out of an easy hole without help after 6 years' trainin' was no good for leadin' men. Said he couldn't trust men's lives to me, and so he couldn't give me a commission. Gave me a lot of guff like that, with no sense in it. He's a hell of a man." "Do you mean to say you're discharged, and that's all?" Ruggs was plainly astounded. "You bet. That's the end of the little Duke of Squad 15. Be good to yourself. Say good-bye to the fellows for me, will ya?" Several men strolled back from supper, the Duke casting a furtive glance in their direction as much as to say, "I don't care to meet any of them any more," added a "so long," and disappeared, suitcase in hand, through the side door. "What chance for me," thought Ruggs, "if the Duke gets the raspberry?" That night he carefully smoothed out a civilian suit and placed it on a hanger at the head of his cot. He also wrote several letters to business friends at home. He did not write to Alice. Excitement for the next few days was severe. Some were not eating their meals, few were sleeping much, and all was stale. The physical training had truly been intensive, but the mental strain had been breaking. Friends greeted each other in a preoccupied way, and the nightly singing had grown feeble. As for Ruggs, he looked forward to the acceptance of his discharge with as much grace as possible. He had striven honestly, and had apparently made of himself only an object for laughter, but he was far from giving up. Several candidates had confided to him their disappointment, as they would have liked, they said, to see him gain a commission. Indeed, they had felt all along that he was going to make good. Yet the day of his reckoning seemed never to materialize. Men went into the orderly room and came out with hectic smiles of relief or sickly efforts at cheerfulness, while he watched and waited. One day, after the first drill, Vance was sitting on his bunk talking finances, when a voice from the other end of the barracks called out, "The following men report in the orderly room at once." The silence was crisp. Then the voice continued with a list of about 10 names, toward the end of which was Ruggs. "Good-bye, Vance," said he, rising. He put on his coat and brushed his clothing and shoes carefully. Vance eyed him narrowly and pityingly during the operation, as much as to say, "There's no use taking any more pains with those clothes. You'll never need them again." Ruggs caught the look and understood. "You see, I can't get out of the habit," he confessed. "It's not so much the clothes as myself." At the orderly room door, he waited a small eternity before his name was called. Once inside, he found himself for the first time alone with the meter. Under his scrutiny heretofore, Ruggs had felt himself to be merely number one of the rear rank needful of correction. And yet the victim felt that he could part from the captain with no feeling of resentment at the blow he was about to receive. "Mr. Ruggs," the estimator of destinies wheeled in his chair and cast a look of brotherly frankness into Ruggs' eyes. "Yes, sir." "Mr. Ruggs, you've been here almost 3 months." "Yes, sir." "I haven't time to mince matters with you. You have one great failing which I'm going to dwell upon. You attempt to do too many things at once. In the military service you are compelled to consider what is best for the moment. Nothing changes so fast or furiously as a military situation. Don't forecast what you'll do next so much as figure what you'll do now. Make your men be of the greatest use in the team right now. Understand? What you'd be liable to do would be a certain amount of banking in the trenches, while you'd be speculating on how much interest your venture would bring tomorrow. A gas wave comes over today and finds your men without masks. Be ready for the thing at issue. You've got to take this matter in hand at once and overcome it." Ruggs acknowledged to himself that his difficulties were all too plainly exposed. He had tried to compass the whole of drill regulations in a single night. He had been so interested in what he was going to do to the enemy after he reached the bluff that he had forgotten to give the proper signals to start the company on its mission. If only he had understood the correct method of approach at the beginning. "That," went on the meter as if in continuation of Rugg's thoughts, "has been your downfall." There was a knock at the door. In answer to the captain's "come in," a thick official document was handed him. "Be seated, Mr. Ruggs. Pardon me while I read this." It took some time for the perusal, during which Ruggs saw light in the shape of a new plan. "Captain," he inquired, as the meter looked up, "is there any chance for me to get into another camp, or couldn't you recommend me?" "Second camp!" cried the meter, staring at Ruggs as if the candidate were bereft of reason. "Second camp! You'll get all the second camp that's coming to you. The whole purpose of this camp is to pick out the proper wood pulp. That's all. None of you is capable of being an officer now. But the men I have chosen, I hope have the makings. You yourself have two assets. First, a knowledge of men, and second, the power to think under stress. In another month you'll be training rookies from the draft. What I wanted to tell you was, you'd better look out for your failing when you're the first lieutenant, instead of the captain, of that company of yours. Do you understand?" Ruggs understood and managed to retire. Once outside, he leaned against the building to steady his knees and pressed his hands into his pockets to keep his fingers from trembling. "Sorry about it, old chap," spoke up one of those waiting near the entry. Ruggs realized how the shock must have affected his features. The incident gave him an idea. When he had recovered sufficiently to go back to his bunk, Vance, in a rather conventional and perfunctory tone, inquired about the outcome. "Oh," the dissembling Ruggs declared, "the meter said he'd let me stay on till the end of the camp for the training I'd get if I wanted to." It was enough for Vance, and those standing about refrained from asking embarrassing questions. For the next 4 days, Ruggs was treated as one who has just lost his entire family in a wreck. On the evening of the 5th day, after supper, a reserve officer from headquarters appeared in barracks with a list, the substance of which he said could be disclosed to the public. When he had finished reading the first lieutenant's, every eye glared at Ruggs, and when the list was completed, there was a rush for blankets and the victim. How many times Ruggs' feet hit the ceiling he never quite remembered. Later, Squirmy gave a very helpful talk on Joseph, who was sold by his brothers down into Egypt after they had hidden him under a bushel. "Ah, gentlemen," he exhorted, "this time little Joey sold his brothers. Little Joey Ruggs is going to have a coat of many colors and be ruler over many." And again the fun turned on Ruggs, but he stole away and wired Alice. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. William A. Ganoe, now stationed at West Point, is a captain in the regular army. When Ruggs' R.O.T.C. was printed in the Atlantic, it was immediately tried out in the classroom, where it won the instant favor of high school pupils. It was the first story to be issued in the series of Atlantic readings. Amusing situations, with lively dialogue aplenty, in this training camp story of Mr. Ganoe, are the conveyances for a splendid lesson in pluck. Ruggs, the successful bank manager, knew that only the best in the individual is worthy of recognition when it comes to government service. He meant to give that best. The trial came. Despite the confusion and the jeers, Ruggs came through. Brains and thoroughgoing effort counted. To Ruggs it meant a first lieutenancy for his pluck, something to tell Alice, and a ride in a blanket for the glorious sell he had practiced on his jeering comrades. Underneath the fun and the hazing, there is, on all sides, sincere appreciation of merit. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. What purpose does the opening dream serve, besides that of arousing immediate interest? 2. Besides his ability for quick decision, what is the outstanding feature of Rugg's character? 3. How is the character of the meter drawn? Is there any advantage in not naming him? 4. Are you prepared for the meter's decision in regard to the Duke? Is the latter introduced into the story for any purpose other than to amuse? 5. What are the author's chief means of keeping suspense? 6. What ends do Squirmy's nightly exercises serve? 7. Would it have added to the interest of the study to have Alice more fully characterized? Why is she introduced? End of Rugg's R.O.T.C.
Section 11 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of Life by Lucy Huffaker. There was a heavy odor in the little house which quite blighted the soft spring air as it blew in through the half-open window. For supper there had been onions and sausage, and the fried potatoes had burned. The smells which had risen from the kitchen stove had mingled with the raw, soapy fumes which gave testimony that Monday was wash day in the Black family. Now the smoking of the kerosene lamp on the center table seemed to seal in hermetical fashion the oppressive room against the gentle breeze of the May evening. The woman, bending over a pair of trousers which she was patching, stuck the needle in the cloth, pulled the thimble from her fat red finger, and rubbed her hands over her eyes. "Bedtime, Billy," she said to the 9-year-old boy, who was playing with a picture puzzle on the other side of the table. "Ah, Ma, let me stay up till Pa and the boys get home." The woman shook her head. "I'll get up in plenty of time to feed the chickens, anyhow. Honest, I will." "You ought to be glad to go to bed," the mother sighed in answer. "I'd be. Seems to me I'd be tickled to death if I could drop into bed without my supper any night." "I'll go if you'll go too. I just hate to go to bed knowing all the rest of you are up." "Me go to bed? Why, these trousers of your father's aren't finished yet, and I've got to mend Tom's shirt and your father's coat, and then there's the bread to set. Much chance I have to go to bed for a couple of hours yet. Now you run along. If you go like a good boy, you can have a cookie." She put the thimble on her finger and bent over her mending again. She sewed steadily on until an hour later, when she heard the buggy drive into the yard, and one of the boys came running in to ask her if she knew where the barn lantern was. It was in the cellar, and there was barely enough oil to make a dim light while the horse was being unharnessed. The boys were sent to bed immediately with an injunction to be quiet, so Billy would not be awakened. She heard the heavy tread of her husband in the kitchen as he hunted for the dipper to get a drink of water, and then he came into the sitting-room, sat down in a chair, and began pulling off his shoes, and he groaned as he did it. "Say, Em," he said, "guess who I saw in town tonight?" "Who?" was the unimaginative response. "You'd never guess in 100 years. You'd never guess what she did, either. She sent you these." He drew from his pocket a package and a sheet of notepaper. The woman looked at them for a moment, but she didn't touch them. "Hurry up, Em," said the man. "They won't bite you." "But what?" she faltered. "The best way to find out about 'em is to open 'em." She opened the package first. It was a cheap colored print of St. Cecilia at the organ. It was in a bright gilt frame, and then she opened the note. She read it through once with a little frown puckering her forehead, and then more slowly she read it the second time. "Minnie Jackson," she murmured. "I haven't seen her for nearly 10 years. I don't know when I've thought about her even. You read it, Jake?" "Yes, she didn't seal it." He waited a minute, then said, "I couldn't just make out what it was all about. What day is this?" "It's our birthday, Minnie's and mine. We used to call ourselves twins, but she's a year older than I am. I've been so busy all day I never thought about it. What does Minnie look like?" "Oh, she looks about the same, I guess, as the last time she was home. She's getting fatter, though. Guess it's the climate out in California must agree with her." "Is she as fat as I am?" "Just about, I guess." "Did she look as if they were well off? What kind of a dress did she have on?" "I don't know. Good enough, I guess. I didn't see anything wrong with it. While she ran into the store to get this picture and write this note to you, old Jackson was bragging to me about how well Elmer had done. He said Min had married about as well as any girl round here." "Did he say anything about whether she ever paints any?" "Paints? Whatever are you talking about, Em?" She had bent over her sewing again, and he could not see her face as she answered. "When Minnie and I were little girls, I reckon we never had any secrets from each other at all. I know I talked about things to her I could never tell anybody else. She was that way with me, too. Well, she always said she wanted to paint, and I wanted to play. She was always copying every picture she saw. I remember she did one picture called A Yard of Roses from a calendar. It was so good you couldn't have told the difference. Don't you remember the time she took the prize at the art exhibit at the country fair with a picture she had copied called The Storm? One of the judges said it just made him shiver to look at it, it was so real." "Come to think of it, I believe I do recollect something about Min having queer notions. I know us boys used to think she was stuck up. What did she mean about the vow, and about this picture being of you by her?" For a moment there was only the little click of her thimble against the needle, and then she said, "I guess I can't make it clear to you, Jake. Minnie always did have her own way of putting things. We had lots of fancies, as we used to call 'em. But I suppose she was thinking about our old dreams. If they'd come true, she might have painted me sitting just like that." "It don't look much like you, even when you was young," was the reply of the man not given to fancies. "But what is it about the vow?" "I don't know," said his wife shortly. It was one of the few lies she had ever told her husband. Just why, having told him so much, she couldn't tell him that Minnie Jackson and she had promised each other that no matter what happened, nothing should keep them from realizing their ambitions, and that each year they would give a report to each other on their birthday. She could not have said. But suddenly her throat contracted, and she could not see the patch on the coat. "How this lamp does smoke!" she said, as she brushed her hand over her eyes. "Well," yawned her husband, "I guess most folks, leastwise most girls, have silly notions when they're young. Who'd ever think to see you now, that you ever had any such ideas? You're a good wife for a farmer, Em. There ain't a better woman anywhere than you." It was one of the few times in all the years of their marriage that he had praised her. Jacob Black had never been one to question life or to marvel at its wonders. For him it held no wonders. The spell of life had caught him when he was young. He had fallen in love with Emmeline Mead, and he had married her. She had borne him 8 children. 5 of them had lived. If Jacob Black had thought about it at all, which he did not, he would have said that was the way life went. One was young, then one grew old. When one was young, one married, and probably there were children. The wing of romance had brushed him so lightly in its passing that at the time it had brought to him no yearning for an unknown rapture, no wonder at the mystery of life. After 21 years, if he had given it any thought whatsoever, he would have said that their marriage had turned out well. Em had been a good wife. She had risen at daylight and worked until after dark. She wasn't foolish about money. She never went to town unless there was something to take her there. She went to church, of course, and when it was her turn, she entertained the Ladies' Aid. Such recreations were to be expected. Yes, Em had been a good wife, but then he had been a good husband. He never drank. He was a church member. He always hired a woman to do the housework for 2 weeks when there was a new baby. He let Em have the butter and chicken money. The clock struck 9. "I'm going to bed," he said. There's lots to do tomorrow. Nearly through your mending?" "No. Anyhow, I guess I'll wait up for John and Victoria to come home." "Better not if you're tired. John may get in early, but probably Vic will be mooning along." "What?" she cried. "What do you mean by that, Jake Black?" "Say, Em, are you blind? Can't you see there's something between her and Jim? Haven't you noticed that it isn't John he comes to see now? Haven't you seen how Vic spruces up nights when he's coming over?" The woman dropped her sewing in her lap. The needle ran into her thumb. Mechanically she pulled it out. She was so intent, looking at him, trying to grasp his meaning, that she did not notice the drops of blood which fell on her mending. And when she spoke, it was with difficulty. "Oh, Jake, it can't be. It just can't be." "Why can't it?" "Why, he's not good enough for Victoria." "Not good enough? Why? What's the matter with Jim? I never heard a word against him, and I've known him ever since he was a little shaver. He's steady as can be and a hard worker." "I know all that. I wasn't thinking about such things. I was thinking about about other things." "Other things? Well, what on earth is the matter with the other things? Foreman's place is as good as any hereabouts, and it's clear, and only 3 children to be divided among. There's money in the bank, too, I'll bet." "But Victoria is so young, Jake. Why, she's just a girl." "She's old as you was when we got married, Em." He went into the kitchen for another drink of water, and when he came through the room, he bent over to pick up his shoes. "Say, Em," he said, "you surely don't mean what you've been saying, do you? About Jim not being good enough for Vic? 'Cause it ain't likely that she'll ever get another chance as good." She did not answer. The man looking at her, the man who had lived with her for more than 20 years, did not know that a sudden rage against life was in her heart. He did not know that the lost dreams of her youth were crying out in her against the treachery of life. He did not know that the bandage which the years had mercifully bound across her eyes had fallen away, and that she was seeing the everlasting tragedy of the conflict between dreams and life. He did not know that in that moment she was facing the supreme sorrow of motherhood, in the knowledge that the beloved child cannot be spared the disillusions of the years. He only knew that she was worried. "Now, don't you be giving Vic any of your queer notions," he said, in a voice which was almost harsh. Jacob Black was an easy-going man, but he had set his heart on seeing his daughter the wife of Jim Foreman. Did not the Foreman farm join his on the southeast? Until she heard him walking around in their bedroom overhead, she sewed on. Then she laid down her work. She picked up the picture. It was small, but she held it clutched in both hands as though it were heavy. It would not have mattered to her if she had known that critics of art scoffed at the picture. To her it was more than a masterpiece. It was a miracle. Had she not felt like the pictured saint when she had sat at the organ years ago? She, too, had raised her eyes in just that way, and if actual roses had not fallen on the keys, the mystical ones of hopes, too fragile for words, and beauties only dreamed of, had fallen all about her. There was a time when she had played the little organ in church. How her soul had risen on the chords which she struck for the doxology, which always came just before the benediction. Even after Victoria was born, she had played the organ for a time. Then the babies came fast, and when one has milking to do, and dishes to wash, and one's fingers are needle pricked, it is hard to find the keys. Also, when one works from daylight till dark, one wants only rest. There is a sleep too deep for dreams. It was years since Emmeline Black had dreamed, except in the terms of her motherhood. For herself the dream had gone. She did not rebel. She accepted. It was the way of life with women like her. She would not have said her life was hard. Jacob Black had been a good husband to her. Only a fool, having married a poor farmer, could expect that the dreams of a romantic girl would ever come true. Once she had expected it, of course, and that was when Jacob Black had seemed as a prince to Emmeline Mead. She had felt the wings of romance as it brushed past her, but that was long ago. She did not like the routine of her life, but neither did she hate it. For herself, it had come to seem the natural, the expected thing. But for Victoria, her dreams had not all gone when Victoria was born. That first year of her marriage it had seemed like playing at being a housekeeper to do the work for Jacob and herself. She had loved her garden, and often, just because she had loved to be with him, and because she loved the smell of the earth and the growing things which came from it, she had gone into the fields with her husband. Then, when the year was almost gone, her baby was born. She had loved the other children as they came, and she had grieved for the girls and the boy who had died. But Victoria was the child of her dreams. The other children had been named for aunts and uncles and grandfathers, and so had satisfied family pride. But that first baby had been named for a queen. None of the boys cared for music. They took after the Black family. But Victoria, so Emmeline felt, belonged to her. She had always been able to play by ear, and her voice was sweet and true. The butter and egg money for a long time had gone for music lessons for Victoria. When the girl was 12, her mother had begun a secret fund. Every week she pilfered a few pennies from her own small income and put them away. Sometime Victoria was to go to the city and have lessons from the best teacher there. For 5 years she did not purchase a thing for herself to wear, except now and then a dress pattern of calico. That was no real sacrifice to her. The hard thing was to deny pretty clothes to Victoria. And then a year of sickness came. She tried to forget the little sum of money hidden away. Surely their father could pay the bills. If she had spent the butter and egg money as he had thought she had done, he would have had to pay them alone. But when the doctor said that Henry must be taken to the county seat for an operation, there was no thought of questioning her duty. Her husband had been surprised and relieved when she gave him her little hoard. It was another proof that he had a good wife, and one who was not foolish about money. At last her sewing was finished. She went into the kitchen and began to set the bread, but her thoughts were not on it. She was thinking of Emmeline Mead and her dreams, and how they had failed her. She had expected Victoria Black to redeem those dreams, and now Victoria was to marry and go the same hard way toward drab middle age. She heard someone step on the front porch. There was a low murmur of voices for a moment, and then a little half-stifled laugh, and then the door opened. "Mother, is that you?" came something which sounded half-whisper, half-laugh from the door. She raised her eyes from the bread-pan. She smiled, but she could not speak. It seemed as if the fingers of some world-large hand had fastened around her heart. To her, Victoria had always been the most beautiful, the most wonderful being on earth. But she had never seen this Victoria before. The girl was standing in the door, eyes shining, lips trembling, her slim young body swaying as if to some hidden harmony. And then she leaped across the kitchen and threw her strong arms round her mother. "I'm so glad you're up and alone. Oh, Mother, I had to see you tonight. I couldn't have gone to bed without talking to you. I was thinking it was a blessed thing Father always sleeps so hard, for I could tiptoe in and get you and he'd never know the difference." She stifled a little laugh and then went on. "Come on outdoors. It's too lovely to stay inside." She drew her mother, who had not yet spoken, through the door. "I guess, Mother," she said, as if suddenly shy when the confines of the kitchen were left behind for the star-lighted night, "that you know what it is, don't you?" For answer, Emmeline Black sobbed. "Don't, Mother, don't. You mustn't mind. Just think how near home I'll be. Isn't that something to be glad about?" Her mother nodded her head as she wiped her eyes on her gingham apron. "I wondered if you saw it coming," the girlish voice went on. "You never let on, and the kids never teased me any, so I thought perhaps you told them not to. I haven't felt like being teased about Jim, some way. It's been too wonderful, you know." Not until that moment did Emmeline Black acknowledge the defeat of her dreams. Wonderful? To love and be loved by Jim Foreman, of whom the most that could be said was that he was steady and a hard worker, and that there were only 2 other children to share his father's farm. "Don't cry, Mother," implored Victoria. though I know why you're doing it. I feel like crying, too, only something won't let me cry tonight. I guess I'm just too happy ever to cry again." Still her mother had not spoken. She had stopped crying, and stood twisting her apron with nervous fingers. "Mother," said Victoria suddenly, "you like Jim, don't you?" She said it as if the possibility of anyone's not liking Jim was preposterous, but nevertheless there was anxiety in her voice. Her mother nodded her head. "Then why aren't you really glad? I thought you would be, Mother." There was no resisting that appeal in Victoria's voice. Never in her life had she failed her daughter. Was she to fail her in this hour? "You seem like a little girl to me, Victoria," she found voice to say at last. "I guess all mothers feel like this when their daughters tell them they're going to leave them. I reckon I never understood until just now why my mother acted just like she did when I told her your father and I were going to be married." Victoria laughed joyously. "I'm not a little girl. I'm a woman. And, Mother, Jim is so good. He wants to be married right away. He says he can't bear to think of waiting. But he said I was to tell you that if you couldn't spare me for a while, it would be all right." There was pride in her lover's generosity, but deeper than that was the woman's pride in the knowledge that he could not bear to think of waiting. "It isn't that I can't spare you, dear," said her mother. "But, oh, Victoria, I'd wanted to have you go off and study to be a fine musician. I've dreamed of it ever since you were born. But I couldn't go even if it wasn't for Jim. Where would we ever get the money? Anyway, Mother, Jim is going to buy me a piano. What do you think of that?" "A piano?" "Yes, he's been saving money for it for years. He says I play too well for an old-fashioned organ. And on our wedding trip we're going to Chicago, and we're going to pick it out there, and we're going to a concert, and to a theater, and to some show that has music in it." In spite of herself, Emmeline Black was dazzled. In all her life she never had gone to the city except in her dreams. Until that far-off day of magic when Victoria should be a fine musician, she had never hoped to replace the squeaky little organ with a piano. "He says he has planned it ever since he loved me, and that has been nearly always. He says he can just see me sitting at the piano, playing to him nights when he comes in from work. I guess, Mother, we all have to have our dreams, and now Jim's and mine are coming true." It did not seem strange to her that she and this beloved child of hers had never talked about the things which were in their hearts until this night. Mothers and daughters were like that. But there was a secret jealousy in knowing that they would not have found the way to those hidden things if it had not been for Jim Foreman. It was he, and not she, who had unlocked the secrets of Victoria's heart. "Why, yes, of course, Mother. Don't you remember how you used to ask me what was the matter when I was a little girl, and would go off sometimes by myself and sit and look across the fields? I didn't know how to tell you. I didn't know just what it was. And don't you remember asking me sometimes if I was sick, or if somebody had hurt my feelings, because you'd see tears in my eyes? I'd tell you no. But some way I couldn't tell you it was because the red of the sunset, or the apple trees in blossom, or the crescent moon, or whatever it happened to be, made me feel so queer inside." She laughed, but there was a hint of a sob in her voice. "Isn't it strange, Mother, that we don't seem able to tell folks any of these things? I couldn't tell you even now, except that I always had an idea you'd felt just the same way yourself. I seemed to know I got the dreams from you." "Hush," warned her mother. "There's someone coming." "Oh, John, is that you?" "Yes, why don't you two go to bed?" answered the boy. "It's getting late, and there's a lot to do tomorrow." "It is bedtime, I guess," said his mother. "Run along, Victoria, and sweet dreams." She cautioned John and his sister not to wake the others as they prepared for bed. She walked into the house. She tried the clock. Yes, Jake had wound it. She locked the door. She folded her mending neatly and put it away. She placed Minnie Jackson's letter in the drawer of the table. She took the picture of St. Cecilia and balanced it on the little shelf above the organ, where had been a china vase with dried grasses in it. She stood off and then looked at it critically. She decided that was the very place for the picture. She looked around the room for a place to put the vase, and made room for it on top of the little pine bookcase. She walked to the table and hunted in the drawer until she found pen and ink and a piece of ruled paper. "Dear Minnie," she wrote in her cramped, old-fashioned hand, "I was so glad to get your note and the picture. I want to thank you for it. Can't you come out right away and spend the day with me? I have so much to tell you, and I want that you should tell me all about yourself, too. You see, I'm keeping the vow just as you did, although we had forgotten it for so long. Isn't it strange, Minnie, about things? Here I'd thought for years that my dreams were gone, and now it seems Victoria had them all the time. It's a secret yet, but I want to tell you, and I know she won't mind, that Victoria is going to be married. You know Jim Foreman, don't you? Anyway, you knew Cy Foreman and Millie Davis, and he's their eldest child. I hope Victoria can keep the dreams for herself better than I did. Perhaps she can. She's going to have things easier than I have, I hope. But if she can't, surely she can keep them until she has a child to give them to, just as I gave mine to her. I never thought of it before, but it seems to me tonight that perhaps that is the surest way there is of having our dreams last. I don't see how I'm going to stand it, to see my girl growing fat and tired and old from hard work, like I've done. But there is another side to it. You're a mother too, Minnie, so I guess I don't need to tell you that all the music and all the pictures in the world wouldn't make up to me now for my children. We didn't know that when we had our fancies, did we? But we know it now. Come out soon, Minnie. We'll have so much to talk about, and I want that you and Victoria should know each other." She folded the paper and slipped it into an envelope, which she addressed and stamped. Then she blew out the light. End of story. Biographical and interpretive notes by Charles Swain Thomas. The Way of Life. Lucy Huffaker is a short story writer of distinction who has recently been devoting a principal interest to the drama. She is connected with the Washington Square Players in New York City. In the short space of a May evening, Emmeline Black, mother of 8 children, a good wife for a farmer, careful and industrious, lives through her girlhood aspirations and the complete shattering of her dreams. Finally there comes to her the greater tragedy of the realization that in spite of what she can do, her daughter faces the same career of fantasy and disillusionment. For the first time in 21 years, Jake Black finds his wife different, almost a bit untractable, and yet he can find no solution for the problem. Em has been a good wife. Their marriage has been successful. His daughter's possible engagement augurs well for the future. But Em is worried about something. It is the daughter herself who sets their small world aright. Her gratitude for the dreams her mother has given her brings to Emmeline the realization of the value of inspiration, where accomplishment proves impossible. The years of hard work before her and the prospect of a similar life for her daughter grow insignificant before the new consciousness that dreams do last. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Comment on the general atmosphere produced by the opening paragraphs. 2. What descriptive details contribute particularly to the realism of the scene? 3. How is this realism more fully brought out in the conversation between the wife and husband? 4. What feelings prompted the lie which Mrs. Black told, and what can be said in extenuation of this lapse? 5. What contrasts were prominent in her mind? 6. What in Victoria's character makes the strongest appeal? 7. Do we feel that Victoria is more likely than her mother to keep the youthful dreams and visions? 8. What is Mrs. Black's greatest consolation? And 9. Comment on the author's way of ending her story. End of The Way of Life.
Section 12 of Atlantic Narratives. Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series. Published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Year in a Coal Mine by Joseph Husband. 10 days after my graduation from Harvard, I took my place as an unskilled workman in one of the largest of the great soft coal mines that lie in the Middle West. It was with no thought of writing my experiences that I chose my occupation, but with the intention of learning by actual work the operating end of the great industry, in the hope that such practical knowledge as I should acquire would fit me to follow the business successfully. That this mine was operated in direct opposition to the local organization of union labor, and had won considerable notoriety by successfully mining coal in spite of the most active hostility, gave an added interest to the work. The physical conditions of the mine were the most perfect that modern engineering has devised. The workings were entirely electrified. The latest inventions in coal mining machinery were everywhere employed, and every precaution for the safety of the men was followed beyond the letter of the law. Part 1. It was 6:30 on a July morning when the day shift began streaming out of the wash house. Some 400 men, white, black, and of perhaps 28 nationalities, dressed in their tattered black and greasy mine clothes. The long stream wound out of the wash-house door, past the powerhouse where the two big generators that feed the arteries of the great mine all day long with its motive power were screaming in a high, shrill rhythm of sound, past the tall skeleton structure of the tipple tower, from which the light morning breeze blew black clouds of coal dust as it eddied around the skeleton of structural ironwork, to a small house at the mine mouth, sheathed in corrugated iron, where the broken line formed a column, and the men, one by one, passed through a gate by a small window and gave their numbers to a red-faced man who checked down in a great book the men who were entering the mine. From the window we passed along to a little enclosure directly above the mouth of the main hoisting shaft. Sheer above it the black tower of the tipple pointed up into the hot blue morning sky, and the dull dry heat of the flat Illinois country seemed to sink down around it. But from the square black mouth of the shaft, a strong steady blast of cool air struck the faces of the men who stood at the head of the little column waiting for the next hoist. On the one side of the shaft mouth, long lines of empty railroad cars stretched out beyond into the flat country, each waiting its turn to be filled sometime during the day with coal that would come pouring down over the great screens in the tipple. And on the other side of the shaft mouth, under the seamed roof of the building where the checker wrote down the numbers of the day shift, sat the hoisting engineer, a scrawny, hard-faced man with a mine cap pushed back from his forehead. Beside him was the great drum on which the long steel cables that lifted and lowered the hoisting cage were rapidly unwinding, and in his hand he held a lever by which he controlled the ascent or descent of the cage. The first cage had been lowered, and as I watched him and the dial before him, I saw his hand follow his eye, and as the white arrow passed the 300-foot level, the hand drew back a notch, and the long, lithe wire began to uncoil more slowly. 350 feet and another notch, and as the arrow reached near the 400-foot mark, his foot came down hard on the brake, and a minute later a bell at his elbow sounded the signal of the safe arrival of the hoist. A minute and another signal, and then, releasing his foot from the brake and pulling another lever toward him, the drums, reversed, began to rewind, and as the arrow flew backwards, I realized that the cage was nearing the top, the cage on which a minute later I was to make my descent as a loader into one of the largest and perhaps most famous of the vast soft coal mines that lie in the Middle States. As the thin cables streamed upward and over the sheath wheels above the shaft and down to the reeling drums, I looked at the men about me and felt a sudden mortification at the clean blue of my overalls and the bright polish on my pick and shovel. A roar at the shaft mouth, the grind of the drums as the brakes shot in, and the cage lifted itself suddenly from the shaft. The cage, or elevator, in which the men were lowered into the mine, was a great steel box divided into 4 superimposed compartments, each holding 10 men, and I stood, with 9 others, crowded on the first or lowest deck. As the last man pushed into his place and we stood shoulder to shoulder, the hoisting engineer slowly slipped his lever again toward him, and as slowly the cage sank. Then, in an instant, the white blue of the sky was gone, except for a thin crack below the deck above us, through which a sheet of white light sliced in and hung heavily in the dusty air of our compartment. The high song of the generators in the powerhouse, the choking puffs of the switch engine in the yards, and the noise of the men and work, which I had not noticed before, I now suddenly missed in the absence of sound. There was a shuffling of feet on the deck above, and again we sank, and this time all was darkness, while we paused for the 3rd deck to fill. Once more, and again for the 4th. Then, as the cage started and the roar of the shoes on the guide rail struck my ears, I looked at the men about me. They were talking in a whir of foreign words, and in the greasy yellow light of their pit lamps, which hung like miniature coffee pots in the brims of their caps, the strong hard lines of their faces deepened. The working day was begun. As the cage shot down, the wall of the shaft seemed to slip up, and from its wet, slimy surface an occasional spatter of mud shot in on the faces of the miners. Strong smells of garlic, of sweat, and of burning oil filled the compartment, and the air which sucked up through the cracks beneath our feet, as though under the force of a piston, fanned and pulled the yellow flames in the men's caps into smoking streaks. Then I felt the speed of the hoist diminish. A pressure came in my ears, and I swallowed hard, and a second later a soft yet abrupt pause in our descent brought me down on my heels. The black wall of the shaft before me suddenly gave way, and we came to a stop on the bottom of the mine. It was cool, and after the heat of a July morning the damp freshness of the air chilled me. With dinner pails banging against our knees, we pushed out of the hoist, and as the men crowded past, I stood with my back against a great timber, and looked around me. Behind, the hoist had already sunk into the sump or pit at the bottom of the shaft, in order that the men on the 2nd compartment might pass out into the mine. And a second later they swarmed by me, and still I stood half dazed by the roar of unknown sounds, my eyes blanketed by the absence of light, and my whole mind smothered and crushed. I was standing just off the main entry or tunnel of the mine, which began on my left hand out of blackness and passed again on my right into a seeming wall of darkness. The low black roof, closely beamed with great timbers, was held by long lines of great whitewashed tree trunks. A few electric lights shone dimly through their dust-coated globes, and the yellow flames from the men's pit lamps, which had flared so bright in the compartment of the hoisting cage, seemed now but thin tongues of flame that marked rather than disclosed the men. Out of the blackness on the left, 2 tracks passed over a great pit and stretched on into the blackness on the right, as though into the wall of the coal itself. Then far off, a red signal light winked out and made distance visible, and beyond it came the sound of grinding wheels. There was a gleam of a headlight on the steel rails. The ray grew larger, and 2 yellow sparks above it flamed out into pit lights. A train was coming out of the entry, and I waited until it should pass. With a grind of brakes, it suddenly loomed out of the blackness and into the dull haze of light at the shaft bottom. With a roar, it passed by. The locomotive, a great iron box, was built like a battering ram, the headlight set in its armor-plated bow, and behind, on 2 low seats, as in a racing automobile, sat the motorman and the trip-rider, or helper. The motorman with one hand on the great iron brake wheel, the other on his controller, and the trip rider swinging on his low seat, half on the motor and half over the coupling of the rocking car behind, clinging to the pole of the trolley. Their faces were black with the coal dust, black as the motor and their clothing, and from their pit lamps the flames bent back in the wind and streamed out straight along their cap tops. Low above the head of the trip rider, the wheel on the trolley streaked out sudden bursts of greenish-white sparks along the wire, and as the train passed by, the roar of the locomotive gave place to the clattering of the couplings of the long string of stocky cars, each heaped high with its black load of coal. Someone seized me by the elbow. "What's your number?" he asked. "419. Loader? New man?" I nodded. "Then come along with me." He was a tall, thin man who walked with his head thrown forward and his chin against his chest, as if in constant fear of striking the low beams overhead. I followed him, stumbling rather clumsily over the broken coal beside the track. The train had come to a stop over the pit between the rails, and men with iron bars were beating loose the frogs and releasing the hopper bottoms of the cars. Heavy clouds of fine coal dust poured up from the cars as the coal roared down into the bins, and the clanking of metal, the crash of falling coal, and the unintelligible shouting of the foreigners filled the entry with a dull tumult of sounds. Dodging the low trolley wire, which hung about 5 feet above the rails, we crawled across the coupling between two of the cars to the other side of the entry, and walked to the left, past the locomotive where the motorman was still sitting in his low seat waiting to pull out his train of empty cars into the sudden darkness of the tunnel beyond. Then, for the first time, I learned that minds are echoless, and that sound, like light, is absorbed by the blotter-like walls of the tunnels. We walked down the entry between the rails, and after 100 yards turned with the switch in the track sharply to the right, and again on. Sense of direction or angles was lost, and like the faces in a foreign race of people, where one can see little or no individuality, so here each corner seemed the same, and in 100 yards I was utterly lost. Above was the smooth black roof, below the ties and the rails, and on either side, behind the 2 long rows of props, the face of the coal seam, which glittered and sparkled in the light from our pit lamps like a dull diamond. We talked a little. My companion asked me where I had worked before, how much I knew of mines, and a few other questions. And still we walked on, dodging the low wire that comes level with one's ear, and stumbling over the layer of broken coal that lay strewn here and there between the rails. The silence was like the darkness, a total absence of sound rather than stillness, as my first impression of the mine had been that of absence of light rather than darkness. The smoking lights in our caps seemed to press out through the blackness 20 feet around us, where the light disappeared and was gone. And always in front of us, out of the black darkness, the 2 long lines of props on either side of the track stepped one by one into the yellow haze of light, and sank again into darkness behind us as we walked. The air was cool and damp, but as we turned the last corner, the dampness seemed suddenly gone from it. It was warmer and closer. Here the track swerved up from one of the main tunnels into a room, and at the end, or heading, of this room, which we reached a few minutes later, empty and waiting for its first load, stood one of the square cars which I had seen before at the mine bottom, and which we passed several times on sidings by the track. The car was pushed up to the end of the track and its wheels spragged by 2 blocks of coal. Here the tunnel suddenly ended, and from the blank back face a rough broken pile of coal streamed down on both sides of the car and reared up before it against the roof. "Just shovel her full, then wait till the motor takes her out and sends in an empty, and fill that one. I'll look in on you once in a while and see how you're getting along." Then he turned and walked down the track and left me in the dim light of my single pit lamp. Part 2. In the first days of coal mining, as in many mines today, where modern methods have not superseded those of old-time miners, a man did all the work. With his hand drill, He bored into the face of the coal at the head of his room or entry, and from his keg of powder he made long cartridges and inserted them into his drill holes. Then, when the coal was blasted down, and he had broken it with a pick, he loaded it with his shovel into a car, and trimming square the face of the tunnel, propping when necessary, he pushed on until he broke through and joined the next tunnel, or completed the required length of that single entry. But today, these conditions are, in most instances, changed. The work begins with the machine men, who operate the chain machines. In order that the blast may dislodge by gravity an even block of coal of the dimensions of the cross section of the tunnel, these men cut with their machines a sump cut, or, in other words, carve out an opening level with the floor, about 6 inches high and 6 feet deep, at the end of the tunnel. The machines, which are propelled by electricity, consist of a motor and a large oblong disc, about which travels an endless chain containing sharp steel bits, or picks. The machine is braced, the current turned on, and the disc advanced against the coal, automatically advancing as the bits grind out the coal. As soon as the machine has entered to the full 6 feet, the disc is withdrawn and the cut continued until it extends across the entire face. In the evening the drillers, with their powerful air drills, bore a series of 5 or 6 6-foot shot holes, 4 along the roof and 2 on each side of the rib shots. Then a third crew of men, the shot firers, fill the deep drill hole with long cartridges of coarse black powder, and blast down the coal, which falls broken and crumbled into the cut prepared by the machine men. In the morning, when the ever-moving current of air, forced into the mine by the fan at the mouth of the air shaft, has cleared away the dust and smoke, the loaders enter the mine, and all day long load into the ever-ready cars the coal that has been blasted down until the place is cleaned up, and their work is done. Then they move on to another place, and so the work goes on in a perfect system of rotation. My companion had told me, as we walked from the mine bottom, that his name was Billy Wild. "Call me Billy," he said. And as we walked down the track to the main entry, he turned and called over his shoulder, "You're in room 27, 3rd west south. That's where you are, if you want to know." The light in my lamp was burning low, and I sat down on a pile of coal beside the track, lifted it out of the socket in my cap, and pried up the wick with a nail, which one of the men on top had given me for the purpose. Then I stripped to the waist and began to load, shovelful after shovelful, each lifted 4 feet and turned over into the waiting car, for 2 long hours, sometimes stopping to break with my pick great blocks of coal that were too large to lift, even with my hands. Then finally, lumps of coal began to show above the edge of the car, and I trimmed it, lifting some of the larger pieces to my knees, then against my chest, and then throwing them up on the top of the pile. The noise of the shovel scraping against the floor, and the clatter of the coal as the great pile slid down and filled each hole that I dug out at its foot, filled the tunnel with friendly sounds. But when the car was loaded, and I slipped on my coat and sat down on a pile of fine coal dust beside the track to wait, silence suddenly submerged me. I could hear my heart beat, and curious noises sang in my ears. Up in the roof, under the stratum of slate above the coal, came a trickling sound like running water, the sound of gas seeping out through the crevices in the coal. I was wet with sweat, and my face, hands, and body were black, where the great cloud of dust which my shovel had created had smeared my wet skin. Dull pains in the small of my back caught me when I moved, and every muscle in my body ached. In a week my hands had blistered, the blisters had broken, and over the cracked flesh ingrained with coal dust, healing calluses had begun to form. Then, far off in the distance, came a muffled grinding sound that grew louder and louder, a sound that almost terrified. A dull yellow light far down in the mouth of the room outlined the square of the tunnel, and then around the corner came the headlight of the electric gathering, or switching, locomotive, and above it the bobbing yellow flames of two pit lamps. With a grinding roar, the motor struck the upgrade and came looming up the tunnel, filling it with its bulk. There was sound, and the silence was gone. The coupling of the locomotive locked with the coupling of the waiting car, and they rumbled away. Once more the locomotive came, this time with an empty to be filled. In the old days, mules were used to gather the loaded cars, and in fact are still employed in most mines today. But electricity permits bigger loads, and the dozen or two of mules that lived in the mine were used only where it was impossible to run the locomotives. At the end of the week I was given a companion, or buddy. Our lockers in the wash house were near together, and we usually went down on the same hoist. But some mornings I would find Jim ahead of me, waiting by the scale house. Jim rarely took the full benefit of the wash house privileges, and morning found him with the dirt and grime of the work of the previous day still on his face. He was a Greek, short, with a thin black moustache which drooped down into two rat-tail points. Around each eye a heavy black line of coal dust was penciled, as though by an actor's crayon. His torn black working clothes, greasy with oil dripped from his pit lamp, hung on him like rags on a scarecrow. From the scale house we walked up the now familiar entries in 3rd West South to the room where we worked, and dug out our picks and shovels from under a pile of coal where we had hidden them the night before. Then, in the still, close air of the silent room, we began each morning to fill the first car. Down in the scale house, where the cars were hauled over the scales set in the track, before being dumped into the bins between the rails, old man Davis took the weights, and when the loader's number, a small brass tag with his number stamped upon it, was given to him, he marked down opposite it the pounds of coal to the loader's credit, and so each day on the great sheet, smooched with his dusty hands, stood a record of each man's strength measured in tons of coal. When Jim and I worked together, we took turns hanging our numbers inside the car, and each night we remembered to whose credit the last car had been. And the next morning, if my number had been hung in the last car of the day before, Jim would pull one of his tags out of his pocket and hang it on the hook just inside the edge of the empty car. Then, he on one side and I on the other, we worked, shovelful after shovelful, until the coal showed above the edge. And then came the trimming, with the great blocks that had to be lifted and pushed with our chests and arms up on the top of the filled car. Time went slowly then, for we could load a car together in less than an hour, and sometimes it took an hour and a half before the gathering motor would come grinding up into the room to give us an empty. In those long half hours we would sit together on a pile of coal dust beside the track and try to talk to each other. Jim was a Greek, and from what I was able to gather, he came from somewhere in the southern part of the peninsula. I remembered a little Homer, and I often tried stray words on him. But my pronunciation of the Greek of ancient Athens was not the Greek of Jim Bardas, and although he recognized attempts at his own tongue and oftentimes the meaning of the words, it was not until we discovered a system of writing that we began to get along. Mixed in with the coal that had been blasted down by the shot firers the night before, we occasionally found strips of white paper from the cartridges. We always saved these and laid them beside our dinner pails. And when the car was filled and we had sat down again in the quiet beside the track, we would take our pit lamps out of the caps and, rubbing our fingers in the greasy gum of oil and coal dust that formed under the lamp spout, we would write Greek words with our fingers on the white strips of paper. Jim knew some English, the word for coal, car, loader, and he learned that my name was Joe, and called me my friend and Buddy. Then sometimes, after the fascination of writing words had worn away, we would sit still and listen to the gas or for the approach of the motor. And sometimes, when the wicks in our lamps had burned low, I would take out of my pocket the round ball of lamp wick, and, like old women with a skein of yarn, we would wind back and forth from his fingers to my own 16 strands of lamp wick, and then, tying the end in a rude knot and breaking it off, stick the skein of wick down the spout of the lamp until only the end remained in sight. Next, lifting the little lid on the top, we would fill the body with oil, shaking it until the wick was thoroughly soaked so that it would burn. Part 3. To the ear accustomed to the constant sound of a living world, the stillness of a coal mine, where the miles of cross-cuts and entries and the unyielding walls swallow up all sounds and echo, is a silence that is complete. But, as one becomes accustomed to the silence through long hours of solitary work, sounds become audible that would escape an ear less trained. The trickling murmur of the gas, the splattering fall of a lump of coal, loosened by some mysterious force from a cranny in the wall, the sudden knocking and breaking of a stratum far up in the rock above, or the scurry of a rat off somewhere in the darkness, strike on the ear loud and startlingly. The eye, too, becomes trained to penetrate the darkness, but the darkness is so complete that there is a limit, the limit of the rays cast by the pit lamp. There is a curious thing that I have noticed, and as I have never heard it mentioned by any of the other men, perhaps it is an idea peculiar to myself. But on days when I entered the mine, with a strong yellow sunlight and the blue sky as a last memory of the world above, I carried with me a condition of fair weather that seemed to penetrate down into the blackness of the entries, and make my pit lamp burn a little more brightly. On days when we entered the mine with a gray sky above, or with a cold rain beating in our faces, there was a depression of spirits that made the blackness more dense and unyielding, and the lights from the lamps seemed less cheerful. Sometimes the roof was bad in the rooms, and I soon learned from the older miners to enter my room each morning, testing gingerly with my pit lamp for the presence of gas, and reaching far up with my pick, tapping on the smooth stone roof to test its strength. If the steel ran clean against the stone, the roof was good, but if it sounded dull and drummy, it might be dangerous. Sometimes, when the roof was weak, we would call for the section boss and prop up the loosened stone. But more often the men ran their risk. We worked so many days in safety that it seemed strange that death could come. And when it did come, it came so suddenly that there was a surprise, and the next day we began to forget. I had heard much of the dangers that the miner is exposed to, but little has been said of the risks to which the men through carelessness subject themselves. Death comes frequently to the coal miners from a blown-out shot. When the blast is inserted in the drill hole, several dummy cartridges are packed in for tamping. If these are properly made and tamped, the force of the explosion will tear down the coal properly. But if the man has been careless in his work, the tamps will blow out like shot from a gun barrel, in igniting such gas or coal dust as may be present, kill or badly burn the shot firers. The proper tamping is wet clay, but it is impossible to convince the men of it, and 9 out of 10 will tamp their holes with dummies filled with coal dust, itself a dangerous explosive, scooped up from the side of the track. Again, powder kegs are sometimes opened in a manner which seems almost the act of an insane man. Rather than take the trouble to unscrew the cap in the head of the tin powder keg and pour out the powder through its natural opening, the miner will drive his pick through the head of the keg and pour the powder from the jagged square hole he has punched. and these are but two of the many voluntary dangers which a little care on the part of the men themselves would obviate. A mine always seems more or less populated when the day shift is down, for during the hours of the working day, in every far corner, at the head of every entry and room, there are men drilling, loading, and ever pushing forward its boundaries. At 5 o'clock the long line of blackened miners which is formed at the foot of the hoisting shaft begins to leave the mine, and by 6 o'clock, with the exception of a few inspectors and fire bosses, the mine is deserted. The night shift began at 8, and it was as though night had suddenly been hastened forward to step from the soft evening twilight on the hoist, and, in a brief second, leave behind the world and the day, and plunge back into the darkness of the mine. We were walking up the track from the mine bottom towards 6 west south, Billy Wild, Pat Davis, 2 track repairers, and I. As we turned the corner by the runaround, there came suddenly from far off in the thick stillness a faint tremor and a strong current of air. The shooters were at work. For a quarter of a mile we walked on, stopping every once in a while to listen to the far-off boom of the blast that came through the long tunnels, faint and distant, as though muffled by many folds of heavy cloth. We pushed open the big trapper's door just beyond where first and second right turn off from the main entry, and came into the faint yellow glow of a single electric lamp that hung from the low-beamed roof. Beside the track, in a black niche cut in the wall of coal, 2 men were working. A safe 20 feet from them, their lighted pit lamps flared where they were hung by the hooks from one of the props. Round, black cans of powder tumbled together in the back of the alcove. A pile of empty paper tubes and great spools of thick white fuse lay beside them. We sat down on the edge of the track, at a safe distance from the open powder, and watched them as they blew open the long white tubes, and with a battered funnel poured in the coarse grains of powder, until the smooth, round cartridge was filled, a yard or 2 of white fuse hanging from its end. In 15 minutes they had finished, and one of the men gathered in his arms the pile of completed cartridges and joined us in the main entry. A few minutes later, as we neared the heading, a sudden singing boom came down strongly against the air current and bent back the flames in our pit lamps. Far off in the blackness ahead, a point of light marked the direction of the tunnel. Another appeared. Suddenly, from the thick silence came the shrill whine of the air drills. A couple of lamps, like yellow tongues of flame, shone dimly in the head of the tunnel, and the air grew thick with the flurry of fine coal dust. Then, below the bobbing lights appeared the bodies of 2 men, stripped to the waist, the black coating of dust that covered them moist with gleaming streaks of sweat. "How many holes have you drilled?" yelled Wild, his voice drowned by the scream of the long air drill as the writhing bit tore into the coal. There was a final convulsive grind as the last inch of the 6-foot drill sank home. Then the sudden, familiar absence of sound save for the hiss of escaping air. "All done here." Slowly the 2 men pulled the long screw blade from the black breast of the coal, the air hose writhing like a wounded snake about their ankles. The driller who had spoken wiped his sweaty face with his hands, his eyes blinking with the dust. He picked up his greasy coat from beside the track and wrapped it around his wet shoulders. "Look out for the gas," he shouted. "There is a bit here, up high." He raised his lamp slowly to the jagged roof. A quick blue flame suddenly expanded from the lamp and puffed down at him as he took away his hand. In the black end of the tunnel 6 small holes, each 1.5 inches in diameter and 6 feet deep, invisible in the darkness and against the blackness of the coal, marked where the blasts were to be placed. On the level floor, stretching from one wall of the entry to the other, the undercut had been ground out with the chain machines by the machinemen during the afternoon, and as soon as the blasts were in and the fuses lighted, The sudden wrench of these charges would tear down a solid block of coal 6 feet deep by the height and depth of the entry, to fall crushed and broken into the sump cut, ready for the loaders on the following morning. Selecting and examining each cartridge, the shooters charged the drill holes. 2 cartridges of black powder, tamped in with a long copper-headed rod, then dummies of clay for wads, leaving hanging like a great white cord from each charged drill hole a yard of long white fuse. We turned and tramped down the tunnel and squatted on the track a safe 50 yards away. Down at the end of the tunnel we had just deserted bobbed the tiny flames of the lights in the shooters' pit caps. There was a faint glow of sparks. "Coming!" they yelled out through the darkness, and we heard them running as we saw their lights grow larger. For a minute we silently waited. Then from the far end of the tunnel, muffled and booming like the breaking of a great wave in some vast cave, came a singing roar, now like the screech of metal hurled through the air, and the black end of the tunnel flamed suddenly defiant. A solid square of crimson flames, like the window of a burning house, and a roar of flying air drove past us, putting out our lights and throwing us back against the rails. "It's a windy one," yelled Wild. "Look out for the rib shots." Like a final curtain in a darkened theater, a slow pall of heavy smoke sank down from the roof, and as it touched the floor, a second burst of flame tore it suddenly upward and far down the entry. The trapper's door banged noisily in the darkness. Then we crept back slowly, breathing hard in an air thick with dust and the smell of the burnt black powder, to the end of the tunnel, where the whole face had been torn loose, a great pile of broken coal against the end of the entry. Often bits of paper from the cartridges, lighted by the blast, will start a fire in the piles of coal dust left by the machine men. And before the shooters leave a room that has been blasted, an examination must be made in order to prevent the possibility of fire. All night long we moved from one entry to another, blasting down in each 6 feet more of the tunnel, which would be loaded out on the following day, and it was 4 in the morning before the work was finished. It was usually between 4 and 5 in the morning when we left the mine. As we stepped from the hoist and left behind us the confining darkness, the smoky air, and the sense of oppression and silence of the mine below, the soft, fresh morning air in the early dawn, or sometimes the cool rain, seemed never more refreshing. One does not notice the silence of a mine so much upon leaving the noise of the outer world and entering the maze of tunnels on the day's work, as when stepping off the hoist in the early morning hours, when the world is almost still. The sudden sense of sound and of living things emphasizes, by contrast, the silence of the underworld. There is a noise of life, and the very motion of the air seems to carry sounds. A dog barking half a mile away in the sleeping town sounds loud and friendly, and there seems to be a sudden clamor that is almost bewildering. Part 4. It is natural that a mind should have its superstitions. The darkness of the underworld, the silence, the long hours of solitary work are all conditions ideal to the birth of superstition. And when the workmen are drawn from many nationalities, it is again but natural that the same should be true of their superstitions. One night when Carlson, the general manager, was sitting in his office, there was a knock at the door, and 2 loaders from the Hartz Mountains came into the room, talking excitedly with little Dick, the interpreter. Their story was disconnected, but Carlson gathered the main facts. They had been working in the northwest corner of the mine, in an older part of the workings, and on their way out that afternoon, as they were passing an abandoned room, they had noticed several lights far up at its heading. Knowing that the room was no longer being worked, and curious as to who should be there, they had walked up quietly toward the lights. Here their story becomes more confused. There were 2 men, they insisted, and they were certain that they were dwarfs. They had noticed them carefully and described them as little men with great picks who were digging or burying something in the clay floor at the foot of one of the props. A sudden terror had seized them. and they had not delayed to make further investigation. But on their way out they had talked together, and had decided that these two strange creatures had been burying some treasure. A pot of gold, one of them argued. Carlson was interested. The questions and answers grew more definite and more startling. The two men whom they had seen were certainly humpbacked. They were wielding enormous picks, and one of the loaders believed that he had seen them put something into the hole. Then came their request that they might be allowed to go back that night into the mine, and with their own tools go to this abandoned room and dig for the buried treasure. It was against precedent to allow any but the night shift into the mine, but superstitions are demoralizing, and the best remedy seemed to be to allow them to prove themselves mistaken. An hour later they were lowered on the hoist, and all that night, alone in the silence of the mine, they dug steadily in the heading of the abandoned room. But no treasure was discovered. All the next night they dug, and it was not until 7 nights' labor had turned over 1.5 feet of the hard clay of the entire heading that they abandoned their search. It is the custom of the men, when they leave the mine at the close of the shift, to hide their tools, and the imaginations of the loaders, worked upon by 8 hours of solitary work, had doubtless seen in the forms of the two of their companions who were hiding their shovels the traditional gnomes of their own Hartz Mountains. In another part of the mine another superstition was given birth that led to a more unfortunate result. This time it happened among the Croatians, and unfortunately the story was told throughout the boarding houses before the bosses learned of it, so that one morning a great section of the mine was abandoned by the men. Up in the headings of one of the entries, so the story went, lived the ghost of a white mule. As the men worked with the coal before them, and the black emptiness of the tunnel behind, this phantom mule would materialize silently from the wall of the entry, and with the most diabolical expression upon its face, creep quietly down behind its intended victim, who, all unconscious of its presence, would be occupied in loading his car. If the man turned, and for even a fraction of a second his eyes rested upon the phantom, the shape would suddenly disappear. But if he were less fortunate, and that unconscious feeling of a presence behind him did not compel him to turn his eyes, the phantom mule would sink his material teeth deep into the miner's shoulder, and death would follow. It was fortunate, indeed, that the only two men who had been visited by this unpleasant apparition had turned and observed him. Perhaps it had been the sudden white glare cast from the headlight of a locomotive far down the entry, or perhaps it had been entirely the imagination, but, at all events, a man had come from his work early one afternoon inspired with this strange vision, and the next day another man also had seen it. The story was noised around, and 2 days later the men stuck firmly to their determination that they would not enter that part of the mine. Fortunately for the superintendent, a crowd of Bulgarians had just arrived from East St. Louis, seeking employment. The Croatians were sent into another part of the mine to work, a mile from the haunted entries, where there were no unpleasant ghosts of white mules to disturb their labors. And so long as the mine remained in operation, there is no further record of the unpleasant ramblings of this fantastical animal. At least none of the Bulgarians ever saw it. With the mule came the ghost of a little white dog, but for some curious reason, although the dog was reported by many to have run out from abandoned rooms and barked at the men as they stumbled up the entry, but little attention was paid to it, and it seemed to possess no particularly disturbing influence. There were many Negroes in the mine, and they too had their haunts and superstitions, but these were of a more ordinary nature. In room 2, 3rd west south, a sudden fall of rock from the roof had caught 2 miners. Tons of stone had followed, and in a second 2 men had been crushed, killed, and buried. Death must have been instantaneous, and months of labor would have been required to recover the bodies. which were probably crushed out of human resemblance. But even years after this happened, room 2 was one that was carefully avoided by all the Negroes, and if it ever became necessary for one of them to pass it alone, he would always go by on the run. For back under the tons of white shale that came down straight across the room mouth, the ghosts of Old Man Gleason and another, whose name was forgotten, still remained immortal. It was to prevent the establishment of such superstitions that the shift was always called off for the day if a man was killed in the mine, and in the morning, when the men returned to their work, the boss of the section in which the unfortunate miner had met his death took particular care to place several men together at that place, in order that no superstition might grow up around it. End of story. Biographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. Joseph Husband has, since his graduation from Harvard in 1907, been engaged in industrial pursuits. He has, however, found time to contribute frequently to the Atlantic Monthly. At present, Mr. Husband is an ensign in the United States Navy. The first account of his naval experience is published in the May 1918 Atlantic. For vividness of sense, suggestion, color, sound, smell, feeling, Joseph Husband's smooth-flowing narration of a year's experience in a soft coal mine is worthy of study. The blackness, which is absence of light rather than darkness, the submerging silence, the seeping gas vapors, the nervous consciousness of lurking danger, all these give indisputable atmosphere. What grim tragedy, awful in its heavy brutality, might not be here grimly enacted? Instead, there is work, the grimy, sweating work of the underground. Hard muscles and senses not too alive to material forces. An occasional superstition gives life to the blackness. A strange white phantom that dazzles the sight and blinds the understanding with unreasoning fear. But most vivid of all is the blackness and the work. Suggested points for study and comment. 1. How does the author's preface add to the interest in his narrative? Are your expectations of his added power borne out? 2. Do you find Mr. Husband more able in his descriptions of large scenes, masses of buildings, groups of people, or in the individualizing of the single person or thing? 3. Is the setting for the work or the work itself the chief purpose of the narrative? Which do you find the more interesting? 4. Can you explain the author's feelings of mortification as he first enters upon his duties? 5. What are some of the elements that make for the vividness of the scenes? 6. Why is the occasional mention of color so effective? 7. Contrast the mental occupations during a period of temporary leisure in a coal mine with a similar rest hour in the upper world. 8. From reading this narrative, can you offer any reasons why the ancient peoples believed mines to be inhabited by a race of gnomes? End of A Year in the Coal Mine.
Section 13 of Atlantic Narratives, Modern Short Stories, 2nd Series, published 1918 by the Atlantic Monthly Press. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Woman's Sphere by S.H. Kemper. Recorded by Jeff Machado. "Wilbur, dear," said Aunt Susan, "Rosa is very busy with the washing this morning, and if you will go down into the garden and gather this basket full of peas, and then shell them for her to cook for dinner, I will—" Aunt Susan paused to reflect a moment, then continued, "I will give you a new ball for a birthday present." Aunt Susan smiled kindly at the flashing look of intense joy that Wilbur lifted to her face as he seized the basket she was holding out to him. I'd just love to have it," he exclaimed. He was quite overcome with emotion and tore away toward the garden at top speed. Wilbur's mother was ill, and Wilbur had been sent to visit Aunt Susan in order that the house might be quiet. Aunt Susan was really Wilbur's father's aunt. She was Grandma's sister, and she was very old. Grandma was not old. Her hair was white, but it went in nice squiggles around her face, and she wore big hats with plumes and shiny, rustly dresses and high-heeled shoes. And when she kissed you, she clasped you in a powerful embrace against her chest. Grandma was not old, but Aunt Susan, with her smooth gray hair and her wrinkled face and spectacles, her plain black dress and little shawl, and her funny cloth shoes, seemed to Wilbur a being inconceivably stricken of old. You felt intensely sorry for her for being so old. You were so sorry that you felt it inside of you. It was almost as if your stomach ached. And she was always kind and gentle. You felt that it would be a grievous thing to hurt her feelings or trouble her in any way. Wilbur's birthday came on Thursday, and this was only Monday. A long time to wait. Wilbur needed a ball very badly. He had made friends with a number of boys here in Aunt Susan's town, and the baseball season was at its height. Wilbur's friends owned several perfectly worthy bats and 2 or 3 gloves, but there was a serious lack of balls. That afternoon, joining the boys on the vacant lot where they played, Wilbur informed them with great satisfaction of Aunt Susan's promise. "My aunt is going to give me a new ball on my birthday," he said to them. They were more than pleased with the news. Wilbur found himself the center of flattering interest. He told them that he guessed it would be a regular league ball. Wilbur exerted himself earnestly to be helpful to Aunt Susan and Rosa all day on Tuesday and Wednesday. He felt that he could not do enough for Aunt Susan, and also that it would be well to remind her of her promise by constant acts of courtesy and service, for it was a long time before Thursday. But it did not seem possible that anyone could really forget an affair so important and so agreeable as the purchase of a ball. Wilbur knew where Aunt Susan would get the ball. At Ryder's store, of course. Ryder kept a store where books and magazines and athletic goods were sold. He kept all the standard things. The ball would be of a good make, Wilbur was sure. Aunt Susan did not often go downtown. Except when busy about her housekeeping, she was likely to spend the time rocking in her old-fashioned rocker on the front porch, with a work basket beside her, occupying herself with needlework or knitting. She knitted a great deal. There were many bright-colored wools in her work basket. On Wednesday afternoon, Wilbur's heart gave an excited jump when he saw Aunt Susan coming downstairs, tying her little bonnet over her gray hair. Her black silk shopping bag hung on her arm. Wilbur did not doubt that she was going downtown, with an eye single to Ryder's store. He assumed an unconscious air, just as one did when Mother went shopping before Christmas. He watched Aunt Susan out of sight, and afterward hung about the front yard till he saw her returning. He ran to open the gate for her and took her parasol and bag, looking up at her with bright, trustful eyes. The bag seemed quite full of small parcels as he carried it for Aunt Susan. Wilbur fell asleep that night wondering whether Aunt Susan would put the ball on the breakfast table next morning, where he would see it when he entered the dining room. Perhaps she would bring it after he was asleep and place it on the chair beside his bed, or perhaps on the old-fashioned bureau. There were many happy possibilities. When the window opposite his bed began to grow bright with the pink and gold of sunrise, Wilbur woke and sat up, looking first at the chair, then at the bureau. No, it was not in the room. It would be in the dining room then. When he went downstairs, he was surprised to find that Aunt Susan had not yet left her room. In the kitchen, Rosa was only beginning her preparations for breakfast. Wilbur spent a long time, a restless but happy hour, waiting, idling about the dewy garden and the front yard, feeding the chickens and playing with the cat. At last, Rosa rang the bell, and Wilbur went into the house. Aunt Susan, seated at the breakfast table, greeted him affectionately. "Many happy returns, dear," she said, holding out her hand. She drew him to her and kissed his cheek. Now, surely. But the ball was not on the table beside his plate. He could not see it anywhere in the room. The breakfasts at Aunt Susan's were always good. There would be fried chicken and waffles, or muffins and squashy cornbread. Indeed, all mealtimes at Aunt Susan's would have been periods of unmixed joy if Aunt Susan had not felt obliged to keep up a steady conversation. Aunt Susan made small talk laboriously. It distracted your mind. She had a strange delusion that one was avidly interested in one's school books. She constantly dwelt upon the subject of school. It made things difficult, for school was over now, and all its rigors happily forgotten. This morning, what with Aunt Susan's talk and his excitement, Wilbur could hardly eat anything. Breakfast was over. Aunt Susan and Rosa were in the pantry consulting on housekeeping matters. Wilbur sat down in a rocking chair on the front porch and waited. He waited and waited, rocking violently. And then at last he heard Aunt Susan calling him. He was out of his chair and in the hall like a flash. "Yes'm," he answered. "Yes'm. What is it, Aunt Susan?" Aunt Susan was coming down the stairs. "Here is the ball I promised you, dear," she said. She placed in his outstretched hand. Wilbur had visualized it so vividly, had imagined the desired thing with such intensity, that it was as if a strange transformation had taken place before his eyes. He was holding not the hard, heavy white ball he had seemed actually to see, with its miraculously perfect stitching and the trim lettering of the name upon it. A curious, soft thing lay in his hand, a homemade ball constructed of wools. There seemed to be millions of short strands of bright-colored wools, all held together in the center by some means and sticking out in every direction. Their smoothly clipped ends formed the surface of the ball. It was the kind of thing you would give a baby in a go-kart. Wilbur stood and gazed at it. The kind of thing you would give a baby in a go-kart. Then he looked up at Aunt Susan, and suddenly the sense of his great disappointment was lost in that immense, aching pity for her. She was so old, and she had made it herself, thinking it would please him. It's awful pretty," Wilbur stammered. He felt inexpressibly sorry for Aunt Susan. How could anyone be so utterly without comprehension? Aunt Susan patted his cheek. "You have been a good boy," she said. "I hope you will enjoy playing at ball with your little friends." Wilbur went cold. The other fellows. He foresaw well enough their attitude toward his misfortune. To them it would seem a subject for unsparing derision, the kind of thing you would give a baby in a go-kart. And he had said, "I guess it will be a regular league ball." Aunt Susan went away upon her housekeeping activities, and Wilbur, after standing for a while, turning the woolly ball in his hands, went upstairs to his room. He hid the ball under the neatly folded garments in the upper drawer of the bureau. It was a relief to get it out of sight. He had a heavy, sickish feeling in his chest. The more he thought over his trouble, the greater it seemed. A great dread of having the other boys know about it possessed him. He felt that he could not possibly bear the ignominy. The morning dragged itself heavily away. Wilbur remained indoors. He could not go out, for fear the other fellows might see him. He winced painfully at the thought of meeting them. Rosa baked a fine cake for him, decorating it tastefully with 9 pink candles, but Wilbur regarded it wanly. At dinner, Aunt Susan noticed his lack of appetite and fussed over him anxiously, dismaying his soul with dark hints of doses of medicine. "I don't feel a bit sick, Aunt Susan," he protested. "Honest, I don't." He felt almost desperate. He was heavy-hearted with his disappointment, oppressed with the fear of discovery, and now he must be harried and pursued with threats of medicine. It was a miserable afternoon. Wilbur undertook to write a letter to his mother. Usually Aunt Susan was obliged to urge him to his duty, but today it offered an excuse to remain indoors, and Wilbur seized it gladly. Writing a letter was a business that took time and effort. After a while, as Wilbur sat in the attitude of composition, with his legs wrapped around the legs of his chair and his shoulders hunched over the table, Aunt Susan's anxious eye detected the fact that he was not writing, but was absently chewing on his pencil. "Wilbur, dear," Aunt Susan said, "you are staying in the house too much. Put your letter away now and run out of doors. I think you need the fresh air. You can finish your letter tomorrow." "Oh, I would rather finish it now, please," Wilbur said. You know Papa is going to see us this evening, and if I get it done, I can give it to him to take to Mama." He hastily stuck out his tongue and, breathing heavily, began to write. Throughout the afternoon, Wilbur contrived, by one excuse or another, to remain in the house. After the early tea, Aunt Susan sat down in one of the porch rockers with her knitting, and Wilbur sedately took another. With great effort he sustained the conversation which Aunt Susan considered necessary. Presently, with a throb of alarm, Wilbur saw Henry, the boy who lived next door, climbing the fence dividing the 2 yards. With fascinated dread, Wilbur watched him approach. He stood still at the foot of the porch steps. "Hello," he said in his deep and husky voice. "Hello," Wilbur said coldly. "Good evening, Henry," said Aunt Susan. "Sit down and make us a visit. How is your father? How is your mother? When is your married sister coming home for a visit?" And so on. Henry sat down on the steps, answering Aunt Susan with weary civility. Wilbur rocked and rocked with nervous violence. Sitting in a chair like a grown person, he felt a certain aloofness from Henry on the steps. It was a poor enough security, but he clung to it. And then suddenly Aunt Susan was saying, "Wilbur, get the ball I gave you and play a game of ball with Henry." The moment of discovery had come, and Wilbur found himself wondering dully what Aunt Susan's idea of a ball game could be like. His mind seemed to fumble stiffly with the unimportant thought. He rose heavily. Henry had snapped up briskly from his place on the steps as Aunt Susan spoke. "That's right," he said. "Let's get out there in the road and warm up." Wilbur turned to enter the house. "I'll go with you," Henry said. They ascended the stairs, Wilbur lagging on every step, and Henry breasting forward like a homeward-bound horse. They crossed the little upstairs hall and stood at the door of Wilbur's room. The woolly ball lay on the bureau, its many colors garish in the sunset. Wilbur had left it in the drawer, but Rosa had been in the room putting away his freshly ironed clothes and had taken it out and placed it on top of the bureau for all the world to see. Wilbur shut his eyes and waited for a bitter outcry from Henry. There was, however, a moment of silence, and then Henry demanded impatiently, "Well, where is it at?" Wilbur opened his eyes and regarded Henry stupidly. Henry then did not even recognize the strange bright object on the bureau as a ball. Probably he took it for a pincushion. The shock of the unexpected reprieve made Wilbur feel faint and confused. It's here. It's right in this room," he stammered. "In the bruyot?" Henry asked, pointing toward the old-fashioned bureau. I left it in the top drawer of the bruyot." Henry went and opened the drawers one by one and rummaged in them. "It ain't here," he exclaimed. "I bet somebody's stolen it from you. The colored girl. I bet she's stolen it." "Oh, she wouldn't steal. She's nice," Wilbur exclaimed. But even as he spoke, he saw his mistake. Henry had made the descent to a course of deceit, of hideous disloyalty to a dear friend, fearfully easy. Wilbur descended. "Maybe," he faltered, "maybe she needed a ball awfully and just had to take it. Maybe she needed it awfully." "Well, ain't you going to try to get it back from her?" "Oh, no," Wilbur cried in horror. "I won't say a word about it. It would hurt her feelings. She's nice." "Well, I bet if it was my ball and anybody stole it, I would raise an awful row." "I won't say anything about it," Wilbur repeated. "It would hurt her feelings. And I guess you better go home now, Henry. Maybe your mother is wondering where you are." Wilbur adopted the formula with which other boys' mothers were wont to put him on the social inclined plane. He felt a desperate need to be rid of Henry. Henry departed without resentment. A little later, Wilbur's father came. It was a comfort to have Papa there. Wilbur's tired spirit leaned against his big, quiet strength. In the dusk, Aunt Susan and Papa sat on the porch and talked. Wilbur stood beside Papa's chair. It was peaceful and cool in the late evening. Wilbur liked to hear the noise the katydids made in the trees. It went on over and over and over. Suddenly, as if recollecting something he had forgotten, Papa put his hand into his coat pocket and drew out. It was the ball of Wilbur's dreams. Papa, still talking to Aunt Susan, was holding it out to him. He saw it in all its utterly desirable excellence, its natty charms, hard and heavy and smooth and gleaming white. Wilbur's small brown fingers curved themselves feebly upon its taut sides. He did not speak, but his long-lashed eyes, brooding upon the perfection within his grasp, lifted for a moment to his father's face a deep look of such intensity that Papa was startled. "It's your birthday, old chap," he said, putting his arm around Wilbur. "I thought you might like a new ball." He felt Wilbur trembling slightly, and wondered whether, in spite of the little fellow's seemingly perfect health, he could be an overstrung and nervous child. "Now you have 2 balls," Aunt Susan said fatuously, rocking herself in her old rocker. "Yes'm," said Wilbur. From the security of his immense felicity, he smiled at her kindly, very indulgently. For how could she understand? End of story. Bibliographical and Interpretive Notes by Charles Swain Thomas. S.H. Kemper's short stories reveal a genuinely sympathetic understanding of child life. Mr. Kemper's present home is in Scranton, Pennsylvania. The plot itself is slight, the presentation of a ball, a worsted ball, as a birthday present to a boy of 9. The comic element immediately suggests itself. Wilbur discovers that it may come very near tragedy, not for him, but for Aunt Susan. To be so inconceivably old that one cannot understand what a ball of gay worsted would mean to a boy who had already practiced imaginary curves with a magnificent white sphere bearing the proud blue label of the American League. All Wilbur's chivalric nature is called out to keep his great aunt from knowing how great is her misunderstanding, and how keen his aching pity that age could be so terrible. Is there perhaps a suggestion here of refined propaganda? Education for women? Higher? Broader? What you will? Suggested points for study and comment. 1. Contrast Aunt Susan with Wilbur's grandmother. 2. Mention certain significant items that contribute to the realism of the various situations. 3. Comment on the way in which Wilbur's fancy works as he views the ball in anticipation. 4. What was there in Aunt Susan's conversation that reveals her lack of understanding of boy nature? 5. Is there any element of surprise in the way Wilbur takes his disappointment? Comment fully upon his varied emotions. 6. What is the marked contrast between Aunt Susan and Wilbur's father? 7. Which paragraph is most interesting from the point of view of setting? Why? 8. Comment on the aptness of the title. End of Woman's Sphere.